Duke's path forward has become clearer, with 5 elemental talents. Following the path of the elemental mage is surely the most suitable. Generally, once one becomes an official wizard of level 1, they gradually define their future path and delve deeper into a specific direction. For example, the mechanical wizard commonly seen on the East Coast, the bloodline mage inherited from the ancient era of sorcery, and the astrologer that Duke once encountered. It is worth mentioning that Duke learned from talking to Bell of the Night Hall that knights also have a method of advancing by leveraging powerful bloodlines to enhance their life level. In this aspect, knights and bloodline mages are very similar, essentially enhancing their life level through the fusion of powerful bloodlines. Duke also thought about how the elementalization of the life seed uses elemental power to complete the life level ascension. He faintly sensed that, although there are thousands of paths in the world, they all lead to the same destination in the end. No matter the extraordinary system or cultivation method, they are essentially for enhancing the life level. After acquiring the talents of both wind and fire attributes, Duke didn't rush to master the corresponding magic. Due to having too many skills to grind proficiency in, even learning them now wouldn't be effective. Duke plunged into the laboratory, starting to grind proficiency in Sand Guardian. This is his most important talent magic, so it had top priority. After acquiring 2 new talents, he immediately embarked on the proficiency process of this magic. Fortunately, Sand Guardian doesn't consume magic power, so increasing its proficiency is quite fast. Duke secluded himself for a month, dedicating himself intensely to grinding the proficiency of Sand Guardian, finally leveling this magic up to the maximum. Sand Guardian level up, spiritual power plus 0.1, free attribute points plus 2 Sand Guardian. LV17 characteristic, energy absorption. The Sand Guardian has the characteristic of absorbing external energy to enhance defensive effects. Duke found that upon maxing Sand Guardian, he received 2 free attribute points, which was a pleasant surprise. Towards the end, leveling up Sand Guardian only provided an increase of 0.1 in spiritual. However, the characteristic of Sand Guardian is almost identical to that of the Water Shield technique, as both can absorb external energy to enhance defensive effects. However, with this characteristic, Sand Guardian is much stronger than the Water Shield technique. Sand Guardian can manipulate a vast amount of sand to form large-scale, broad-range defenses. Additionally, Duke enhanced the sand with magic metal, allowing it to have a high capacity for energy. This means Duke's Sand Guardian can resist higher intensity energy attacks and can absorb and store them, further strengthening the sand's defensive capabilities. If Duke were to encounter the explosive attack from the evil god's follower again, his fortress made of sand would certainly remain unscathed. Without even a single crater, the yellow sand fortress would merely absorb the energy generated during the explosion, enhancing its effectiveness. Duke found upon slight experimentation that this characteristic suited Sand Guardian perfectly. The already strong defensive power of Sand Guardian, equipped with this characteristic, turned directly into an ultimate shield, deemed as extreme defense. More than 100 tons of sand fortified with golden scale celestial iron are more than enough to form a fortress protecting Duke. Equivalent to having a mobile fortress made with magic metal, plus having the energy absorption characteristic. Duke then glanced at the attribute panel on the skill tree, noting some improvements in his spiritual power during this period. Free attribute points. 7 free attribute points have accumulated to 7. Spirit Wind Breathing Technique and Dragon Breath Breathing Technique both provided 1 point, and their corresponding secondary potion also provided 1 point upon reaching the maximum level. Duke hasn't used them yet, planning to save them for when level 1 magic can no longer provide spiritual power increases. Right now, leveling up Sand Guardian still gives a 0.1 boost in spiritual power. When it's increased further, level 1 magic might not be able to provide spiritual power anymore. Duke is currently in the period of development after becoming an official wizard, trying to enhance his capabilities in all aspects. Initially, after just advancing, he ventured to the Beastman plane to not miss any opportunities, even though that was the weakest point when all capabilities couldn't match the expectations of an official wizard. Now he can truly be considered to have a certain strength as an official wizard. Having Sand Guardian on hand is enough for survival, as long as he doesn't encounter overly powerful enemies. Duke then began learning level 1 magic of wind. attribute and fire attribute, which are quite common, opting not to spend contribution points to purchase them. He spent over 3,000 magic stones to purchase the level 1 wind attribute magic tornado and level 1 fire attribute magic fireball technique. The fireball technique is a classic fire magic. Its effect is straightforward and incredibly practical, able to generate extremely high temperatures and energy. Duke chose the fireball technique to enhance his attack methods. This magic doesn't pose any risk of mistake. Regarding wind magic, there are many options, and Duke had a reason to choose this one. The tornado is actually categorized as a control-type magic, and although it covers a large area, its destructive power isn't considered strong. Furthermore, the tornado and fireball technique can combine to form a fire dragon tornado, which doesn't require Duke to conduct experiments, as mages have already researched the combination effects of these two magics. The tornado, originally emphasizing control effects, transforms into a terrifying fire dragon tornado when combined with the fireball technique, packing extremely high energy and temperature, swallowing everything. After mastering these two magics, Duke didn't rush to improve their proficiency, as short-term improvement to max level is impossible. He has other tasks to manage, with a pile of things awaiting arrangement. Duke first considered matters related to meditation, ensuring he never neglected it and always used potions to aid his meditation. However, the Starlight Meditation Potion is merely a secondary potion and hasn't significantly benefited Duke at this stage. Duke needs to consume level 1 meditation auxiliary potions to achieve better meditation effects. There are various types of level 1 meditation auxiliary potions, with many mages having developed diverse potions. Duke chose the meditation auxiliary potion simply based on its sales volume. Due to limited time, he needed to utilize his time to the fullest. Refining meditation auxiliary potions serves both to aid his meditation and to grind the proficiency of a level 1 potion. Level 1 potions can be sold to earn magic stones, as Duke certainly can't use all of them himself. He can also take orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association to make money. Duke effectively achieves multiple objectives with one allotment of time, thereby maximizing his use of it. He quickly settled on the White Mist Forest Potion, a level 1 potion. It's the most common type of meditation assistance potion and is suitable for many wizards. The White Mist Forest Potion sells easily. Once refined, it is certain to sell, which is why Duke chose this potion. He didn't rush to take orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, but instead bought several materials to start his own research and study. The magic potion materials for the White Mist Forest Potion are relatively numerous, needing fog moss, silver leaf grass, calming flower bud, as well as moon dew flower and weak magical spring water. These are common level 1 magic potion materials, and their prices are considered mid to high-end among level 1 materials. A White Mist Forest Potion costs over 700 magic stones on the market, with raw material prices reaching 400. The combined cost of silver leaf grass and moon dew flower alone exceeds 200 magic stones. Once Duke received the raw materials, he entered his magic potion laboratory to begin attempting to refine the potion. Inside the lab, standard magic potion cauldrons, precise magic power temperature control devices, magic perception filters, and other equipment were all prepared. These are considered mid-quality magic potion equipment. Among them, the standard magic potion cauldron even has a crystal liner, indicating a very high-quality type. This equipment is entirely sufficient for refining a level 1 potion, and unless something breaks, there's no need for replacement for the foreseeable future. Duke has completely familiarized himself with the refining process of the White Mist Forest Potion and has committed it to memory. The laboratory was silent. He placed the weak magical spring water into the cauldron, heated it to 275 degrees, then added the fog moss and calming flower bud. Soon, a plume of white mist rose from the cauldron. This white mist isn't pungent and has no toxicity, theoretically. It is a misty medication with a calming effect. Duke did not let the white mist dissipate, but used magic power to suppress it back into the cauldron. The entire refining process of the White Mist Forest Potion is very quiet, unlike the Blood of War, which has a more intense reaction process. The refining time for this potion is not long, generally 2 to 3 hours, possibly faster if well acquainted. 3 hours later, Duke held 5 white vials in his hand, each one containing the completed White Mist Forest Potion. White Mist Forest Potion. LV1, 1/30, seeing the change in the skill tree. Duke knew he had succeeded in refining the potion, sparing him the need to test the product. After tidying the laboratory, he took one vial of the White Mist Forest Potion he had refined, returned to the castle, and consumed it to enter a meditative state. When Duke drank this potion, it tasted sweet due to the moon dew flower, calming flower bud, and other sweet and palatable ingredients used. However, this potion cannot be consumed as a beverage, at least not by ordinary people, as doing so would be akin to drinking poison. After drinking the White Mist Forest Potion, Duke quickly entered a unique state, as if enveloped in a forest surrounded by white mist. With his mind particularly focused, meditating in this state is exceptionally efficient with significant improvements. After several hours of meditation practice, Duke had nearly expended the potion's effects. He then summoned Yala, Shari, and Nina, familiarizing them with the White Mist Forest refining process and set them to handle simple magic potion material tasks. Nina, being a cat girl, also possesses a degree of casting ability, albeit chiefly inclined toward physical enhancement, but fundamentally, she has energy manipulation ability. Nonetheless, she still finds learning the meditation technique challenging, being better suited to the night path to learn the breathing technique. For this race of cat girls, casting abilities are inherent, a talent embedded in their bloodline. Learning a wizard's knowledge proves somewhat difficult for them. Yala, Shari, and Nina all took the task seriously, seeing it as a chance to demonstrate their own value. Yala is the fastest learner among the three women, possessing great talent, and quickly grasped the entire White Mist Forest refining process. As a wood elf, her ascension method differs from that of a wizard. In terms of spiritual power, she is equivalent to a first-class wizard apprentice. Duke previously tested her. Her spiritual power stood at 35 points, which is quite good, making her a helpful asset with proper nurturing. In the laboratory, Yala and the other two wore specially designed robes meant for potion experiments, providing ample resistance to corrosion and toxins. Typically, such protective wear is used by wizard apprentices, while official wizards generally do not require such protection. With the participation of Yala, Shari, and Nina, Duke's refinement of the White Mist Forest Potion became much quicker, as they handled many of the simpler processes. The three performed their tasks earnestly, accomplishing the tasks Duke assigned them well. Where previously it took 3 hours to complete a White Mist Forest Potion, now the process can be done in under an hour. This indirectly speeds up Duke's skill mastery pace and simultaneously boosts the rate of earning money. To reward Yala and Nina, Duke decided the only option was to ramp up production. While Shari received support in terms of cultivation resources, there was still a significant amount of Starlight Meditation Potion from previous refinements, which Duke gave to Shari to speed up her meditation practice. After fully mastering the White Mist Forest Potion refining process, Duke began taking orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, simultaneously improving skill proficiency and earning money. White Mist Forest Potion Level Up, Spiritual Power plus 0.1 White Mist Forest Potion. LV2, 1/50. By that time, it was already deep into the night. Duke and the three women had been refining potions the entire day, and now it was time for meditation practice. Yala, Shari, and Nina helped clean the lab, standardly disposing of some refining waste before heading to a designated room to remove their lab coats and wash their hands and bodies. After taking off her lab coat, Yala displayed her exquisite figure, causing Shari and Nina to blush slightly. She herself paid little mind. As a wood elf, she was long accustomed to close to nature states, feeling relaxed without her lab coat. However, since following Duke, she realized the need to wear more clothing, at least refraining from being completely uncovered in front of others. On the deserted island, this usually wouldn't be a concern, as there are no outsiders, and her fellow wood elves maintain their habits, only donning clothes when visitors are expected. Duke's life of magic potion refining quickly fell into a routine, taking orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association to make money while grinding proficiency with the materials they provided. He discovered that the maximum level for a level 1 potion should be level 9, whereas the maximum level for a secondary potion was level 5. As his proficiency increased, Duke's success rate in refining White Mist Forest potions became very high, and there were often plenty of materials left over from the Giant Rock Commerce Association. He could even keep some for himself, which he didn't always use up, serving as inventory for potential future sales. At night, after a fierce battle, Duke found Yala somewhat weak and slumped to the side. Elves are inherently very attractive, and Yala was considered a beauty even among elves. Her graceful body lay on the bed, with a thin sheet partially covering her, revealing her enticing features, adding extra allure to her face, which was still flushed. Seeing Duke sit up, Yala used her long, slender, fair legs to caress Duke gently. Originally, Yala always wore a cold expression, rarely smiling, and since becoming a slave creature, she hadn't smiled at all. But after spending time with Duke, she gradually started showing a more feminine demeanor, occasionally even teasing Duke proactively. However, seeing Duke take out a magic potion now, she knew he was about to enter meditation practice and didn't disturb him further. Duke took out a white mist forest potion, drank it down, and entered a meditative state. At any time, meditation practice should not be neglected. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique Level Up. Spiritual Power plus 0.1 Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. LV8, 1/4000. After the meditation technique increased to level 8, it was still in the shape of a green leaf. This indicated that the maximum level for meditation techniques, like talent magic, was level 17. Duke's recent life was peaceful yet fulfilling, refining potions by day, meditating and farming by night. As he continued to meditate, he suddenly noticed some movement in his right palm. Upon checking, he realized the energy in the heart-shaped earrings was full, pulling him towards the nightmare plane. Feeling this strong pull, Duke instantly allocated his remaining 7 free attribute points to spiritual power. After investing the 7 free attribute points, his spiritual power surpassed 70 points. Only then did Duke feel the pull weaken considerably, and he found he could finally control this earring. He realized it wasn't simply a plane coordinate, but rather a storage tool for plane coordinates, currently storing only the nightmare plane's coordinates. Once the coordinates earring's energy is full, the holder can choose to record the current plane's coordinates or teleport to the recorded plane coordinates. Choosing either option consumes the accumulated energy. This object was clearly not an alchemy creation, as it bore no signs of alchemy, most likely a special product of a certain plane. The yellow sand crystal was similarly not a product of alchemy. The endless plane features many such wondrous items. According to Hannah, this object was handed down from her ancestors, likely obtained by an ancestor somewhere and passed down through generations. The coordinates earring is indeed a treasure, but it requires a certain level of strength to truly be utilized. After some thought, Duke decided not to use the earring's energy. Neither did he travel to the nightmare plane nor record any coordinates. With his current strength, he's not qualified to traverse the nightmare plane. It has many high-level resources, but surviving there without enough power is challenging. Last time was sheer luck, and Duke dared not gamble his life on luck again. As for recording plane coordinates, he refrained, specifically not recording the wizard plane's coordinates. The reason was simple. Duke was unsure if this was some bait thrown from the nightmare plane. If this item is used by some existence as a lure and he records the wizard plane's coordinates, it would expose those coordinates to certain existences. Duke didn't want to bring massive disaster to the wizard plane due to his actions. It's fine for recording coordinates of other planes. Even if there's some issue with the coordinates earring, it wouldn't involve his current plane. Upon reaching 71 points in spiritual power, Duke was able to fully control the earring and continued with meditation practice. At this point, Yala came back after her bath, drank a starlight meditation potion, then climbed into bed and started her practice, close to Duke. Duke recently discovered that meditation potions are effective for elves too. Elves are born casters. They don't need meditation techniques to increase their spiritual power, but have their unique practice method. This practice method resembles the breathing technique, achieving a similar effect to meditation techniques through specific breathing rhythms, communicating with the free energy particles around. During this period, Duke primarily focused on refining potions, all orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association. His collaboration with the Giant Rock Commerce Association was pleasant, fulfilling both parties' needs. It took Duke half a month to grind the White Mist Forest potion to level 5, reaching the blooming state, confirming the maximum level for a level 1 potion was indeed level 9. One day Harrison sent word that he wanted to discuss something. Understanding what it was about, Duke went to Harbor City to meet with Harrison for talks. In a high-end restaurant in Harbor City, Harrison booked a private room, dining alone with Duke. "Please step outside for a moment." After the waitresses, dressed in black stockings and short skirts, served the dishes, Harrison asked them to leave. "What's so secretive?" Duke asked. Harrison smiled. "It's nothing serious. I could explain it through the wizard's mark, but I wanted to invite you to dinner. You've been quite busy lately, completing so many orders alone." Harrison couldn't understand why Duke worked so tirelessly. Few wizards engaged in such intense potion refining for profit. In his view, Duke had just returned from the Beastman plane and should have plenty of money, so there's no need to work so hard. Duke just smiled without explaining. He couldn't exactly say he was leveraging the Giant Rock Commerce Association's materials to grind proficiency. "You know about the Wood Elf plane?" Harrison began with the main topic, and Duke listened intently. The matter was simple. Black Sail possessed a low plane of the Wood Elves, which was the homeland of Yala and other Wood Elves. Black Sail actually didn't take control of the Wood Elf plane that long ago, merely 50 years ago. The Wood Elf plane is an exceptionally excellent resource-based plane, with rich magic potion resources and various magic potion materials growing that many wizards have never seen before. Wood Elves are also a superior race of elves, naturally born casters, distinguished in either magical talent or their excellent appearance, regarded as particularly high-grade slave creatures. After Black Sail took control of the Wood Elf plane, it quickly developed it into a magic potion plantation. Besides the pre-existing magic potion materials on the Wood Elf plane, they also planted large areas of magic potion materials. The environment there is highly conducive to the growth of magic potion materials, and the quality of the produced magic potion materials is excellent. Naturally, behind such rich resources lies enormous interests, and many forces similar to the Giant Rock Commerce Association aim to profit from it. Black Sail also signed contracts with many forces, allowing part of them to plant magic potion materials in the Wood Elf plane or directly purchase magic potion materials, refine potions, etc. A full-fledged magic potion production chain has been established there, making the cost of planting or purchasing magic potion materials much lower, saving a significant sum for forces like the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Since their magic potion business is quite large, being able to get a share directly from the massive raw material base of the Wood Elf plane is very economical. The Giant Rock Commerce Association has always had business over there for these years. The entire Wood Elf plane is massive, with 5 continents almost entirely planted with various magic potion materials. The Giant Rock Commerce Association has a plantation there, but the ownership of this plantation does not belong to them. They only have usage rights. Black Sail certainly won't sell the land it owns, only selling usage rights, and then extracting a portion of the profit from the total value of magic potion materials obtained by these forces. Yet, in actual execution, there are many subtleties. Because the Wood Elf plane is vast, the planned plantation size actually doesn't have very strict boundaries, and forces like the Giant Rock Commerce Association often plant a bit more. For instance, they originally bought usage rights for 1 piece of land, but in practice, planted on 2 pieces of land. The plane is so big that land is never fully utilized, and very few come to investigate these details. Black Sail is aware of this, but they don't care. Letting these people enjoy a bit more is nothing, since they don't charge by the price of 1 piece of land anyway. Plus, they originally take a percentage, so when these people plant more, their percentage grows too. Generally, unless someone actively breaks this tacit understanding, nobody will look into these, as everyone is happy profiting. But now there's a small issue. Black Sail always has someone stationed in the Wood Elf plane. Any member of Black Sail can take on various plane stationing tasks, with times ranging from months to decades, according to personal willingness. There has been a familiar wizard stationed on the piece of land held by the Giant Rock Commerce Association, dealing with daily affairs well. But now, the wizard is returning to the wizard plane to advance to a level 2 wizard, leading to a temporary vacancy, making it unclear who will be stationed there next. The Giant Rock Commerce Association is worried that if individuals from rival commerce associations are stationed, it may cause trouble for them. After all, the contract clearly delineates the land boundaries, and if someone deliberately finds fault, the Giant Rock Commerce Association would undoubtedly suffer. Then, much of that large piece of land will likely be repossessed. Black Sail typically wouldn't do this as they don't like offending people, but forces within Black Sail are also intricate and complex. The Giant Rock Commerce Association has operated for years and has quite a few enemies. Someone may seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Duke curiously asked, "So how much extra land did you actually plant?" Harrison thought for a moment and made a gesture of one. "Planted double the land." Duke rolled his eyes. It's no wonder the Giant Rock Commerce Association reached out to him and even invited him to dinner. The boldness of these commerce associations is incredible, planting 100 times more land, and the interests involved are tremendous. Black Sail must know about this situation, just not investigating. Most likely it's similar in other places. Are you overthinking this? This is sort of a tacit rule anyhow. If anyone tries to mess with you, can't you counteract? I don't believe others' records are clean, Duke said. He thought since everyone does it this way, nobody is clean and nobody talks about it. Sparking disputes helps nobody. Harrison sighed. That's indeed the case. It's been going like this for years. But just now, we've had a bit of turmoil within the Commerce Association, financial issues. If someone takes action at this moment and Black Sail investigates, we can't pay compensation, and those lands will likely fall into others' hands. By the time our funding turns around, we won't be able to reclaim those lands. Duke realized it's essentially a land dispute among the commerce associations. Once they lose the usage rights to those lands, even if the Giant Rock Commerce Association wants to retaliate and trouble the opponent will likely be prepared, and it won't be easy to find faults. Regardless of the outcome, the Giant Rock Commerce Association will have already lost those lands, a consequence they can't afford. So you want me to go station at the Wood Elf Plain? Duke said. Harrison nodded. Exactly, as long as you take the stationing task there, we can arrange for you to be on our land through our channels. What's the duration? How long do I need to station? About within a year, shouldn't exceed a year, and during this year. You don't need to do anything, all affairs can be managed by us, Harrison said. Duke thought, I can't let them handle everything, must oversee matters to avoid being duped. He never trusted the character of these commerce associations, interest always top priority, forget discussing emotions with them. No matter how great the relationship seems, they might stab you in the back in a heartbeat due to interests, a common scenario. What's the compensation? Duke asked, knowing his work doesn't come cheap. 50,000 level 1 magic stones. Harrison stated. 100,000. 80,000 can't do more. 100,000 and it needs to be paid in level 2 magic stones. Duke continued, knowing that discussing compensation requires avoiding emotional considerations, or you'd hurt your wallet. Level 2 magic stone is equivalent to 100. Level 1 magic stones. 1 million level 1 magic stones equals 10,000 level 2 magic stones. This is just the typical calculation. In practice, the value of 10,000 level 2 magic stones exceeds that of 1 million level 1 magic stones. As one's power increases, the demand for things like energy crystal stones grows, as does the requirement for higher grades. Many times, things that level 2 magic stone can accomplish are impossible for level 1 magic stone, and cannot merely be supplemented by quantity. Take, for instance, the super energy cannon used in the Beastman plane, which requires level 2 magic stones as its energy source, and needs many of them. Converting these level 2 magic stones into level 1 magic stones is virtually a colossal amount. Such a massive quantity of level 1 magic stones cannot fill it up. Even if stuffed completely, it's not enough to start the super energy cannon. The higher the grade of energy crystal stones, the rarer they are. An exchange ratio of 1 to 100 is just theoretical, whereas in real life it's often between 1 to 100 and 1 to 110. In general, energy crystal stones in the low planes are mostly level 1, with only a tiny amount. Reaching level 2, quarry veins of level 2 and even level 3 energy crystal stones are more abundant in the middle planes, which is determined by the different plane tiers. This is also the reason Black Sail is willing to take risks to let the Beastman plane elevate to a middle plane. The disparity between the middle and low plane is too vast, and the resources that can be produced are entirely of a different magnitude. As for the high plane and top plane, those are beyond what the current wizard plane can even contemplate. Harrison was taken aback by Duke's words, and then revealed a look of difficulty. This. The Commerce Association isn't easy either. I fear it's difficult to come up with so many level 2 magic stones. Duke shook his head. A year of garrison is a long time for me. Without 10,000 level 2 magic stones, I won't go. The task was not simple for him, as it required a year's time, and without enough incentive, it's impossible for him to undertake it. Harrison hesitated for a long time, finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then 10,000 level 2 magic stones." With these 10,000 level 2 magic stones, Duke agreed to this cooperation. Earning 10,000 level 2 magic stones in a year was pretty good. He could also continue training, refining magic potions, etc. On the Wood Elf Plane, Black Sail provides good treatment to those guarding the other planes, except for certain planes with particularly harsh conditions. The wizard who previously cooperated with the Giant Rock Commerce Association was named Gordon, and he was slowly cultivating, using the resources and environment of the Wood Elf Plane until he advanced to level 2 wizard. Duke was not worried about life afterwards, as the environment in the Wood Elf Plane was also suitable for wizard training, considered a good plane. He heard that many planes have air containing toxins, and even a wizard needs to use magic potions periodically to eliminate the toxins. Otherwise, hidden dangers would remain. Ordinary people would drop dead instantly if they went to such planes. The difficulty of garrisoning such planes is very high, but many wizards are still willing to go, just for the considerable task rewards. Additionally, some wizards have conducted special research to adapt well to such environments, so the otherwise harsh environments might turn out to be good for them. After Duke agreed with Harrison, the two then went to the Giant Rock Commerce Association in Harbor City. The Giant Rock Commerce Association also has a building here which doesn't sell any goods, but is a place for handling affairs. Many people come and go, all appearing busy. After waiting for a while, Duke received 10,000 level 2 magic stones. He was aware he would be shorted, despite Harrison's bitter expression, seemingly finding it extremely difficult. The truth was, for the Giant Rock Commerce Association, these are just small transactions, and Harrison's performance was merely to lower costs. Duke felt his experience was still insufficient. He should have demanded more, perhaps directly asking for a few 100,000. He believed even if he demanded 200 to 300,000, Harrison would ultimately agree. $1 million is definitely not their limit. Initially, they wanted to dismiss me with 50,000. Too bad I didn't ask for more. Duke sighed internally, feeling still too young. Harrison glanced at Duke's expression and said, "Don't overthink it, we really can't give any more." Duke rolled his eyes, ignoring him. "Rest assured, once you're there, our people will also assist you. There will be plenty of magic potion materials. You can comfortably conduct potion research without disturbances," Harrison said. After returning to Black Sail, Duke took on the task of guarding the Wood Elf Plane. As soon as he accepted it, everything was arranged promptly, moving swiftly. It was Duke's first time seeing such high efficiency from Black Sail. Apparently, the Giant Rock Commerce Association was also eager, having arranged everything within Black Sail long ago, just waiting for Duke to agree to guard. He felt that if he disagreed, the Giant Rock Commerce Association would arrange for someone else to undertake this task. Duke could now set off at any time to the Wood Elf Plane, but he wasn't in a rush, as he still had some things to arrange. He first sent a message to Vivian, informing her of this matter, as communication with Wizard's Mark would be impossible once there. The Wizard Mark Tower had already been installed internally on the Wood Elf Plane, but it can only communicate within the same plane, not inter-plane. Vivian was still intensively training, steadily advancing towards becoming an official wizard. After chatting with Vivian for a while, Duke also arranged with Harrison to send 50,000 level 1 magic stones over, which should suffice for Vivian to train to an official wizard. Although Vivian said she didn't need it, there's never too much of resource. Having received so much from Vivian in the past, it was now reciprocation in kind. Afterwards, Duke also arranged matters on the deserted island, assigning Shari to study on Academy Island, though not residing there regularly, instead living on the deserted island. With him as her official wizard backing, Shari shouldn't be facing any bullying, with Harrison also watching over. Harrison was in the magic potion shop on Academy Island, so he could help if needed. As for Nina, she continued to study spirit wind breathing technique, striving to soon reach the Great Night Realm. As for Yala, Duke decided to take her along to the Wood Elf Plane. The reason for taking Yala was simple. Yala was from the wood elf plane and familiar with it, making things much easier for Duke. Moreover, spending a year there, having a woman around would prevent loneliness. Yala was quite pleased to return to the wood elf plane, originally thinking she'd never have another chance, but didn't expect an opportunity to come so soon. She even specially requested to go to Harbor City to buy lots of clothes and some things to enhance joy, all intended to please Duke. Black Sail Elizabeth. Black Sail has controlled the wood elf plane for decades and has already established a stable space transmission array. Duke doesn't need to take a space airship over, he can reach directly through the teleportation array. The cost of this cross-plane teleportation is generally not low, but since Duke is on office errands, he naturally doesn't need to pay. Unless he has some personal need to go to a specific plane, then using the teleportation array would require a fee. The Elizabeth, as Morgan's vessel, is also the most important place of the entire Black Sail. All under Black Sail plane teleportation arrays are here, and the teleportation array to the Beastman plane is also under construction, expected to be successfully set up soon. Duke brought Yala to the teleportation array of the wood elf plane. In Black Sail's view, Yala is Duke's personal property, so she can transit through the teleportation array together. This teleportation array is carved from some kind of white stone, rather than drawn like usual ones. A carved teleportation array is more stable, and the space channel it forms is more reliable. Once Duke and his companion stepped into the teleportation array, a wizard on the side activated it, and with a ripple of space, they both disappeared. This teleportation seemed to have lasted a long time, yet also felt as if it was just a moment. Duke felt no discomfort. His current physique and spiritual power are strong enough now, unlike before when teleportation would make him dizzy. After the teleportation, they appeared in a place resembling a temple, a room entirely constructed of stone. Under Duke's feet was also a teleportation array carved from white stone. In a brief moment, they had crossed a vast distance within the endless plane. Beside the teleportation array stood two wizards. Judging from their aura, they were both level 1 crystallized wizards. Duke, a thin wizard holding a parchment, was looking at it, preparing to verify identity. Duke then took out the Black Sail badge, and after verifying his identity, he was permitted to exit. After stepping out, his most immediate impression was that the air here was very fresh, with a feeling that penetrated the heart and spleen when breathed in. This wasn't just his imagination, it's because the environment of the wood elf plane is indeed like this. The climate conditions here are excellent, making it very suitable for the growth of various plants. Moreover, the wood elf race naturally improves the soil environment, beneficial to the environment, gradually turning it better and better over time. After Black Sail took over this place, they didn't destroy the natural environment. Instead, they protected it well, turning it into a vast magic potion materials cultivation base. Once Duke emerged, he saw mountains stretching afar, surrounded by vast herb fields planted with a variety of magic potion materials. He arrived on the Moonlight Continent, one of the 5 continents of the Wood Elf Plain, where the land of the Giant Rock Commerce Association is located. Yala looked around at the environment, her expression somewhat sad, unconsciously holding Duke's arm. As if only this brought her some sense of security. The Moonlight Continent is not Yala's homeland. She used to be on the Morando Continent, which is also the area where the Wood Elf royalty resides. As soon as Duke emerged, a chubby wizard greeted with a flattering expression. He was so fat that his belly was round, making it hard not to wonder if he would simply roll away if he fell. "Mr. Duke, my name is Matthew. I'm the manager of the Giant Rock Commerce Association here. All future work will be handled through me, and you can come to me with any issue. This is my wizard's mark. You can jot it down and contact me anytime." Matthew behaved very humbly, with a low stance as if afraid of displeasing Duke. Duke understood why, for though he accepted a garrison mission, he could abandon the mission at any time and return to the wizard plane. The contribution rate for this mission is 5,000 points, which is quite good for a garrison mission. In more harsh plane conditions, garrison missions would be much higher. Duke and Matthew then exchanged wizards' marks to stay in contact within the Wood Elf plane. "Please follow me. I'll take you to your accommodations." Matthew wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, leading the way in front. Even walking seemed a bit strenuous for him, as if this small amount of exercise was already too much. Matthew led Duke through one medicinal garden after another, arriving in a forest where there was a 3-story villa, seemingly newly constructed, the wood used still looking fresh, with some places even having green leaves extending. This place was hurriedly prepared for you. Inside are well-equipped magic potion and magic laboratories. If you have any other needs, just let me know. Matthew introduced. In fact, Black Sail had prepared accommodation for Duke, not at this spot, and naturally not as fine as this villa. The Giant Rock Commerce Association still had some small rights here. Arranging these matters was no problem for them. It was clear the Giant Rock Commerce Association was very attentive, afraid of not hosting properly. Oh right, there are also quite a few wood elf slaves here, a few with decent looks. I'll have them sent over. Matthew said. Duke originally intended to refuse, but after glancing at Yala, he consented. Having more people around could also keep Yala company, and upon leaving, he could casually take a few wood elf slave creatures. Where is your magic potion factory? Duke casually asked. Matthew hurriedly replied, it's just 5 kilometers away. If you're interested, you can go and see. Duke nodded, saying, I'll likely go there to practice later. No problem. We'll pay you based on the quantities of magic potions completed. Matthew bowed in response. With a magic potion factory, things became more convenient. Generally, it constituted a very mature magic potion production chain. Materials and such were all well prepared, leaving him to focus only on refining. Duke also planned on utilizing this opportunity to grind his proficiency in various magic potions, accumulating more free attribute points, raising his spiritual power to 100 points soon, and gradually accomplishing the advancement to liquidation wizard. He glanced around. A small creek flowed quietly within this forest, beside which the wooden house stood, and at a distant reach was the endless expanse of the medicinal garden, creating an overwhelming sense of tranquility and serenity. Seems not bad, Duke thought to himself, finding the environment better than he anticipated. Very suitable for someone like him needing to focus on growth. There was no need to worry about enemy threats here, possibly making the environment safer than inside the Black Sail to some extent. The rebellious force of the Wood Elf Plane was purged decades ago, and all Wood Elves born afterward became slave creatures, unable to organize effective rebellion. Duke then entered the 3-story wooden house, which was quite spacious inside, equipped with a spatial witch array. Just the living room with a fireplace was over 100 square meters. From the outside, the wooden house seemed relatively small, but upon entering, its vastness was astonishing. Matthew walked ahead and introduced various areas to Duke, including the magic potion laboratory, and even a dedicated meditation room. The meditation room was equipped with a witch array that gathered energy particles, making it more suitable for meditation practice. The Giant Rock Commerce Association had thoroughly considered Duke's needs, almost covering every aspect. Matthew kept emphasizing that Duke should let him know if anything was missing. The Giant Rock Commerce Association was so proactive because they were genuinely afraid Duke might leave, so they provided the best conditions possible for him. Let's take a look at your medicinal garden, Duke said, after familiarizing himself with the house. Matthew led the way and brought Duke to the vast expanse of the medicinal garden ahead. This area is planted with moonlight grass. The environment of the Wood Elf Plane is very suitable for its growth, making its quality and effect much better than usual, Matthew said, pointing to the garden beside them. Duke looked over, seeing a large patch of moonlight grass growing there. This is a level 1 magic potion material whose green leaves emit a faint glow at night, and it needs to be harvested at night. If harvested during the day, the moonlight grass would wither at lightning speed after being picked, but at night it retains its activity, which is quite a peculiar characteristic. Moving forward, they encountered a herb with leaves bearing droplets of blood, called dragon blood grass, which is also a level 1 magic potion material. Duke surveyed the medicinal garden, stretching far beyond sight, filled with level 1 magic potion materials. A garden of this vast scale holds considerable value when all these magic potion materials are added up. No wonder the Giant Rock Commerce Association takes it so seriously. However, the part Duke saw was just a fraction. This was just the surface representing the medicinal garden area the Giant Rock Commerce Association likely owned. In the distant mountains, there were more vast medicinal gardens that the Giant Rock Commerce Association had cultivated themselves. Duke went to take a look, standing on yellow sand and flying in the air, memorizing the positions and areas of these places. He wasn't planning to make a big deal out of this, he just needed to know it well enough in his mind. No wonder Black Sail hasn't pursued these forces of the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Those medicinal gardens developed in the mountains ultimately belonged to Black Sail anyway, without them having to make the effort to develop it themselves. Perhaps Black Sail is just waiting for an opportunity. Once they have a conflict with these forces someday, they can reasonably take back this land and even make the Giant Rock Commerce Association compensate them. Duke also saw many wood elves working in these medicinal gardens, looking somewhat weary. The daily workload must be quite high. The people of the Giant Rock Commerce Association themselves do not work. All cultivation, growth, and harvesting in the medicinal garden are managed by the wood elves. The role of the Giant Rock Commerce Association people is to oversee the overall status of the medicinal garden, ensuring that the herbs grow and are harvested properly, then record the data after harvesting and hand it over to Black Sail's people, which is Duke. Black Sail would take a certain percentage of the yield based on these figures. Throughout this process, the Giant Rock Commerce Association shouldn't even think about secretly hiding some magic potion materials without reporting them. They cannot reduce Black Sail's share through such means, because the teleportation array leaving here is under Black Sail's control. Every member of the Giant Rock Commerce Association is strictly checked when leaving, and another check occurs when they reach the Elizabeth. If the Giant Rock Commerce Association were to go too far and hide too much, they would definitely be questioned. As for the matter of hiring someone to help with smuggling, Duke is unsure if it had occurred previously, but he certainly wouldn't do it. Perhaps Gordon, who was stationed here before, might have helped the Giant Rock Commerce Association smuggle, but that was Gordon's own affair, and Duke wouldn't address or engage in it. The Giant Rock Commerce Association never mentioned such matters either. Even if they were indeed happening, they wouldn't approach Duke, as trust wasn't strong enough. Let's take a look at the magic potion factory, Duke said after understanding the distribution of the medicinal garden layouts. Matthew nodded, then took Duke over several mountain peaks and into a valley. The valley was quite spacious, but now filled with buildings, and the air was filled with a medicinal scent. This was the magic potion factory of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, where large amounts of magic potion materials were processed, prepared, packed daily. Some materials were refined into magic potions here, while others were processed and stored, then regularly transported away, sent to the wizard plane or other planes. Apart from the wizard plane, many other planes also needed these magic potion materials. The trail of wizards had already spread to many parts of the endless plane, with many wizards even being born in those other planes. Rich wizard civilizations had been established in other planes. The magic potion materials from the wood elf plane were of particularly high quality, thus highly sought after, with many planes ordering potions or potion materials from here. About 30,000 people were in the magic potion factory. Most were wood elves doing miscellaneous work, while only over 1,000 were wizards, most of whom were responsible for refining magic potions. Almost all the products here were level 1 and above. Magic potions, secondary potions weren't profitable enough and held little value for the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Duke held a thick booklet in his hand, detailing the specific situation of various magic potions currently refined by the magic potion factory, with detailed data, including what magic potions were produced each day, their quantities, how much material was used, etc. He glanced at it, feeling that he could learn many potion refining methods while he was here. During the learning process, he could use the magic potion materials here for free, even if he wasted a few portions. Matthew wouldn't complain, as these potion materials were insignificant to them. After Duke gathered information about the magic potion factory, Matthew led him to another medicinal garden. This medicinal garden was not owned by the Giant Rock Commerce Association, but belonged to Black Sail. Black Sail's medicinal garden was even larger, significantly surpassing the area of the Giant Rock Commerce Association's medicinal garden, and that was considering the Giant Rock Commerce Association's own cultivated garden areas. Most of the land in the Wood Elf Plain was still under Black Sail's control, as they had only leased a small portion for others to cultivate. For Duke, the focus of this station mission is indeed the monitoring of Black Sail's section of the medicinal garden. Black Sail's medicinal garden is usually tended to and managed by a group of wood elves, similar to the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Duke needs to periodically check whether the amount of magic potion materials handed over by the wood elves is consistent with requirements, ensuring that the planting and harvesting tasks are complete. On time and in quantity. The Black Sail has very high demands on the medicinal garden. These wood elves must carefully plant and maintain the garden to ensure its yield is not affected. If the yield decreases even slightly in any given year, these wood elves will at least suffer some punishment and torture. Should the wizard stationed here be in a bad mood, it's not uncommon for him to kill them all offhandedly. Thus, every time the stationed wizard is replaced here, it's the most nerve-wracking time for the wood elves. They don't know what kind of temperament the incoming wizard will have. After Duke arrived at the Black Sail's medicinal garden, he met a level 2 wizard named Deke. Deke has been stationed at the wood elf plane for many years, primarily to maintain stability here. He sits in charge of supervising the operation and transportation of magic potion materials. Although he is a level 2 wizard, he doesn't put on airs but rather says, "How do you find the wood elf plane? The environment here isn't bad, right? Later, I'll call old Rick over. You can just ask him about the garden situation in the future. He is the elder of the wood elves here." Deke took Duke along all the way to a manor beside the medicinal garden. Only the wizards of Black Sail live. Normally, Duke would also live here, but since the Giant Rock Commerce Association specifically prepared a residence for him, he doesn't have to stay here. These are minor issues with no mandatory requirements. Deke seems to enjoy his time here, brewing a pot of red tea with some freshly roasted coffee beans added for Duke. He then took Duke around the manor, introducing him to the general work content here. Duke's job is quite simple: checking the quantity and quality of the magic potion materials handed in by the wood elves. Every 3 months, other than that, he has no specific tasks and mostly arranges his own schedule. He then also met the wood elf elder named Rick, an old elf seemingly on the brink of death. Upon seeing Duke, Rick immediately knelt down and said, "The situation in the medicinal garden is still good this year, and we should be able to complete the task on time." Duke nodded without revealing any emotion, silently flipping through a booklet Rick provided, which contained records of the medicinal garden for the past several years. While Duke was flipping through it, Rick dared not even breathe heavily, clutching his cane tightly, as if awaiting Duke's verdict. Duke heard that in the past, when the garden fell short, the wood elves would risk their lives collecting herbs deep in the mountains to make up the deficit, so as not to be punished. The surrounding mountains are perilous, filled with various demons. These wood elves, laboring in the garden for years, possess no combat skills, and entering the mountains to gather herbs is a life-and-death venture, resulting in significant casualties. However, completing the task on time and in full also safeguarded the majority of the tribe's lives. "Understood. In a month, I expect to see enough magic potion materials," Duke said nonchalantly. In a month's time is the reception period, when some potion materials will mature in the garden, and the wood elves will be responsible for picking and storing them in the warehouse. Old Rick, stooped, said, "Rest assured, my lord, we will complete the task. This is a gift from our wood elves, hoping you will like it." As he spoke, he took out a carefully wrapped object from his simple linen clothing, unwrapping layer after layer to reveal a golden yellow plant root. Duke's eyes lit up at the sight of this. He roughly guessed what it was but didn't dare to confirm, so he smelled it. "So it's phoenix root. They actually have this." Upon detecting the faint sulfur scent, Duke confirmed it was indeed a level 2 magic potion material, phoenix root. Phoenix root is an extremely rare magic potion material, even among level 2 materials. On the market, phoenix root is sold by the gram, with 1 gram priced at 1,000 level 1 magic stones. This piece of phoenix root weighs at least 100 grams, equivalent to 10,000 level 1 magic stones. Duke got 10,000 level 1 magic stones just by coming here without doing anything. More importantly, this item is typically unavailable in magic potion shops and often appears only at auctions, where it fetches a higher price. "A very nice gift, I'll accept it." Duke placed the phoenix root into his space ring. Seeing Duke accept the gift, old Rick felt a bit more at ease, saying with a smile, "As long as my lord likes it." This phoenix root wasn't easily obtained. The wood elves gathered it at great cost to many lives from the depths of the mountains. The majority of it was already offered to previous wizards, this small piece was their last stock. Then Duke asked Rick to lead the way to the nearby medicinal garden, as he needed to understand the situation here. Yala followed alongside, and Rick, only slightly startled when he first saw Yala, thereafter dared not look her way again. Rick kept feeling uneasy for glancing that one time, worried Duke might twist his neck out of displeasure. In truth, Rick wasn't afraid of death, but rather the bizarre and unpredictable wizardry, bringing fear far exceeding death itself. Yala observed Rick's state and listened to the conversation. Without even looking, she understood the living conditions of the wood elves here. But she could do nothing, nor change anything. This is the misery of the defeated. The wood elves' only consolation is their value, which spared them from being slaughtered. The three of them strolled in the vast medicinal garden, amidst the fields of herbs, inhaling the fresh breeze and savoring the caress of the wind. None of this, of course, involved the laboring wood elves. Nearly every one of them was utterly exhausted, with only 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day, sometimes going days without rest during busy periods. Since many magic potions, like moonlight grass, need either to be picked at night or to be watered and nourished at night. This means sunset doesn't mark the end of a day's work for them, but the beginning of another round of tasks. Over the years, numerous wood elves have literally worked themselves to death from exhaustion, yet the wizards remain indifferent, viewing these slave beings merely as consumables. Duke glanced at Yala and said, "You seem a bit different from these wood elves. Care to tell me how?" Duke always felt that Yala was different from other wood elves, and this feeling became even more obvious after coming here. The wood elves on the deserted island also took Yala as their leader, evidently for some reason. In response to Duke's question, Yala said without any concealment, "I have some royal blood of the wood elves in me." This wasn't really a secret, and Duke could roughly guess it. Wood elves with royal blood generally have better talents and are more outstanding in appearance. Nowadays, there are almost no pure-blood royal wood elves born. Only some of the former royal wood elves still survive, and they are kept like livestock. Yala belongs to a royal bloodline that has fallen outside, and she isn't pure-blooded, probably separated by several generations. Duke also learned from Yala that a large number of wood elves still live in the wood elf plane, and only those of better quality are sold off. Other wood elves with average aptitude and looks remain in the wood elf plane, doing some tasks day after day, working until they die. This is the life of most wood elves today. Being sold to other planes is actually a good thing for them. Although being sold means being a slave creature, and the future may not be bright, at least it's not the despair of seeing no end. Resistance is impossible. The power of wizards far exceeds theirs, and the existence of the wizard's mark also cuts off their chances of resistance. Yala was chosen out from a young age due to her outstanding aptitude and was trained along with a group of equally talented wood elves, receiving various educations. She can speak the common language of wizards fluently and knows several common languages of different planes. She can also dance and sing. Her lithe figure was developed through long-term dance exercises, extremely flexible and slender. Yala often dances for Duke to relieve his boredom. But before finishing a dance, Duke would already have stretched out his magical hand. White Mist Forest level up, Spirit plus 0.1 White Mist Forest. LV3, 1/100. In the past few days, Duke regularly visited the magic potion factory, specifically finding the production line for the White Mist Forest potion. And taking advantage of the convenience of the production line here, he began to grind proficiency. Refining potions here was even more convenient than in his own lab. Not only were all materials properly prepared, there were even people specifically responsible for the preparation of some solutions. Duke needed to do almost only the last few steps, feeling like he was essentially an assembly worker. But the final assembly work required a certain amount of magic power and knowledge of magic potions for precise operations. With these conditions, he could quickly complete the refining of the White Mist Forest potion, and it wouldn't take long before he could max out the level of this potion. About 5 days later, it was the time of sunset in the wood elf plane. Most of the other wizards in the same lab had already stopped their work and started chatting. These wizards were all from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, stationed here long-term to handle various magic potion refinings. While they began chatting, Duke still did not stop his work and continued to refine the White Mist Forest potion. "Duke, take a break. There's no mission requirement for you. No need to be so diligent. said a wizard named Neen with a smile. Neen and the others had monthly task indicators, needing to complete a certain amount of potion refining to get paid by the Giant Rock Commerce Association. But Duke didn't have such task requirements. He earned money per batch completed, and the remuneration was not actually much. Neen and the others could receive a large bonus after completing their monthly tasks, which Duke didn't have. So others couldn't understand Duke's behavior, seeing no need to work so hard for such a small reward. Duke was the most diligent among these wizards, almost never resting once he arrived at the magic potion factory every day. The others would slack off now and then, just needing to complete their monthly tasks, and generally would not refine extra potions. But Duke was different, feverishly refining potions since he arrived here. So much so that the amount he refined would soon exceed the others. "I'll be busy for a while longer," Duke replied, then bowed his head to continue refining potions. To others, such behavior indeed seemed meaningless, but for Duke, visible progress in proficiency was his greatest motivation. A few minutes later, Duke held another vial of white solution. Another white mist forest potion was successfully refined. With the success of this potion, some information also appeared on the skill tree. White Mist Forest level up. Spirit plus 0.1, free attribute points plus 1 White Mist Forest. LV9, trait, automatic meditation, automatic meditation. After consuming the White Mist Forest potion, during the duration of the potion's effect, automatic meditation can be achieved after maxing out the White Mist Forest potion. Only 1 free attribute point was provided. Previously, the Light Divine Breathing technique provided 2 points, which only shows that what the Goddess of Light bestowed was indeed extraordinary. Duke's attention quickly shifted to the newly appeared trait. Merely the trait's description made his eyes light up. After thoroughly understanding the information provided by the skill tree, he found that so-called automatic meditation meant that he wouldn't need to actively enter a meditation state to receive the same effects. In other words, in the future, Duke only needs to drink the White Mist Forest potion, and the proficiency of the meditation technique will automatically increase until the potion's effect time ends. The usual duration of the White Mist Forest potion's effect can last for 6 hours, which was also the 6 hours Duke had to spend every day. With this new trait of automatic meditation, Duke can save 6 hours each day to do other things. This is crucial for Duke since he lacked time the most. Having the skill tree with him, every minute and second of investment is valuable and can be transformed into tangible improvements. From now on, Duke can use these 6 hours a day for practicing spells or refining potions and other work. This amounts to gaining 6 additional hours each day, accumulating into a considerable amount over time. Moreover, this trait can also increase Duke's progress in grinding the meditation technique. Previously, only 6 hours were allocated each day for meditation, combined with the high experience required for the meditation technique, progress was relatively slow. Now Duke can continuously use potions, drinking 1 White Mist Forest potion every 6 hours, keeping the potion's effect ongoing, allowing the meditation technique's proficiency to keep increasing. However, the expenditure on potions will rise considerably, but these investments are worth it. After Duke mastered the White Mist Forest potion, he naturally no longer needed to stay in this laboratory. He is much freer than other wizards. Although he doesn't receive monthly bonuses, he can freely choose any potion to refine. Duke plans to refine the Echoing Whisper potion afterward, a potion that can temporarily increase one's spiritual power. The Echoing Whisper potion is also in great demand and is quite popular among wizards. Generally, a single Echoing Whisper potion can boost spiritual power by over 10 points, although the specific value depends on the user's current spiritual power. With a single Echoing Whisper potion, Duke can enhance his spiritual power by roughly 12 points, lasting 8 to 10 hours. Wizards researching spells, refining potions, or conducting experiments often need a temporary boost in spiritual power to better complete those tasks. The Echoing Whisper potion is a potion with relatively low side effects, greatly favored by many wizards, who often purchase it for future use. If only used occasionally, it has almost no side effects. However, frequent use of the Echoing Whisper potion can cause fluctuating spiritual power. This negative impact doesn't last long. Simply stop consuming the potion for a while, and recovery will slowly occur. Early the next morning, Duke arrived at the magic potion factory, while the valley was still shrouded in white mist. The mountain winds brought a hint of coolness. He went directly to the echoing whisper potion laboratory, where wood elves were already working. They were processing materials for the echoing whisper potion, handling and packaging them for designated spots for wizards to use during potion refining. Duke casually took 2 sets of materials for the echoing whisper potion and started practicing on an experimental table. He was already familiar with the refining process of the echoing whisper potion, having it clearly in mind, now just needing to follow the steps. Duke first picked up the process concentration grass leaves, with their edges carrying natural silver threads. A gentle wave of magic power surged in his palm as the leaves quickly dehydrated and curled at his fingertips, eventually transforming into a fine, shimmering silvery green powder. The powder fell into a preheated crystal mortar, producing a very slight rustling sound. Next was the moonlight moss, which Duke precisely placed into a small secret silver cauldron. As ghostly blue flames licked the bottom of the cauldron, his magic power accurately controlled the temperature, causing the moss to slowly melt at low heat, exuding a sticky liquid that emitted a cool, moonlit glow. The entire refining process went incredibly smoothly. Duke successfully created an echoing whisper potion without wasting a single material. He held a vial of pale blue potion in his hand, with blue mist swirling inside the sealed tube. The mist spiraled upwards within the tube, continuously rotating, creating a wondrous scene. Echoing whisper potion. LV1 1/30. Once Duke completed this potion, more people arrived in the laboratory, and many wizards had begun their daily work. Duke didn't pay them any mind, as he didn't recognize any, and this wasn't the same laboratory as the previous one he was familiar with. Life in the Wood Elf Plain was indeed very peaceful, and 20 days passed quickly. Echoing Whisper Potion level increased, Spirit +1 free attribute points +1 Echoing Whisper Potion. LV9 feature, Amplification Enhancement, Amplification Enhancement. Your refined Echoing Whisper Potion brings greater spiritual power amplification effects. After mastering the Echoing Whisper Potion, Duke didn't rush to focus on the next potion since he had some serious matters to attend to. It had been a month since arriving at the Wood Elf Plain, coinciding with the time the Wood Elves needed to submit their magic potion materials. Duke went to the Black Sails Garden, where old Rick quickly came over with a space ring and a parchment. The space ring contained the harvested magic potion materials, while the parchment recorded a list involving dozens of potion materials. Duke took the space ring and parchment, and his spiritual power quickly scanned the space ring, knowing exactly which materials and quantities were inside. He then matched each item with the parchment, indicating the task was completed. Duke nodded and said, "Not bad." Old Rick breathed a sigh of relief, a bit surprised that Duke didn't trouble him. Generally, wizards would claim the submitted materials were insufficient and needed more. Old Rick, of course, knew the materials he provided were enough, but if the wizard said otherwise, then they simply weren't enough. They knew why wizards said this, just to extract some materials for themselves. Old Rick would always prepare an extra set of potion materials in advance, specifically for wizards inspecting the deliveries. "Lord Duke, this is a gift for you. Just a small token from us." Old Rick produced another space ring he had prepared ahead of time, offering it with flattery. Duke was a bit surprised but took the ring and gave it a glance. The ring space wasn't large, only a few cubic meters, but it was filled with various level 1 magic potion materials, totaling tens of thousands of level 1 magic stones in value. Duke accepted it without showing any signs, nodding without saying much, recognizing it as an established practice. Unsure of Duke's habits, old Rick dared not slacken and thus prepared such a gift. After accepting the token, Duke continued with his tasks without speaking further to old Rick. Old Rick watched Duke leave, feeling a bit uneasy, for it was the first time he completed the inspection process so easily. Despite offering such gifts, old Rick would usually still face some difficulties, just varying in degree. They viewed wizards as demons extracting every ounce from them, never resting until they were drained. This time, completing the inspection so smoothly made old Rick less anxious. Duke didn't care about these things, as he wasn't interested in extracting value from the Wood Elves, preferring to bolster his skill instead. Having received the delivered magic potion materials from old Rick, Duke's next step was registering them in the manor and signing some record documents with Deke. Afterward, Duke was to visit a nearby city called Firefly City, once a large city of the Wood Elf race. After the Black Sail colonized the Wood Elf plain, they retained many of the former major cities of the Wood Elves, converting them into slave cities. Essentially, they colonized the place. The Wood Elves still live in these cities and surrounding areas, the only difference being that they have transformed from free elves into slaves marked with the slave mark. Wizards tower above all here. They are the masters of everything, and the Wood Elves have no dignity to speak of, having to obey any orders or arrangements from the wizards. Duke needs to deliver the collected magic potion materials to Firefly City nearby, where there are many Black Sail medicinal gardens, and all the collected magic potion materials are centrally stored here. The magic potion materials here will be sent to various planes, not just the wizard plane, depending on the specifics of the orders. Duke traveled alone over the yellow sands to the outskirts of Firefly City, without bringing Yala, who also seems reluctant to see these cities that have become slave towns. Outside Firefly City, Duke descended to a low altitude, and upon presenting the Black Sail badge, was allowed entry into the city. Most of those active in the city are Wood Elves, coming and going within. Even though there are many Wood Elves here, the city lacks the hustle and bustle Duke experienced in cities he visited before. The entire city feels a bit lifeless. As far as Duke can see, hardly any Wood Elves bear expressions of joy or happiness. Almost every Wood Elf wears a face of bitterness, with a somber look, and conducts themselves with extreme caution. They appear to be very timid, constantly on guard as they walk, as if someone could suddenly leap out from the roadside to seize them. From the behavior of these Wood Elves, Duke can roughly surmise what kind of life they undergo on a daily basis. Some of these Wood Elves reside within Firefly City itself, while others live in surrounding tribes, like Elder Rick from one such tribe. Old Rick seldom goes out nowadays, but his clan members still frequently come to Firefly City to procure various supplies. The Wood Elf Plain is a typical example of a conquered realm, where the inhabitants appear to live as before, but in reality, everything has been utterly transformed. The Wood Elves also have differentiations in status, but they all share the same identity, that of a slave. On his journey, Duke also observes some Wood Elves whose attire is not tattered. Instead, they dress appropriately and cleanly. Most likely, they have wizards backing them, as Wood Elves working for wizards usually receive such treatment. Wood Elves inherently dislike wearing clothes, but those in the city still wear them to varying extents. They are not worn for warmth or aesthetic appeal, but for personal protection. Despite the attractive Wood Elves having been largely taken away, occasionally, events occur where a wizard spots a particular Wood Elf on the streets and directly takes them away. The fate of those Wood Elves who are taken varies. The unlucky ones become corpses on the streets a day or two later. The luckier ones become servants at the side of some wizard lord, no longer worrying about hunger and free from doing excessive work, only needing to be utilized as directed. But such fortunate individuals are rare, as most wizards only indulge such desires temporarily. As Duke walks through the streets, the Wood Elves around him deliberately steer away. Many of them choose to detour upon seeing him from afar. They prefer to take longer routes rather than encountering Duke. In a wizard's robe, Duke stands out distinctively in this city of Wood Elves. He pays no mind to the fearful, reverent, or hopeful gazes of the Wood Elves around him and proceeds straight to the city lords mansion at the center of Firefly City. It has now become an office for the Black Sail, with many wizards busily working inside, stacks of parchment papers placed on tables, and quill pens floating in mid-air, scribbling automatically. There are quite a few wizard apprentices here as well, performing miscellaneous tasks mainly involving clearing cargo orders and similar duties. Duke arrives at a designated counter, presents the documents given to him by Deke, and hands over the space ring. Behind the counter is a girl with freckles, at a first-class wizard apprentice level, expertly reviewing each document, writing something with a quill pen in familiar spots, then stamping them, an entire process as smooth as flowing water. Here you go. The quarterly inspection of Calanin Manor is complete, the girl says, handing over a parchment stamped multiple times. Calanin Manor is the name of the manor Duke is responsible for, and the space ring is returned to him. Of course, all the materials inside have been handed over, leaving nothing behind. This ring will eventually be returned to Old Rick, as they don't have that much money to purchase a space ring. The wizard of Calanin Manor, no matter how exploitative, wouldn't dare to keep the space ring. as it would complicate the collection and delivery of magic potion materials by wood elves in the future. Duke keeps the documents safely. These are critical proof to be handed over to Deke upon his return, marking the completion of his task. After completing this series of tasks, he will have another mission in 3 months. Duke doesn't stay long in Firefly City. Even though there are many places serving wizards there, he currently lacks interest. At Callinan Manor, Deke looks over the documents Duke hands over, then smiles and says, "Back so soon. Did you want to stay a bit longer? Firefly City has some good places, you know." "I've heard about some. I just want to focus more on my magic potion studies now." Duke smiles and replies. Deke chuckles and says, "Understood. I can see that you indeed enjoy being nestled in a laboratory. Still, you can't always be tense. Sometimes you need to relax. I'll take you out sometime." He naturally knows that Duke has spent most of his time buried in the magic potion factory of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, a typical research-loving wizard, at least in Deke's eyes. Deke likes such subordinates who are simple, pure-hearted, easy to manage, and unlikely to cause trouble, ensuring his tasks smoothly proceed during this period. Late at night, Duke is practicing magic in his wooden cottage, shooting a white beam from his fingertip, leaving a hole in the experimental dummy ahead. The skill tree displays some information not that ray of. Light has leveled up, but that earth spring finally reached max level. Spring level up, spirit plus 0.1. Free attribute points plus 1 earth spring. Level 9 trait, earth blessing, can rapidly recover magic power when in contact with the earth. When Duke usually refines magic potions, he continually relies on the earth spring spell to slowly recover magic power. Over time, this spell reached its maximum level. He sensed the new trait of earth blessing, and the recovery speed of magic power was incredibly fast. Now, unless Duke wastes a large amount of magic power, he almost never runs out of magic power, and no longer needs magic recovery potions to restore his magic power. The magic power recovery effect of the earth blessing trait is excellent, fully sufficient to support battles of general intensity. Unless he consumes a large amount of magic power at once, Duke can keep fighting continuously without worrying about running out of magic power. With this trait, Duke can increase his spell proficiency much faster. In the next month, Duke continued to focus on refining magic potions at the Magic Potion Factory during the day and worked on various spell proficiencies at night. His daily schedule was already packed, but since he no longer needed 6 hours of meditation each day, he occasionally had to sleep for a few hours. Duke no longer needed to use meditation to replace sleep. He could drink a white mist forest potion before bed and naturally meditate while sleeping. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique level up, Spirit plus 0.1 Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. Level 9, 1/5000. Ever since acquiring the automatic meditation trait, the meditation technique progressed faster and recently leveled up again. During this period, Duke also mastered 2 new level 1 potions, the Orchid Flower Potion and the Sun Resilience Potion. The Orchid Flower Potion is a magic power restoration potion far more effective than a basic magic recovery potion. Almost a comprehensive, enhanced version. Duke had already maxed out this potion and was currently working on the proficiency of the Sun Resilience Potion, a potion for injury recovery that can quickly heal body and spirit injuries. The Sun Resilience Potion contains powerful magic, and its effect is very gentle, providing a feeling of bathing in warm sunlight, greatly reducing pain. However, it is also a relatively difficult potion to refine, with a complex refining process, considered one of the more labor-intensive level 1 potions, slightly simpler than Blood of War. Duke had recently spent a lot of time on this potion, estimating that it would take a while to max it out. He didn't mind the time consumed by this potion. Refining potions was not only for the free attribute points after maxing out, but the related knowledge gained after the potion level increased was extremely important. Duke discovered that from complex potions, such as the Sun Resilience Potion, the breadth and depth of knowledge acquired after leveling up were better than other potions, allowing him to absorb more valuable knowledge. These might not seem particularly useful in the short term, but they are an immeasurable treasure once accumulated sufficiently. During this time, Duke also did one more thing. He used the energy from the coordinate earrings to record the coordinates of the Wood Elf plane. He was always worried that recording coordinates would attract the attention of the nightmare plane. Previously, when in the wizard plane, he dared not try this for fear of bringing disaster to the wizard plane. But now that he's in the wood elf plane, he can attempt the coordinate recording feature of the coordinate earrings. Even if the nightmare plane's attention is attracted, it won't directly affect the wizard plane. Wood elf plane is extremely far from the wizard plane, and those small teleportation arrays cannot transfer a large number of people at once. If something does happen, cutting off the teleportation array immediately can ensure the safety of the wizard plane. With a thought, Duke consumed the energy within the coordinate earrings, and an extra plane coordinate was added inside. Adding the previously obtained nightmare plane coordinate, there were now 2 plane coordinates inside, with storage capacity for many more. In the future, if Duke were in the wizard plane or another plane, he could activate the wood elf plane coordinate in the coordinate earrings to come here directly. Now, having control over the coordinate earrings, he also gained the ability to choose when to return, able to go back whenever he wanted without being led around by the earrings. Duke had completed the acceptance of this quarter's tasks, and old Rick's wood elves had still submitted the magic potion materials on time and in full. Of course, there was also a small token of appreciation for Duke. Deke smiled and said, "Duke, come with us to Firefly City for a bit. Don't stay cooped up in the laboratory all the time. Wizards live a long life, there's no rush. I've seen many wizards who shut themselves in alone every day, eventually leading to mental issues that affect their advancement later on." With Deke saying so, Duke couldn't refuse, as the other party was a level 2 wizard of Black Sail and also a member of the 3rd Legion. In Firefly City, there was a building that looked like a palace, resplendent and magnificently luxurious. Its name was Gala, which in the wood elf language means a place without worries. A place that doesn't exist in reality. Inside it was vast, with numerous recreational venues, including food, beauties, casinos, taverns, and much more. The servers here were all extremely beautiful wood elf maidens, and some, like Yala, possessed partial royal blood. Duke and his companions were in a large hall, very spacious, but with only a dozen tables set up, and at the end of the hall was a stage where over 20 scantily clad wood elves were dancing. On the round table before Duke and the others, a variety of exquisite foods and wines were arranged, and beside them were a few wood elf maidens serving them. Deke was enjoying the feeding of a wood elf maiden who was holding a snowflake-like slice of meat with her red lips, sending it into Deke's mouth. From his skillful reception of the slice, it seemed he frequented this place. While they were enjoying themselves, on a secluded street in Firefly City, an old wood elf woman sat paralyzed on the roadside, her attire tattered and filthy. She just sat there dumbly like a piece of dead wood. And even passing wood elves gave her no more than a glance. The appearance of old age in a wood elf indicated her age was considerable and that the time of her end was not far off. Vermeer stared blankly at the roadside, her eyes void of focus. No one knew she once held the honorable position of elf priestess among the wood elves. Vermeer was over 600 years old. She was once an extremely beautiful wood elf maiden and highly talented. If not for the sudden arrival of the wizards on this plane that changed everything, the current Vermeer should have possessed greater power and would not have aged so drastically. She could have ascended to greater heights. But the arrival of the wizards destroyed everything, and Vermeer became a slave creature marked with a slave mark. As an old, fading wood elf with significantly diminished strength, Vermeer had no value in the eyes of the wizards, so even if she sat by the roadside, no one would come to ask a single question. She was like someone waiting for death, sitting by the roadside, awaiting the moment of its arrival, only to be discovered at dawn and then cleared away with the rest of the garbage to maintain the city's cleanliness and tidiness. This was originally Vermeer's destined end, but she decided to do something before dying, to do something for the wood elf race. Even till now, she hadn't forgotten her identity as an elf priestess. The elf priestesses are the guides of the wood elf race, tasked with leading the wood elves towards a brighter future. Initially, due to the presence of the slave mark, these wood elves could not raise even the slightest thought of rebellion within their hearts. The slave mark prevented them from committing any acts of resistance, even just a thought. But a few years ago, during prayer, Vermeer accidentally communicated with a god from another plane. This god from the other plane was very interested in Vermeer, fascinated by the characteristics of the wood elf race and the wizards who conquered them. Therefore, this deity took some effort and devised numerous methods to liberate Verma from the controlling effects of the slave mark. Now, on the entire Wood Elf plane, Verma should be the only Wood Elf who is not under the control of the slave mark. Verma was very grateful to the god, becoming a devout follower. As for whether this devotion is truly heartfelt, that is uncertain. Perhaps the god merely used the slave mark to turn Verma into his own slave. In any case, Verma now follows all of this god's arrangements. She intends to save the Wood Elf race, for which she needs to hold a grand ritual so the god can descend part of his power onto the Wood Elf plane. In Verma's heart, the power of this god is endless. Even a mere fraction of his power descending upon the Wood Elf plane would be sufficient to sweep away the occupying wizards. For this, Verma is willing to sacrifice everything, sparing no cost to complete this grand ceremony. In this ceremony, not only does she need to sacrifice everything, but all of Firefly City's inhabitants will also be offered as sacrifices. Those guilty wizards will pay for their actions in this ceremony. Those sacrificed Wood Elves, their sacrifice is worthwhile. Everything is for the future of the Wood Elf race. Verma believes that if not for the existence of the slave mark, her people would certainly be willing to sacrifice themselves. For this grand ceremony, Verma had prepared for a long time, and today finally marked the last moment. The seemingly decayed and aged body of hers had, in fact, already been arranged with countless mysterious runes, all inscribed with the help of the god. Verma now had little energy left to stand up, only able to sit by the roadside. She arduously lifted her head, taking a final glance at the sky of the Wood Elf plane. This was her lifelong homeland. The sky here was still as beautiful as ever. As this hoarse voice was heard, mysterious runes appeared all over Verma. These runes were glowing faintly, simultaneously guiding the surrounding energy particles to pour into her body. Not only that, but the surrounding rule power was also being guided over, gradually forming a rule storm. A moment later, Verma was gone, replaced by a tiny black dot. This black dot continued to swell, growing into a massive black sphere with a 10-meter radius. The entire process was extremely fast, taking less than a second. Despite the swiftness, the wizards within the city sensed the anomaly here keenly, and a level 3 wizard rushed over immediately. He sensed the unusual fluctuation of rules. According to reason, there should not have been such intense rule fluctuations on the Wood Elf plane. Such rule fluctuations would generally require entities above level 4 to incite, yet the Wood Elf plane was merely a low plane, where the strongest existences were demigod level. When this level 3 wizard saw the black sphere, a tremendous sense of fear instantly welled up in his heart. It was a forewarning of death's arrival. He didn't have time to think. He turned and attempted to flee, intending to immediately cross space to leave this place. However, due to the mysterious power of the black sphere, even the space around it seemed to have solidified, making it impossible for one to leverage spatial power to leave temporarily. It was like a large stone blocking the path. Until the stone was moved, the road was impassable. 2 seconds later, the rest of the wizards within Firefly City also sensed a trace of anomaly. Though unaware of the exact issue, they detected the scent of danger through keen perception abilities. Duke also sensed this ominous feeling of impending danger. He did not hesitate, instantly summoning grains of yellow sand to gather around him. Deke and the other wizards' expressions also changed, and they rapidly employed various means. With a wave of his hand, an energy shield appeared around them, encircling everyone. At this moment, the distant black sphere exploded. The explosion made no sound, nor emitted any flames. Only a wave of energy named Death swept through the area. Everywhere this energy wave passed, all buildings and life forms would dissolve in an instant. Even the ground began to disappear. The entire Firefly City was being gradually devoured, leaving a gigantic pit in its place. The entire process lasted only a few seconds, and Firefly City was gone, aside from a massive crater several hundred meters deep. There were no signs of life. A few seconds earlier, the multi-layered defensive structures constructed by Deke and the other wizards crumbled layer upon layer, sustaining only a fraction of a second. Deke, ash-faced, gritted his teeth and quickly communicated with the others using his spiritual power. "I will open a spatial rift. Diving into it holds a slim chance of survival. Life or death rests on fate." He pulled out a black worm, only a few centimeters long. CH appeared and quickly gnawed a spatial rift into The space before everyone. No one knows where the other side of the space rift leads. Not even Deke can be sure of its destination. Could appear in any plane within the endless plane, might emerge in a void space, or even fall directly into a space current, where both his soul and body would be torn to pieces. The strongest wizards present were only level 2, and only those who reached at least the demigod level might survive in a space current. Only by becoming a level 4 life can one freely roam the endless plane and truly possess the power to survive in the void. But these individuals are still too weak. And entering the space rift is a gamble for them, relying purely on luck. As the place behind the space rift changes every moment, 1 second it might lead to the wizard plane, the next it could turn into fragments without even feeling pain. Thus, each of the dozen wizards present faces a potentially different fate, with some possibly lucky enough to survive. But they all understood that most of them would head towards death. Even the possibility that everyone might die loomed large. They had no choice, though, as the terrifying energy fluctuation was swiftly eroding the temporary energy shield. If they didn't leave promptly, they would be consumed by this energy in an instant. Even having a substitute item wouldn't help, as the ferocious energy storm wouldn't calm down in a short period. Even if they escaped the first strike with a substitute item, the energy storm would kill them once more right after. Unless someone could continuously resurrect, they would need to endure until the energy storm gradually calms. But clearly none of them had this ability, leaving them with no options. Deke was the first to charge into the space rift. He dashed in the moment it appeared, disappearing without a trace. No one knew what happened to him, nor where he had gone. And time was running out for the rest. Deke was the second to enter. He tightly wrapped himself in yellow sand, transforming into a ball of sand before rushing in. His reasoning was simple. There were 12 wizards present, but the space rift was only so large, allowing just one person to pass through at a time. Even if each wizard took only 0.1 seconds to pass, not everyone could get through before the energy storm hit. Deke didn't have the ability to survive the energy storm either, so he could only gamble on his luck. As long as he didn't enter a space current, even drifting in the void for some time offered a chance. With the coordinates earring in hand, as long as it gathered enough energy, he could return to the wood elf plane directly. Deke was immensely thankful for recording the wood elf plane's coordinates. Without them, he wouldn't know how to return. Like Deke, even if he survived, returning to the wizard plane would be extraordinarily difficult. The wizard plane's coordinates are highly confidential, known to only a small number of people. Deke's chances of returning from the vast endless plane was slim. He would likely spend his life in another plane. Unless he could steadily increase his power, he would only consider returning to the wizard plane after gaining a longer life. Deke ignored the others and soon found himself in a strange place after entering the space rift. The surrounding area wasn't filled with stars, but with bizarre colors, some of which he couldn't even describe, colors never seen before. These were all information his spiritual power detected. Upon appearing, he summoned layers of yellow sand to encase himself, forming a giant sandball that, from afar, looked like a hive. Deke's situation was not favorable and unknown. Force was continually eroding the yellow sand, protecting him. The encasing sand kept disappearing, slowly being devoured by this unknown force. Deke needed to find a way out quickly, but this space was too bizarre, with no discernible direction, no up or down, no left or right. His spiritual powers probe revealed the same scene everywhere, with nothing beyond the peculiar colors. At that moment, a vortex appeared in the space ahead, with a voice drawing Deke in, and a force emanating from the vortex guiding him toward it. Through his spiritual power, he understood the voice's message. "Great God of light, please bestow upon us the great child of light." The source of this voice seemed to be a female, as derived from the spiritual power's information. With no other options, Deke floated towards the vortex, desperately wanting to leave this strange place. The yellow sand around his body was diminishing. Deke continuously drew more sand from the yellow sand crystal for defense. Yet the magic metal-enhanced sand amounted to just over 100 tons, whereas ordinary sand couldn't provide any defense here. If not for the Sand Guardian's energy absorption feature, Deke wouldn't have lasted this long. Sand Guardian absorbed surrounding energy to enhance the sand's defense, enabling Deke to persevere. Without this trait, even the metallic sand couldn't withstand the unknown force's assault. Nonetheless, the sand was still being devoured, barely holding out for a moment. Duke mustered all his strength towards the vortex, but his speed remained constant despite his efforts. Finally, with only 30 tons of yellow sand left, Duke neared the vortex. At that moment, the voice from beyond the vortex seemed to reach the end of its prayer, which was finishing. Once the prayer was over, the vortex would vanish, leaving Duke with no way out. He didn't believe he could be lucky enough to find a second vortex. This was his only chance. Mere moments later, Duke dove into the vortex, just in time as it was about to disappear. On the other side, a massive planet loomed before him, and he was accelerating toward it. Duke maneuvered the metallic yellow sand to protect himself as he plummeted under the planet's gravitational pull, sparking friction and fire when passing through the atmosphere. The metallic yellow sand became scorching, glowing red as it fell, like a red-hot ball of iron slicing through the sky. Resembling a meteor, Duke streaked across the sky like a comet, entering this unknown other plane, a scene witnessed by many creatures on the Earth. From their perspective, they could only see a very small light point streaking by, hard to notice without close observation. Robert has been in this game called Oracle for half a month now. This game explosively launched worldwide half a month ago, offering players an incredibly realistic gaming experience. He originally did not believe a game could be so realistic, but upon truly entering the Oracle world, he found the realism of the game to be shocking. Aside from seeing some panels and item information, everything else was almost indistinguishable from the real world. Even the sensations of pain, smell, and taste are astonishingly real. Being stabbed by a monster here would truly hurt. However, the degree of pain can be lowered by players, and if turned to the lowest setting, the pain would be greatly reduced, feeling more like a needle prick even if stabbed. Robert is an immensely experienced veteran gamer and a wealthy pay-to-win player. He was known as a tycoon player in many games previously. In reality, he seemed to be the heir of some conglomerate, though few knew his precise identity. On his first day in Oracle, Robert resolved to firmly establish himself in this game and become among the top individuals here. He discovered the game was very hardcore. Unlike other games where skills are used just by clicking, this game required actual learning and practice to truly master even the simplest swordsmanship skill. This game doesn't have a skill bar. Everything requires self-study and mastery. Such a troublesome, high-difficulty gameplay naturally left many players lamenting, as no one wanted to grind swordsmanship after a full day's work in reality. Were it not for Oracle's exceptionally lifelike design, many players would have quit by now. Some highly talented players could release Sword Kai on the first day, and some could even cast small fireball techniques. Everything felt incredibly real, as if they truly possessed such extraordinary abilities. Because of the presence of such individuals, countless people learned of the game and flocked in, all wanting to experience the power of the extraordinary. Robert also found that the game had no class distinctions or job change systems. Players could learn swordsmanship to become warriors or magic to become mages. But the learning process had no fixed paths or guides, requiring exploration and discovery on one's own. Oracle had no systems to discern storylines. Everything had to be uncovered through player exploration and conversations. After half a month of gameplay, Robert was increasingly amazed by the game's level of realism, barely able to imagine its content scale as that of a mere game. Also used his real-world connections to investigate the game's company, but the investigation quickly stalled, involving global high-level secrets beyond his reach. Robert realized the game was far from simple, indicating even more reason to continue playing. Glanced at his task panel, Robert found it odd that the game didn't allow him to set a nickname, utilizing his real-world name directly. Yet he hadn't performed any real name authentication. His name appeared automatically upon entering the game and couldn't be changed. After years of gaming, he hadn't encountered a game mechanism designed so strangely. Due to the game's extremely realistic design, leveling up was exceptionally slow, lacking any concept of experience points. In Oracle, upgrading by merely defeating monsters doesn't work. Tasks won't provide experience points. To aid leveling, the only way to level up is through enhancing one's own power, requiring mastery of swordsmanship and similar abilities or finding paths to accessing extraordinary abilities. Robert currently knows two extraordinary paths, mastering the fighting spirit as a warrior or magic as a mage. Both paths are extremely hard to locate. Robert has been seeking them for half a month, also looking at other people's shared online guides. He tried following these guides, only to discover most missions in the game are almost unique. What is meant by uniqueness is that once someone completes a mission, others can't complete it anymore. For example, a girl in a village needs honey to make bread. Usually, many players can submit the honey to complete the task. But not in this game. Once the girl receives the honey and rewards the player, others who attempt to finish the task will only hear the girl say she already has enough honey and doesn't need any more. Everything in this game mirrors reality so closely, all is dynamically progressing. Unlike typical games with repetitive fixed parts, here, every day is different. Robert also noticed the NPCs here are almost indistinguishable from real people. Other games' NPCs only repeat the same words and actions, but all NPCs Robert has encountered so far are like real people. However, one point shows these individuals are NPCs, which is that whenever players mention things from the real world, those NPCs hear some inexplicable words, completely unable to understand what players are saying. Players noticed this and often talked recklessly about real-world matters before the natives. Although natives found these individuals peculiar, they also deemed it reasonable, as players were considered heavenly beings by the natives. In this game's background, heavenly beings are here to help enhance this world. They act strangely, originate from another plane, and possess an undying body. The undying body most clearly differentiates players from natives. Players can revive even if beheaded or smashed to pieces by magic. After dying, their bodies vanish and reappear at nearby respawn points. Oracle's revival, however, requires money, which is frequently criticized by players. Players believe this hardcore game design was specifically intended for monetizing this aspect. Each day offers only one free revival opportunity. Dying a second time requires payment for revival. Robert felt this was strange. Pay-to-win games he played before charged for battle power. This game has no game store. No sale of in-game items, only revival demands payment. Revival costs also correspond to levels. The higher the level, the more expensive the revival. Robert is still on the path of searching for extraordinary paths, and he's spending a fortune online to acquire relevant information. So far, he hasn't gained anything. He had received some messages before, but found they didn't work when he tried them. He increasingly realizes that he can't simply treat this as a game. Robert managed to reach level 4 largely through relentless practice of swordsmanship, learning a few things from an old soldier in the village where he was born. Moreover, through daily and consistent exercise, he slowly improved to level 4 thanks to his excellent physical foundation in reality. In reality, Robert exercises every day and has a specialized team to devise his training plans, making his physical strength slightly higher than that of ordinary people. Many ordinary players have only reached LV2 or LV3 after half a month, and those exceeding level 3 are few. Robert is currently walking in the outskirts of Abilene town, trying to find some clues. This is considered a relatively dangerous area, with some goblins active in the wilderness. These goblins have reached level 6 or 7, and there are legends of bosses exceeding level 10. Robert figured that since there are no clues in other places, perhaps he could find traces of extraordinary paths in dangerous areas. Even if he dies, he just needs to spend some money to resurrect, as he is not short of money anyway. Suddenly, a fire meteor appeared in the sky, and Robert quickly noticed it. It was evident that this fire meteor was very close to him. Its trajectory suggested that it would crash into the forest ahead. Robert sensed that this might trigger a significant event in the game, potentially offering an opportunity he absolutely couldn't miss. He was the closest, just in the right position to seize this chance. Robert promptly headed towards the forest, cautiously keeping an eye on the surrounding demons to avoid any conflict. For him, the most important thing now was to safely reach the area where the fire meteor would crash. He could be the first to grab any treasure. Duke was manipulating yellow sand all the way. The intense friction when passing through the atmosphere suddenly raised the temperature around him. Fortunately, there was an abundance of water elements around, and he was continuously condensing clear water for cooling, gradually reducing the temperature of the yellow sand. Without doing so, he might have been roasted alive before even landing. After passing through the atmosphere, Duke was able to gradually and steadily control the ball formed by yellow sand, slowly decreasing its speed. As the altitude continued to decrease, he could fully control the descent speed, heading towards the ground below. During this process, Duke also observed this world. He recalled the scene he saw when he first appeared, on this visible side of the world. There were 2 continents, while the unseen areas probably had more land. The air composition of this plane is similar to that of the wizard plane, not making him uncomfortable, at least suitable for human survival. After flying for a while, Duke felt something was amiss, and after a moment he realized. This plane has no plane suppression. Usually, when going to other planes, there would be a certain plane suppression effect, preventing the full display of one's strength. Previously, whether Duke went to the Beastman plane or the Wood Elf plane, he would feel some level of plane suppression. But here, there was no plane suppression at all, and the magic power flowed incredibly smoothly. Duke found this strange. What kind of plane is this, and why can't he feel plane suppression? Of course, he hadn't returned to the wizard plane because the structure of the continents here was completely different from that of the wizard plane. Duke couldn't come to a conclusion in a short time and could only continue to manipulate the yellow sand to land. As he got closer to the ground, he could see that the land was dotted with many buildings, which looked very human-like in style. This indicated that the main race in this plane should be humans or humanoid races, and there was civilization. Observing this point made Duke feel somewhat relieved. The presence of civilization at least indicated the possibility of communication. He intentionally chose a forested area to land, avoiding places where civilization gathered to prevent causing massive casualties upon landing. Duke did not want to face attacks from all directions immediately upon landing, and he maintained his sense of reverence at all times. It was still unclear what level this plane was, or what level the top powers in this plane were. Duke manipulated the yellow sand to land in this forest. Despite the speed having slowed down a lot, the impact was still strong, instantly collapsing a piece of the forest and creating a large pit at the site. After landing, he manipulated the yellow sand to spread out, revealing his figure. Finally able to catch a breath, the temperature of the yellow sand around him remained very high, not much different from molten iron, emitting an extremely high temperature. Duke glanced at the fallen trees around him and the pit beneath his feet. The disturbance was not very large, at least not alarming places too far away, affecting only this small area. This was the result of his effort to control during the descent process. After landing, Duke immediately scouted the surroundings, waved his hand, and a few activated spirit birds flew out to survey the situation around. He noticed quite a few goblins heading his way, including a high-level demon king of goblins. In addition to that, there was a blond man coming over, whose strength was very weak, almost like an ordinary person. In no time these goblins appeared in sight, charging at Duke upon seeing him. These goblins had been living here for a long time, and in their eyes humans were just food. Seeing Duke, they couldn't resist the temptation of food and charged over. After all, this human in front of them didn't seem very big. This bit of meat wasn't enough for them to share, and those who ran slower would miss out. Seeing these charging goblins, Duke smiled wryly. He stood still, but the yellow sand beside him moved. Strips of sandy ribbons darted forward, piercing through the chests of these goblins. The yellow sand showed no sign of pausing, smoothly taking away the lives of the goblins, one after another. Like a ruthless life-reaping machine, the goblins, who were howling just a second ago, instantly felt immense fear. The enemy before them was entirely beyond their capability to handle. Some goblins were already turning to flee, with the king of goblins running the fastest, holding a wolf fang club and fleeing without turning back. Duke wouldn't let them escape, directly manipulating the yellow sand to annihilate the fleeing goblins. Even the king of goblins was dealt within an instant. In Duke's eyes, the king of goblins was no different from ordinary goblins. After Duke dealt with these goblins, he looked at the nearby bushes and sent a message through spirit, "Come out." Didn't know what the language of this plane was like, so he couldn't communicate directly using language. But spirit is a universal way of communication in the endless plane, except for some special races without spiritual power. Robert hid in the bushes and witnessed the entire process just now, feeling incredibly shocked. Those goblins, as high as level 6 or 7, were like paper in front of this mysterious man. Even the level 10 king of goblins was killed in the blink of an eye. Robert looked at the man in front of him, and the information displayed from his perspective was like this. The level is actually invisible. Robert, with his rich gaming experience, naturally knew what this question mark level represented. This meant the other party's level far exceeded his, making him unable to see the other's level, only knowing the other's name. When Robert saw the scene of Duke dealing with this batch of goblins, he wasn't afraid or intimidated, but rather felt a bit excited. He knew he must have encountered an extremely powerful and mysterious NPC, who also fell from the sky, most likely related to the game's main storyline. The Oracle plane currently didn't have a main storyline. It was like a real world where everything was left for players to explore themselves. Even though he knew the person in front of him was strong and dangerous, Robert wasn't afraid. After all, he wouldn't die in the truest sense, so he planned to take a gamble, which was why he didn't run away but stayed nearby. Until a message appeared in his mind, Robert realized he had been discovered by the other party. What piqued his curiosity was how the message in his mind appeared. This was information that didn't belong to any language, yet he could understand it directly. Robert could only understand it as a new technology. Developed by the game company, it was understandable for the creators to produce such a realistic game with some advanced technology. He decided to seize this opportunity and not let it slip through his fingers. Robert thought for a while, came forward, knelt on one knee respectfully and said, "Greetings to the esteemed mysterious power. I am Robert, a gifted one pursuing the path of the future. Now I am still in a stage of confusion, hoping to follow you and serve at your side. The flexibility of the Oracle plane is that any task or storyline needs to be triggered by oneself. Different people saying different things in the same scenario might lead to completely different endings. Therefore, Robert tried to appear as respectful as possible, ensuring his words were prudent and aligned with the style of the Oracle plane, not too out of place. Some time ago, a player encountered a mysterious NPC and thought of licking the NPC's feet because of their beauty, resulting in being imprisoned in a cell with no release. This game has no account deletion function, and you can only create one character. Now that player is online calling for paid rescue, but currently player levels are generally low, with the guards in the cell starting at over a dozen levels, so who has the ability to rescue them? Unless they use the tactic of overwhelming numbers, because players can't die, but without enough interest, no one would do so. Now that player is complaining to the game company, and no one knows the outcome. Duke listened quietly to Robert's words in silence, sensing the message from Robert's spirit fluctuations, roughly understanding what Robert was saying. What is a gifted one? Duke pondered for a moment and sent a message through spirit. Robert was stunned for a moment. The NPCs he had encountered before all knew about the gifted ones. This mysterious power in front was from beyond the sky, presumably a more special NPC. Not knowing about gifted ones was also normal. He thought for a moment, trying to explain in words understandable to an NPC. A gifted one is. As Duke listened to his explanation, he felt increasingly strange. After listening for a while, he thought to himself, "Isn't this a game player? Does that mean I've come to a game world?" He quickly dismissed this guess. This was clearly a real world, definitely not some game world. However, it was peculiar. These game players seemed to appear out of nowhere in this world, directly as adults, without experiencing growth from childhood to adulthood. Moreover, the characteristic of the players' undying bodies intrigued him. Such phenomena that seem to defy common sense are quite difficult to understand. Duke even thought about killing Robert directly to verify if it was true, but considering he still needed information about this world. This person in front of him was temporarily useful. It seems he mistook me for a mysterious NPC. I need to utilize this identity. In terms of understanding the game, I am no less knowledgeable than these gifted ones, Duke thought to himself. Continue, Duke sent a spirit message to Robert, then took out a sun resilience potion to replenish his exhausted physical strength and spiritual power. He had traveled through the space rift to that strange place, then through the atmosphere to arrive here, where his body was extremely fatigued and weary, not in a good state. The magic power within him was also running low and needed to recover quickly. Robert was about to speak when he saw the sun resilience potion Duke took out, and his eyes widened, his eyeballs almost glued to the potion. Every player has the ability to see item information, so in his eyes, the potion was like this. Epic Sun Resilience Potion Description. Can restore a large amount of health, an extremely rare and precious magic potion. Ingredients, insufficient information. %. The items in the Oracle each have levels, from the lowest white to the highest orange, with the epic level being purple. Robert, from the game launch until now, hadn't even seen a blue item, let alone a purple epic level item. He had only seen other players boasting online about their blue one-handed sword, but he hadn't personally seen such high-level items. Moreover, there was even garbled text in the description, which Robert encountered for the first time, indicating this item's level was indeed very high. Far beyond his current accessible level, the opponent drank a potion at epic level used for life recovery just like drinking water, and then took out another magic recovery potion at epic level and drank it down in one go. Epic Orchid Flower Potion description can restore a large amount of mana value. Robert watched as Duke casually drank 2 epic magic potions, feeling incomparably shocked. A big shot, a top-tier big shot. I must seize this opportunity. Robert shared all the information he knew with Duke as best as he could. He just wanted to seize this rare opportunity and cling to this pillar of support. Duke listened to his narration silently, his expression unchanged, always exhibiting an unfathomable demeanor. After listening to Robert's information, Duke had gained a rough understanding of this plane. Duke thought to himself, this must not be a game world but a real existing world. However, there are still many unresolved questions. He pondered for a moment and asked, I heard there's a newbie village nearby. Take me there to have a look. According to Robert, there is a small village nearby named Snow Source Village, where the players generally appear when entering the game. After the players appear in Snow Source Village, they receive some basic information guidance in the village, and then there is no more guiding information thereafter. There are many similar newbie villages scattered throughout the Oracle Plane. Players can only choose a general area initially, and then they appear in a newbie village within that area. This dispersal prevents too many players from overcrowding any single newbie village. Duke heard from Robert that players appear in the newbie village directly out of thin air. Knowing these so-called players are actual living people, he was very curious about this process and hoped to glean some secret information about the plane from it. Robert was very pleased to hear Duke's request. He feared Duke would ignore him and leave directly. He rejoiced inwardly. It seems the storyline has been triggered. This must be a unique quest. Whoever gets here first can receive this quest. Lucky me for being quick. Lord Duke, Snow Source Village is this way. I will lead you there, Robert said respectfully. Duke nodded, all right, lead the way. He didn't step on the yellow sand and fly over but followed behind Robert to avoid drawing too much attention by flying. Duke had just arrived at this plane and needed to be cautious, not overly flamboyant. These players only regard this place as a game world, but he knew this was a real plane. Even though this is a low plane, there is a possibility of demigod-level strong beings existing. A demigod-level being doesn't even need a finger to kill Duke. A mere glance could extinguish him. Duke followed Robert through the forest, casually eliminating some demons that unwisely attempted to attack. The forest, originally full of dangers in Robert's eyes, now felt incredibly safe. Very soon, Duke saw the so-called Snow Source Village, a very simple small village with dozens of households sparsely distributed in a forest clearing. Once a place where villagers gathered to discuss matters, the clearing in the village had now become the refresh point for players. A white altar appeared on the original clearing. Reportedly, it appeared suddenly, and the villagers regarded it as a divine manifestation, with a deep sense of awe. Duke stood outside the village with Robert. Looking at the white altar was a time when many new players were continuously arriving. As they arrived, 4 beams of white light appeared on the white altar, subsequently forming human shapes as 4 new players appeared here. These 4 players, 3 men and 1 woman, glanced at their bodies, then curiously looked around, shocked by the realism of the surroundings. Duke had been observing the player appearance process. After investigating with his spiritual power, he found these 4 people weren't transported here, but were formed on the spot. These 4 players weren't energy beings, but real flesh and blood entities, indistinguishable from living humans. After a careful investigation, Duke also discovered the physical constitution and spiritual power strength of these 4 people was slightly different, approximating individual differences. Seeing these aspects, he wondered, how was this accomplished? Creating several life forms out of thin air, so swiftly, who completed all this, and what energy was consumed? As a wizard for such a long period, Duke mastered a lot of knowledge and regarded problems from different perspectives. Theoretically, all this indeed is possible, but it requires beings of extraordinarily high life level to have such abilities. Could it be that this plane is essentially the laboratory of some level 4 life, or simply a world created on a whim by a level 4 existence. Duke speculated. He guessed there might be a powerful existence creating this game plane for some reason. Creating several life forms instantaneously is not easy. It's an ability comparable to a creator, and ordinary level 4 life would not be able to execute it. More crucially, such white altars are distributed throughout the Oracle plane, with countless players pouring in every moment. As player numbers rise, numerous life forms are created every second, appearing in this world. Duke also thought about the plane's will, as theoretically it could also achieve this step. If it were the plane's will, the Oracle plane would at least be a middle plane, because generally, the plane's will of low planes remain dormant and hasn't truly awoken. Take me to visit the nearby resurrection point. After observing the spawning point, Duke sent a message to Robert. Robert nodded. All right, Lord Duke, there is a resurrection temple at the village's front. The resurrection temple is also a unique spot in the Oracle plane, usable only by players. The indigenous residents cannot resurrect and die permanently. Before the player's arrival, white altars and resurrection temples appeared one after another throughout the Oracle plane, and people here had been informed of the forthcoming chosen ones. Subsequently, Duke was led by Robert to the resurrection temple in front of the village, which was also pure white with limited interior space, occasionally flashing a white light, then forming into a humanoid. A young man happened to walk out of there, rubbing his shoulder with a pained expression, seemingly carrying a psychological shadow from the pain he just experienced, unable to shake it off at this moment. Damn it! What kind of lousy game is this? Can't even beat a wild boar. How is one supposed to level up without any skills? He muttered as he walked, clearly unaware that this game was unlike any he had played before. Duke stood aside, carefully recalling the resurrection process he had just witnessed. He found that the resurrection process was almost identical to the way players appeared in the newbie village. Both were formed by a white energy, creating a flesh and blood living person. The creation of a flesh and blood body is relatively easy. Many bloodline mages can achieve a similar level, but they cannot produce such a large scale in batches. So, where do these players' souls come from? Duke pondered, dividing the process he had just observed into two phases. One was the creation of a flesh and blood body, and the other was the process of soul infusion. Through his interaction with Robert, he had already discovered that Robert had a soul within him, but the state seemed a bit strange, different from the normal state of a soul. The specifics of the situation were not very clear to Duke. He was not an expert in life element or soul element magic. Perhaps the wizards from the Doomsday Bell might have more insights into this situation. However, now they are far away from the wizard plane, it's impossible to find someone to ask for advice in the short term, so Duke could only explore himself. Based on what Robert described, Duke could roughly infer what Robert's real-world environment was like. It's a world of technological civilization, but the technology isn't very advanced. It's not the blue planet from a previous life, this Duke learned through insinuations while talking to Robert. The history, culture, and other aspects are completely different from the past life, only the general structure is somewhat similar. Duke then organized the information in his mind. It seems now that these players, including Robert, exist in another plane and project their souls into the Oracle plane through a device called Game Helmet. The Oracle plane quickly condenses a flesh and blood body using some technique to carry these souls from other planes. The reason these players have an undying body is entirely because their souls do not inherently exist in this plane. As long as the soul is unharmed, no matter how many times the body dies, it can be resurrected again. But now it seems that resurrection also requires consuming resources, which might be why players need to spend money to resurrect. The higher the player's level, the more resources are needed to recombine their body, so the cost for players will be higher. The problem is, why does the money spent by players in other planes convert to resources in this plane? How are the two connected, and what is the relationship between these two planes? Duke's mind was rapidly cycling through various information, deducing some guesses from organizing these clues, but also gaining many new questions. He increasingly realized that this plane was far from simple as it appeared. The secrets behind it involved two planes. Duke knew that only the highest tier of elite in the Oracle plane would likely understand the secrets behind all this. He felt the coordinates earring on his left hand, which was still low on energy. it would take roughly another 6 months to fully charge it. Once the energy is fully charged inside, he would be able to return to the wood elf plane at any time, and through that plane, back to the wizard plane. This was the most conservative approach, but Duke had more ideas. He wanted to utilize potential resources from this plane first. If there's no immediate threat, he planned to use the next full energy charge to record the oracle plane's coordinates. Then when the energy is full again, he can choose to return to the wizard plane, thus having the option to return to this oracle plane at any time. If the oracle plane's coordinates aren't recorded, the chance of coming back to this plane next time is almost zero. In the endless plane, vast and boundless with countless planes, finding the oracle plane in such a large area is almost impossible. Duke had played many games in his previous lives, so he naturally understood what kind of group players are. They possess an undying body and are also called the fourth calamity, showcasing powerful abilities. Duke contemplated that if he could control this plane, developing these players as his strength, it would be a great fortune. These players are fearless, devoid of fear in their eyes. To them, all of this is just a game, regardless of god or demon. As long as there's a health bar, it's something that can be killed. Coupled with the unlimited resurrection of the undying body, these players are simply a terrifying race in the endless plane, though they seem weak now, possessing only ordinary human strength. But once they grow and become level 1 life, level 2 life, such an undead legion would be enough to instill fear across countless planes. For players, there's no unbeatable boss or dungeon without strategy, only a matter of time. Considering this, Duke wasn't in a hurry to return to the wood elf plane, but planned to use the next energy charge to record this plane's coordinates. But ultimately, it depended on the situation. If there's a danger to his life, he would have to abandon this plan and return to the wood elf plane first. This idea is good, but with current strength, it's difficult to achieve. I still don't know the power level of this plane. Perhaps there are divine-level beings watching over here, so I can't act recklessly. Duke mused. His plan was naturally very ambitious, but it was also extremely difficult to achieve. How to make those players work for him was a huge challenge. Players are the hardest to manage. They don't see you as a person, making it challenging to make them obey a person they view as an NPC. It's a pity I don't have the methods to master slave marks, otherwise I could conduct some experiments. There are many techniques to place a slave mark on a life form. It can be directly applied through magic, through alchemy creations, or by signing a slave contract. But none of these was specifically studied by Duke previously. He only mastered one slave mark control symbol, recording the slave marks of Nina, Yala, and others. The number of slave marks a person can simultaneously control is limited, related to the intensity of their spiritual power. Duke could now control at most over 100 slave creatures, but no more. The slaves in the Black Sail Legion are controlled in another way. Their slave marks are gathered in a special witchcraft artifact, usually controlled by the Legion commander or another leading figure. After sorting out the current situation, Duke thought to himself, before I have enough understanding of this plane, I must act low-key and look for opportunities to enhance my strength. What I need most now is to know more about this world, starting with the language. Although he had already mastered dozens of words in the Oracle Plane language, he was still far from being able to communicate normally. These words were summarized from Robert's communication, and systematic learning was still necessary. Duke couldn't use spiritual power every time he communicated with others. Sooner or later, people would notice something abnormal. However, thinking about it gave him a headache, because he learned from Robert that players could see his name. Information, although they couldn't see his level. In fact, Duke was also curious about what level he was here, as that would roughly infer the correspondence between levels and strength in this plane. Unfortunately, Robert's level was too low to see his level at all. Duke thought for a moment and said, "Robert, I need to learn the language here since I just arrived. Bring me a book on learning the language, and I will give you a small reward." He didn't know where to get such a book, so he simply pretended to be an NPC and issued a quest to Robert. For the players, this shouldn't be a problem. Even if Robert didn't know, he could search for it online in reality or ask for help to find the answer, while Duke only needed to wait for the result. Robert's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. Finally a quest. This whole journey was for this quest, and now the opportunity had finally come. Duke, rest assured, I will definitely complete this quest. Robert said excitedly, even though he didn't know how to find clues yet. But that wasn't important, there would always be a way. I'll wait for your news and hope you can do it soon, Duke said leisurely. Duke, where should I find you once I have found the book? Robert realized the issue and didn't know where to find him when submitting the quest. Duke thought for a moment and said, I should be around the nearby forest for the next few days. Once you found the item, come over and I'll notice you. But you'd better hurry, as I might leave after some time. He planned not to leave now and only venture out after gaining sufficient understanding of the surroundings. Currently located near the newbie village, there were almost no strong life forms present, making it relatively safer. The statement about leaving was just to give Robert a sense of urgency to complete the task quickly. Robert understood immediately upon hearing this. It seems this is a timed quest. Such mysterious NPCs usually linger at one spot for a while. If the quest isn't completed and it's missed, it will be challenging to encounter them again later. Having played many games, he knew many special NPCs had similar mechanisms, such as wandering merchants, all very rare, and meeting them required luck. Thinking of this, Robert immediately took action. Duke, rest assured, I will complete this quest as soon as possible. I must leave now. After bowing to Duke, he turned and headed towards Abilene town. There, with more players and NPCs, he should be able to inquire more information. Duke watched Robert leave, then his figure flashed and disappeared, reappearing in a distant part of the forest. He found a relatively secluded place to stay temporarily and organized his resource stockpile. Firstly, he had plenty of magic stones. The Giant Rock Commerce Association had given him 10,000 level 2 magic stones, besides having more than 200,000 level 1 magic stones. He also had a lot of magic potions and magic potion materials. His reserve in this regard was always abundant, enough for Duke to use for a long time. Even if the magic potions ran out, he could use the magic potion materials in the space ring for refining. There was no need to worry about magic potion resources for now. Duke glanced at the current attribute panel, thinking about future planning. Free attribute points. He only had 4 free attribute points, and his spiritual power had risen to 74 points after recent practice and refining magic potion skill proficiency. For the time to come, due to the lack of conditions like a magic potion factory, couldn't gain free attribute points by continually refining new magic potion skills. Spiritual power might only be enhanced through meditation in the short term. Fortunately, the reserve of White Mist Forest Potion was enough for now. He thought for a moment and allocated all the remaining 4 free attribute points to it. Currently being in an unknown plane, emergencies could arise at any time. There's no room for reservation under such circumstances. One must ensure they are always at maximum combat power. Even a slight increase in strength could improve survival odds during crucial moments. Duke needed to find new ways to gain free attribute points. Refining magic potions required a large amount of magic potion resources. Without the conditions of a magic potion factory now, that path was no longer viable. His own magic potion materials were insufficient for refining magic potion proficiency. He had learned from Robert about the warrior and mage, 2 transcendent professions similar to knights and wizards in the wizard plane. The mage mentioned by Robert was essentially a wizard, just an elemental type. The variety of magic wasn't as extensive as it was for wizards, nor were there as many branches. Duke believed that the so-called mages and wizards should be similar, likely finding many valuable things. He planned to start by exploring this plane's extraordinary path to gradually understand it. Robert was astonishingly efficient. Worried about the mysterious NPC Duke disappearing, he returned with a book titled Bristol Language Introduction by that afternoon to the forest. He had spent quite some money obtaining this book from surrounding players, exchanged real currency for many Bristol Kingdom gold coins, and then bought the book from a scholar in Abilene town with those gold coins. Books of this era were very expensive, with most being unique copies. The Bristol language was the official language of the Bristol Kingdom, practically the same as the language Robert and others spoke in their reality, just worded differently here. Upon receiving the book and after flipping through it, Duke was very pleased and said, "Your efficiency is commendable. Now what kind of reward would you like?" Upon hearing this, Robert pondered seriously for a moment, then replied, "Duke, I wish to embark on the extraordinary path." Extraordinary path. It's not easy to step into an extraordinary path. Do you want to become a caster who controls magic power, or a warrior with a strong physique? Duke said with a pretended profundity. Duke planned to cultivate a force of his own, but the loyalty of players was destined to be low, so this was merely an attempt. Upon hearing that he could choose an extraordinary path, Robert pondered for a moment and said, "I want to become a mage." Duke shook his head. "Magic power isn't so easily controlled, and I won't easily teach others. How about this? If you can help me obtain some books on local history, culture, etc., I might consider teaching you the extraordinary path of a warrior." Duke sensed that Robert's spiritual power aptitude was pretty good, at least better than his own back then, though he didn't know the exact level of aptitude. However, he couldn't casually teach Robert the meditation technique. Without sufficient contribution, it's impossible to pass on. Duke intentionally said this to let Robert know that he could make him a caster. This was akin to drawing an invisible pie, giving Robert enough motivation to work for him. As for whether he would teach him the meditation technique in the future, that would depend on the situation. Anyway, Duke had nothing to lose. The initiative was in his own hands. Robert immediately understood that this had triggered a class change quest, which usually consists of interlocking steps, all of which must be completed to successfully change class. "Rest assured, Duke, I'll take care of it," Robert said with high enthusiasm, turning to get down to business as if he'd just been invigorated. This time the task was significantly more difficult. Duke's requirements were rather vague, and he didn't specify how many books were needed. Evidently, the more the better. Ideas were already forming in Robert's mind, and he swiftly began execution, planning to use real-world money to leverage his financial power to solve this issue. Duke knew that to understand a place, obtaining information from local history books was the most direct way. Now, to acquire these books, he had to enter the city to procure them. There would be some risk involved, so Duke planned to gain enough understanding of the place before interacting with the Oracle Plains natives. Having players accomplish these tasks was the simplest and most effective method. In the eyes of the Oracle Plain natives, players were a group of strange beings, so whatever they did seemed reasonable. Duke glanced at the yellow sand crystal's contents. Only over 30 tons of metallic yellow sand remained, and he'd suffered a huge loss this time. He planned to see if the Oracle Plain had magic metal to replenish the consumption of the metallic yellow sand. However, these things couldn't be rushed. Everything had to be conducted cautiously. Duke picked up the Bristol language book and began learning. It was a relatively simple language consisting of more than 20 basic letters, with a grammar structure much like other languages. To him, this was already easy. After flipping through for a while, he grasped the basics of Bristol language. Bristol language, level 1, 1/100, not bad, can even earn some free attribute points. Duke noticed the corresponding branch had already appeared on the skill tree. Early the next morning, Robert drove a cart, loaded with a plethora of books, toward the direction of the forest. He hadn't logged off for a whole day and night, busy running around in the game to complete the task. Robert directly invested heavily on the game forums to buy various books, mobilizing other players to gather book materials. Many players speculated about what task he might be doing. Some even used the guise of selling books to probe for information. Robert was familiar with these schemes and surely wouldn't expose Duke. He only wanted to seize this opportunity for himself, to keep Duke's existence hidden. Robert himself did not show up. Instead, he had many underlings carry out the book purchasing process. Once those following him obtained the books, they secretly delivered them to Robert. This reduced the likelihood of being discovered and prevented others from gaining information on the mysterious NPC. To minimize the risk of Duke being exposed, Robert deliberately chose to set out at dawn, headed towards the forest. This was the time when there were the fewest players, and the books were covered with cloth, making it hard for others to see what they were. Thus, Robert drove the cart slowly into the forest, bringing Duke a large batch of text materials. Duke glanced at the books. Their contents were diverse, encompassing humanities, history, geography, and various other fields of knowledge, all from the Oracle Plains natives. By this time, Duke had mastered the Bristol language quite well. Basic reading posed no significant challenge. Even when encountering obscure words, he could infer their general meaning through context. With a wave of his hand, Duke stored all 25 books into the space ring, intending to spend the next period studying them to better understand this world. Robert watched wide-eyed as the books vanished. He had no idea where Duke had put them. This game had no item backpack feature. Everything must be carried by players or stored in a package. Since Duke could make the books disappear, he must have a spatial-related item, which Robert longed for. "Well done, I'll give you the reward you deserve." Duke spoke in Bristol language. He then transmitted the content of the earth-breathing technique to Robert using spiritual power, comprising the entirety of the technique. Transmitting via spiritual power was very convenient, requiring no verbal descriptions or drawings, allowing one to directly grasp the meaning of the information. After receiving this information, Robert was quite excited, understanding through the spiritual power transmission that once he successfully condensed a life seed, he could generate fighting spirit and become like those strong warrior NPCs. The path is laid for you. Whether you can walk it depends on yourself. "Well, I must go now. We'll meet again if it's destined," Duke said and left using the shadow cloak. From Robert's perspective, Duke suddenly vanished, whereabouts unknown. He paused, becoming a bit anxious about not knowing where to find this mysterious NPC again, lacking any clues. Better master the earth-breathing technique first. Only by improving my strength might I encounter such a bigwig again, Robert thought to himself, planning to spend all his time in the game except for eating and sleeping, determined to master the technique. Duke reached the forest's depths, found a secluded, flat open area, and formed a small house with yellow sand to reside in. Having such an ability is indeed convenient. You can immediately build a house for yourself, no matter where you are. Houses made of yellow sand are also fortresses that can provide Duke with a sufficiently safe environment and have the ability to automatically counterattack. Even in the wild, you can sleep peacefully with the Sand Guardian talent, without worrying too much about being ambushed. After Duke moved in, he took out the books Robert had brought and began to read them carefully. The 20-plus books contain a lot of information, and it will take considerable time to finish them. During this process, Duke's proficiency in the Bristol language is also steadily increasing. Bristol language level up. Free attribute points plus 1 Bristol language. LV5 Duke didn't pay much attention to this information, as it's just 1 free attribute point. He had finished reading all the 20-plus books that Robert had brought, and not just casually browsing through them. Duke had loaded all the contents of these books into his mind and connected some of the records in different books, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of this world. Firstly, the Bristol Kingdom, which has a history of over 600 years, its territory almost covering 2/3 of this continent. The remaining third consists of some remote small places hosting some small countries or some primitive tribes. This country appears to be just a normal secular state, not one ruled by extraordinary individuals. The royal family are all ordinary life forms, but there must be a reason why this country has endured for so many years. Duke, from clues in these books, found traces of the Four Gods sect and the Light sect forces. The Four Gods sect is a group that worships the four gods of wind, water, fire, and earth, with most of its members being mages with casting ability, similar to the elemental mages among wizards, excelling in elemental magic. The Light sect, on the other hand, was once a very powerful force mainly worshipping the god of light. In the early days of the Bristol Kingdom, the Light sect was the state religion, with many of its members having a status higher than the king. Of course, it also includes the reason that the status of extraordinary individuals was originally higher than that of ordinary people. Although generally, extraordinary individuals didn't have a status as high as the royal family. But over 300 years ago, it seems the Light sect couldn't receive a response from the god of light, and the strength of its members gradually declined, leading to its status waning over time, becoming a marginal force today. Currently, the main force in the Bristol Kingdom is the Four Gods sect, with its members being casters proficient in corresponding elemental magic. The Four Gods sect should not have recruited players on a large scale yet otherwise. Finding an extraordinary path wouldn't be so difficult for players. Duke pondered, having heard Robert mention that players find it relatively easy to change professions to a warrior, but becoming a mage is very difficult, with not many ways to go about it. If the Bristol Kingdom's largest force, the Four Gods sect, were open to players, they should easily join. Presumably, they have observed the various anomalies of the players, and are reluctant to let players join the Four Gods sect in the short term. Duke understands this clearly. You can let players watch the story. but genuinely believing in any god can be quite challenging. In their eyes, this is just a game, making it difficult to truly believe in anyone. However, Duke estimates that this situation will not last long, and players will gradually join the Four Gods sect later. The current top-level combat power of these forces is still unclear. Despite going through all these books, almost no related records were found. Any information involving extraordinary individuals is scarce, with only some brief records. While organizing the data of the Four Gods sect and Light sect, Duke suddenly thought of the voice he heard before coming to this plane. "Great God of Light, please send down the great child of light for us." At that time, this voice came from a vortex, and it was through this vortex that Duke appeared on the oracle plane. Connecting the known information now, Duke feels that this voice was probably from someone in the Light sect. "Child of Light, was I summoned because I happen to have a high-level light element affinity talent?" Duke pondered. He knew that he still needed to continue probing for more information. As for the call from the Light sect, he didn't pay much attention to it. Duke doesn't plan to get involved in the disputes between the Four Gods sect and the Light sect, as such power struggles are incredibly dangerous, with the risk of being smashed to pieces if not careful. Moreover, the Light sect has already declined, and its strength is far less than before, making it very difficult to return to the previous position under the eyes of the Four Gods sect. After gaining a basic understanding of the situation, here Duke planned to visit the city in the next couple of days. His current hassle is that players can see his question mark level, which might attract some trouble. In the nearby Abilene town, there are many newbie players, and they will surely gather around upon seeing him, a question mark level NPC. Duke has been thinking about how to solve this problem, but has yet to come up with a good solution. The native inhabitants of the Oracle Plane cannot see level information nor item information. This is a capability unique to players. For now, Duke is more suited to interact with the native inhabitants without too much contact with players. Otherwise, if a player posts his information on their network, a large number of players will come looking for him soon. If such a thing happens, it will inevitably draw the attention of some forces among the native inhabitants. So Duke decided not to head to Abilene town, but instead to the nearest city, Azure Vault City. Azure Vault City is an ancient city with a history of several hundred years. Although it is the nearest city, it is still several hundred kilometers away from Abilene town. Given the current level of civilization in this plane, the fastest means of transportation is horseback. The roads are not very smooth. It will take a long time to get there. For Duke, this is not a problem as he can fly there directly. It's just unclear how many players are in Azure Vault City. For now, players from Abilene town can't reach Azure Vault City in a short time. The various demons and magical beasts along the way are enough to kill these players 800 times, unless some mapping expert can avoid all the dangers and walk there on foot. Azure Vault City has the presence of the Four Gods sect, as well as other forces like the Light sect appearing there. Viewed as a game, the city should be considered a relatively high-level map for players in the early stages. They are currently still loitering around the newbie village, and it will take some time before they reach Azure Vault City. The Duke quickly set out, with a map already in his mind, a rough map of the Bristol Kingdom. This map was organized by the Duke himself from those books, even more detailed than the original, supplementing many things. The Duke looked up at the direction of the sun, then headed east, towards Azure Vault City. His feet stepped on the yellow sand, flying rapidly in the air, causing many demons in the forest to instinctively hide after seeing this scene. These demons regarded the Duke as some kind of flying demon, hiding to avoid being hunted as prey. The Duke noticed these situations and decided to fly only after perceiving no presence of powerful demons around. He found this to be a real plane, but the location of the newbie village was quite particular, with no overly powerful demons nearby. It's likely designed deliberately by some existence to prevent these players from facing overly powerful beings as soon as they emerge. The Duke couldn't help but wonder, who designed all this and what is the purpose? In a vast, endless forest, the Duke walked alone on a dirt-colored road. This road had been opened by the Bristol Kingdom to allow carriage travel. However, this road clearly hasn't undergone much maintenance, bumpy and uneven, making carriage travel quite difficult. The Duke chose not to fly because yesterday he sensed the presence of powerful demons in this forest. At least a level 1 peak demon, The moment it released its presence, the Duke felt it. Judging by the presence suddenly appearing and disappearing, the creature was likely hunting prey. Since then, the Duke had refrained from flying, instead rapidly advancing on the ground, while minimizing his own presence as much as possible. Releasing one's own presence can automatically deter some low-level demons, but it can also attract more formidable demons. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the Duke chose to actively restrain his presence, rendering himself almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. Unless a player appears, they would see his question mark level. After walking on this road for half a day, he heard hoofbeats behind him. Judging by the number of sounds, it was a caravan with quite a few members. He didn't pay much attention, as he had encountered many caravans these days, all quite normal. This was the only road in the surrounding area. So if one wanted to reach other places, they had no choice but to take this. After a while, the Duke suddenly stopped, as a blue giant bear appeared ahead, its aura indicating it was at least a higher-level demon beast, not yet reaching level 1 life force. This blue giant bear seemed to be hungry for a long time, and its belly had scars, probably having been attacked by other demons forcing it to leave its territory. Roaming around, it came to the road and encountered the Duke. The bear's eyes were fixed on the Duke, clearly seeing him as prey, its limbs tensing in preparation to charge. Just as the Duke was about to casually dispatch this hungry bear-like demon beast, a clear shout rang out from behind. The voice powerful and melodious. "Holy light judgment!" A white lightsaber instantly appeared ahead, then descended directly hitting the bear, slicing it in half on the spot. The Duke initially prepared a defense upon sensing the energy fluctuation, but upon realizing the energy wasn't aimed at him, he refrained from acting. "Are you all right?" A girl in a white robe approached with big eyes looking at the Duke, seemingly checking for any injuries on him. "I'm fine, thank you." The Duke realized she was helping him and thus thanked her. The girl clearly noticed the Duke's cautiousness and said, "I'm the holy daughter Dali of the Light Sect. Rest assured, we're not bandits or robbers." Hearing the words Light Sect, the Duke couldn't help but grumble internally. How can I even encounter this? Moreover, the holy daughter of the Light Sect. Could this be divine intervention? Upon hearing Dali's voice, he already realized she was the one who had called upon prayers that formed the vortex, enabling his escape from that strange space to appear here. Strictly speaking, he owed Dali a debt for saving his life. However, the Duke didn't want to establish too many connections with the Light Sect, naturally not disclosing this matter to Dali. "Would you like to accompany us? Forest has been restless lately. Traveling alone is quite dangerous." Dali, unaware of the Duke's inner thoughts, gazed at him with clear and kind eyes. "Thank you, but no need. I'm used to traveling alone." The Duke contemplated, then said, declining Dali's invitation. He didn't need the protection of this caravan anyway, nor did he feel the need to explain further. Dali thought for a moment and said, "Since you're cautious, why not follow behind us? I'll make the caravan slow down. This way, if you encounter danger, we can assist you promptly. If in trouble, be sure to call out loudly." She simply believed the Duke was overly cautious and not trusting of them, hence didn't force the issue. Soon, the caravan behind arrived with a total of more than a dozen carriages, all manned by people dressed in white robes and white armor. These were indeed the casters and knights of the Light Sect, judging by the goods being transported on the carriages. Upon observing this, the Duke couldn't help but think, it seems the Light Sect is indeed in decline. Even the Holy Daughter has to personally transport goods for profit. From Dali's spiritual energy fluctuation, he sensed she was also a level 1 life force, with spiritual power higher than his, roughly equivalent to a level 1 liquidation mage. Besides Dali, there were 2 other individuals in the caravan with relatively strong presence. One was a white-haired old man in a white robe, exuding powerful spiritual energy, likely reaching the level of a level 1 crystallized wizard. The other was a knight, with life force level being level 1 life force, quite formidable among knights. This person appeared to be the escort commander of the convoy, with all knights obeying his orders. He was also very vigilant of the Duke, not treating him as an ordinary person. "Saintess, we should set off now," the knight respectfully said. Dali replied, "Knight Henry, have the convoy slow down so we can look out if he encounters any situations." Henry, the knight, wore a worried expression but couldn't refuse the Saintess's command, saying, "Saintess, we must not delay too long. We need to reach Azure Vault City promptly." How about I assign someone to guard him while the convoy continues onward? How does that sound? Knight Henry knows that the Holy Daughter has always been kind-hearted and would never easily give up helping others. This trait has been a cause of headaches for her, but it's precisely because of her kind nature that he has always followed and willingly served her. After some thought, Holy Daughter Dolly agreed with Knight Henry's suggestion. All right then, arrange for 2 people to protect him, thank you. I don't need protection, but thank you for your kindness. Duke was somewhat speechless. These light sect people were overly enthusiastic without even asking for his opinion. Dolly seemed to sense Duke's feelings and apologized somewhat awkwardly. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, I'm always making such mistakes. She realized her offense and quickly apologized, without a hint of arrogance typical of a holy daughter. Eventually, Dolly chose a compromise, despite Duke's insistence on not needing protection. She was still somewhat worried, so she had 2 light knights walk slowly behind the caravan, maintaining a distance from Duke. This way, Duke wouldn't feel uncomfortable and would still be looked after. Duke felt a bit helpless, but let it go, understanding that these people were acting out of goodwill. The 2 light knights walked slowly far behind the caravan, keeping several hundred meters away from Duke. Duke sensed that these 2 were great knight level in terms of strength, and a few hundred meters was nothing to them in terms of catching up quickly. He realized the caravan seemed not to be transporting mere goods. Perhaps it was carrying something important given its strict defense. Yet in such circumstances, Holy Daughter Dolly would still care for passers-by, adding pressure to the knights. The caravan was out of sight, but the 2 light knights continued following the saint's orders, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters from Duke. Initially, these knights were very wary of Duke, but they noticed he didn't exhibit any strange behavior and didn't trail the caravan, realizing he was indeed just a passerby. At this moment, Duke suddenly sensed something and looked ahead towards the direction where the caravan had gone. The atmosphere became tense at the light sect's caravan as 12 people in black robes surrounded it. Though few in number, they exerted significant pressure on the light sect members. That's because among these 12, there were 2 high-ranking mages, while the light sect had only 1. The old man Duke sensed earlier as a level 1 crystallized mage. Drop the items and we won't trouble you. A black-robed middle-aged man growled in a deep voice. Holy Daughter Dolly stepped forward with a resolute gaze. These are things belonging to our light sect. We can't let you 4 God sect take them. 4 God sect? I don't understand what you're talking about. On sentence, drop the items and live, else die. The black-robed man clearly didn't want unnecessary discourse on his identity, abruptly bypassing the topic. Knight Henry stepped forward indifferently. 4 God sect still hides in the shadows, afraid to admit their acts like sewer rats. The light sect's stance was firm. They wouldn't relinquish their items easily. Realizing peaceful resolution was impossible, the 4 God sect members prepared to seize the items by force. Without further word, they infused their bodies with energy, summoning countless fireballs, wind blades, rock spikes for a magical bombardment. On Duke's side, the 2 light knights rushed over upon sensing the commotion near the caravan. Protecting the caravan was their paramount task since the Holy Daughter and Bishop were present, making their safety top priority. Once they left, Duke stealthily moved to the front, using the shadow cloak to hide in the woods nearby. The front of the caravan was now shielded by a white energy shield, constantly enduring various magical bombardments, with the white-haired old man struggling to maintain it. Duke quickly understood that the energy shield's source was the white-haired old man. Continuing like this would be unsustainable. The loss of magic power was rapidly occurring. If the bishop wanted to preserve himself, he should retract the energy shield, thus retaining some fighting capability. Continuing this way would inevitably lead to exhaustion and unfeasible strategy. Yet the bishop persisted in maintaining the shield, knowing that once he withdrew it, others would face direct magical bombardment. Among the caravan, there were many ordinary people, several knights, and only a dozen with casting ability, many around apprentice mage level. Holy Daughter Dolly was also channeling her mana into the energy shield, possessing the strength of a mid-level mage. While Duke observed from afar, someone among the 12 from 4 God sect noticed him and shouted in anger, "Who's there?" Alongside the angry shout, a fireball technique was unleashed. At that moment, Duke was hiding atop a tree. The incoming fireball technique was automatically blocked by the Sand Guardian's defense. Just passing by, carry on, Duke quickly replied, not wanting to get involved. Originally, he intended to merely observe, unexpectedly discovered despite the distance. This person seems to have some connection with the light sect. Just saw. The black-robed man murmured softly. They had been lurking in the shadows and happened to witness light knights escorting Duke, branding him an affiliate of the light sect. Duke was bewildered, seeing these people hadn't intended to leave survivors after acting, merely seeking a reason to finish him. Two low-level wizards soon flew over, launching a barrage of wind attribute magic without a word. Duke quickly assessed the strength of these spells. Both were level 1 gaseous mages, and with these spells they couldn't breach the Sand Guardian's defense. Easily deflecting the spells, the two from Four Gods sect realized the person before them wasn't simple. Exchanged glances and prepared stronger measures. Back at the caravan, the energy shield suddenly shattered due to the black-robed man's use of a magic artifact, its explosive energy exceeding the Light Bishop's expectations, shattering the shield in an instant. The Light Knights formed small formations amidst the magical bombardment, struggling to survive, as chaos ensued. These knights could endure momentarily due to the Light Sect's special armor, but many ordinary people were instantly killed or injured. The bishop sighed upon witnessing this scene, his face filled with empathy and sorrow. Closing his eyes, an intense energy wave emanated from him. His body began emitting white light. Not good. Don't let them run away, the man in black robes shouted upon seeing the situation. The others also prepared to intercept, attempting to disrupt the Light Bishop's casting. The Light Bishop's casting was quick. At this moment, he had already completed his magic, turning into a beam of light with everyone around, including the distant Duke, and disappearing. Only the carriage and goods were left on the spot. Even the corpses were hurriedly taken away. Damn it! The man in black robes cursed furiously, full of rage. He had planned for so long, but in the end it was all for naught. Though the goods were still there, what they wanted wasn't these ordinary goods, but something in the hands of the bishop or the holy daughter. Duke felt the pull of the teleportation without any resistance, allowing it to carry him away. He didn't expect that in such a situation, the Light Bishop would still consider him and take him along. Duke was battling with those two mages, unable to be taken down by them temporarily. If he hadn't been taken along, Duke would surely have fallen into a siege by others, undoubtedly leading to a dangerous situation. Among those people were two whose strength was comparable to first-level crystallized wizards, which Duke alone certainly couldn't handle. The Light Bishop taking Duke with him was essentially saving his life. A flash of light, Duke and the others appeared in the wilderness, with a forest visible in the distant sky behind them. It seemed the teleportation had directly taken them out of the forest, crossing an unknown distance. Duke saw the Light Bishop spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his whole being deflating like a withered balloon. If it weren't for Knight Henry supporting him in time, he would have collapsed to the ground. This teleport was clearly not easy, otherwise the Light Bishop would not have used this teleport magic at the last moment. The Light Bishop gasped for air, but the intake was less than the outtake. He was likely on the brink of life. Duke walked over, took out a sun resilience potion, and said, "If you trust me, this should help you stabilize for now." He realized that the Light Bishop's current condition was not optimistic, probably due to underlying injuries, combined with the strain of sustaining a protective shield and forcefully teleporting so many people over a long distance, creating a massive burden on his body and spiritual power. The Light Bishop's already frail body couldn't withstand such a strong backlash, leaving him at death's door. The Sun Resilience Potion couldn't completely improve the Light Bishop's condition, but it could temporarily stabilize his body, preventing immediate collapse and sudden death. The Light Bishop nodded, and Knight Henry promptly took the Sun Resilience Potion, removed the cork, and slowly fed it to the Light Bishop. As the energy of the Sun Resilience Potion entered his body, a warm power spread throughout, quickly healing the injuries within the Light Bishop. After drinking this Sun Resilience Potion, the Light Bishop's complexion became a bit rosy, and his breathing was no longer so labored. Duke then took out another Sun Resilience Potion. Drink another one later, and your condition should stabilize. After all, the Light Bishop had saved his life, so 2 potions were no big deal. "Thank you," the Light Bishop said hoarsely. Bishop, the holy daughter Dolly, with tears in her eyes, was extremely worried. She then wiped her tears and said to Duke, "Thank you for your help. Are you an alchemist?" "Sort of." Duke nodded. He wasn't sure what alchemists in this world did, but guessed it was similar to those in the wizard plane. Dolly recalled seeing Duke in action earlier, realizing she had indeed done something unnecessary, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, if it weren't for us, you wouldn't have been in such trouble. There's no need to bring up past matters. Let's go before they catch up," Duke calmly said. The group then continued forward. They were already not far from Azure Vault City, estimated to be about an hour away. Duke took this time to get acquainted with them, learning each other's names. The Light Bishop thought for a moment and said, "Sir, could you possibly take the Holy Daughter Her Highness ahead first to reach Azure Vault City as soon as possible? Our light sect will reward you satisfactorily." Now they were a group of the old, the weak, and the sick, all somewhat injured. These knights had no means of flight, much less carrying someone while flying. However, Duke had displayed the ability to fly during his battle with the Four Gods sect, most likely capable of carrying someone as well. If Duke could take Dolly ahead, then the primary objective of the light sect would be fulfilled. Duke pondered and said, "I can, but why do you trust me so much?" This was a question that puzzled him. The light sect people seemed to trust him too readily. If Duke were also one of the Four Gods sect, Holy Daughter Dolly would fall right into the claws. Holy Daughter Dolly explained, "I have a rather special talent, one that lets me sense the good and evil in others. The feeling I've gotten from you is very good, like being beside a vast ocean of light." This was also the reason she insisted on taking care of Duke earlier. It all stemmed from Dolly's innate ability to discern good from evil. More importantly, the feeling Duke gave her was special, making her subconsciously want to be close. Duke related this to his high-level light element affinity talent, understanding somewhat of what was going on. He didn't know which gods the Four Gods sect and light sect of this world worshipped, but was certain it wasn't the goddess of light from the wizard plane. The light element, distributed across all areas of the endless plane, had corresponding faith, which was very normal. Due to his light attribute talent, it was natural that people from the light sect felt close to him. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but I will prioritize my own safety before escorting Dolly." "Is that acceptable?" Duke felt that he could help, but matters needed to be made clear. He would prioritize his safety. "Mr. Duke, helping Dolly is already greatly appreciated, and if we encounter danger, Mr. Duke, you can leave first." "I do have quite formidable abilities," Dolly smiled. After all, Dolly was a mid-level mage. Her spiritual power was stronger than Duke's, only lacking long-range flight methods. Duke had already noticed that casters in this plane had relatively singular means. Their research into spells and energy was insufficiently deep, mostly still in the application phase. Those people from the Four Gods sect he encountered earlier used solely single-element attribute spells, with almost no other attributes. After reaching an agreement with the people of the light sect, the Duke waved his large hand, and countless yellow sands spread out, transforming into a wide flying carpet that carried Dolly away. The remaining people of the light sect could now support the Light Bishop and slowly make their way to Azure Vault City. The object the Four Gods sect desired must certainly be on Dolly, so they didn't have to worry about being pursued by the Four Gods sect. As the Duke flew, he pondered the relationship between the two factions, and it seemed the Four Gods sect was also somewhat apprehensive, choosing to disguise their identities during the ambush. He thought that he could only get answers from Dolly and thus asked, "Why do the people from the Four Gods sect have to deliberately disguise their identities?" Dolly paused for a moment and replied, "Because neither the Four Gods nor the God of Light actually allow us to kill each other." The Duke listened to Dolly for a long time and finally understood that there was actually no significant conflict between the Four Gods and the God of Light. However, over many years of development, and with the gods not appearing for a long time, these sects have developed more and more aberrantly, starting to fight for power and profit. Previously, the Light sect was the same as the Four Gods sect, having its own believers everywhere. But later, the God of Light suddenly disappeared, and the believers received no response at all. After losing the God of Light, the strength of the Light believers became extremely difficult to improve. The method of enhancing these believers' abilities was directly linked to the God they worshipped, so when the God vanished, it essentially locked their path to advancement. This also led to the rapid decline of the Light sect's strength, with the original resources gradually being divided by other sects, reaching the current state. Despite this, people from the Four Gods sect still dare not openly annihilate the light sect. Even more so, they dare not attack the people of the light sect publicly. That's why those people earlier would disguise their identities and refuse to admit they were from the Four Gods sect. Azure Vault City has a stronghold of the light sect. It is also a place with a significant number of light sect believers, although still fewer compared to the other Four Gods sect believers. The Duke quickly flew with Dolly, and when they were a short distance from the city gate, they landed and chose to walk the rest of the way. He did not want to attract too much attention, to which Dolly also expressed her understanding. The inspection at the city gate was relatively strict, but with Dolly's identity as the Holy Daughter, everything was not a problem. Moreover, Dolly added, "Since Mr. Duke is an adventurer traveling abroad, let me help you resolve your identity in Azure Vault City, so you can operate with more ease." During the previous conversation, Duke mentioned very little about his identity, only saying that he had been traveling and adventuring outside for years, with no fixed residence. Dolly naturally understood that Duke was concealing some information but did not inquire further. "Not as one of your light sect, right?" Duke asked. Dolly smiled and said, "Of course not, it won't cause any trouble for Mr. Duke. Just an ordinary resident's identity in Azure Vault City." "Thank you very much then," said Duke. He indeed needed a legal identity now, which could save him a lot of trouble. Such an identity was somewhat troublesome, even just as an ordinary resident. It wasn't easy to get. It was only because of Dolly's special status that all this could be swiftly resolved. After the two entered the city, they headed toward the light sect's stronghold, where a cluster of white buildings stood. Even though the light sect had already declined, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Ordinary forces could not be compared. These buildings were constructed over 100 years ago, and are one of the many holy sites among light believers. Even the boldest of the Four Gods sect wouldn't dare seize these places. They might bully people of the light sect, but they couldn't bully the believers of the light sect. The streets in Azure Vault City were very tidy, all paved with bluestone, and there were some believers cleaning the streets. It seemed that the cleanliness of this place was maintained due to the presence of these people keeping the city clean. The Duke followed Dolly into the light sect and was not questioned at all along the way. After waiting for half an hour, the bishop returned with the remaining people. By now, the bishop seemed to appear without any anomalies. It seemed that he had adjusted his condition before entering the city, so outsiders wouldn't see his fatigue. Once inside a large hall of the light sect, the bishop finally sat down with a weary expression, his aged face resembling dry bark, and his eyes had deeply sunken in. It was clear that he really wanted to get a good night's sleep, completely relying on his strong willpower to support himself. "Thank you for your help." The bishop expressed his gratitude once again. He then continued to ask, "What kind of reward would you like? You can mention it." The Duke thought for a moment and said, "If possible, could you provide me with some light attribute spells? I'd like to conduct some research." He currently only mastered 2 kinds of light magic. The light sect must have plenty of light attribute spells inside for him to learn from. The bishop had a troubled look and said, "The spells within the sect can only be taught to qualified believers. This." "Mr. Duke, you don't need to ask the bishop about this. He can't teach you. If you have any questions, you can ask me later and I'll tell you in detail." The Holy Daughter Dolly specifically emphasized the word in detail, and her beautiful eyes moved playfully. The Duke instantly understood her meaning. Although the light sect officially couldn't teach spells to outsiders, private exchanges weren't restricted. "Got it, then I'll change the reward." "Do you have anything like this energy crystal stone?" Duke said, taking out a level 1 magic stone. Dolly said, "May I take a look?" Certainly, Duke handed it over. Dolly carefully inspected it after taking it, and said, "It's something similar to a magic crystal stone. Why haven't I seen it before?" She then took out a light blue stone and showed it to Duke. As soon as Duke saw it, he knew that this magic crystal stone was the energy crystal stone from the Oracle Plane, which also contained abundant energy. "Great, then let's use that as the reward. Also, I'm planning to open a potion shop in Azure Vault City. Could you assist with that?" said Duke. Since Duke couldn't return for a short time, he needed to find a place to settle down first, and he couldn't neglect the progress of cultivating proficiency. Magic potions was still the most direct way to acquire free attribute points, and the brewed potions would eventually need to be sold, so opening a potion shop became the only sales channel. In a city like Azure Vault City, with many casters, As long as the magic potions were suitable, they should not be hard to sell. The light sect finally gave Duke 30,000 pieces of level 1 magic crystal stones, which indeed showed they were somewhat strapped for resources. Duke didn't ask for more, even though the 2 sun resilience potions he gave were worth nearly 10,000 magic stones. However, the light sect had also saved him before, so there was no need to haggle too much. Duke's identity was quickly settled, just a seemingly ordinary wooden plaque recording some simple information about Duke. The light bishop was quickly helped away. He needed continued recuperation, and if the injuries didn't stabilize and continued to worsen, it would be very dangerous. However, even if stabilized, it was estimated his lifespan was running out. After the light bishop left, Holy Daughter Dali led Duke to a small courtyard beside the hall, where servants brought hot tea and some snacks before retreating. You just said you wanted to study light attribute magic. I see the magic you used before seems to be of the earth attribute. Have you had any connections with the 4 God sect before? Dali asked. Duke replied, no connection, I just like researching various kinds of magic. As he spoke, he launched a light beam towards the sky, catching Dali's eye. This is not a magic of the light sect, where did you get it from? Dali was very curious. Duke thought for a moment and said, I developed it myself. It seems you are indeed a very skilled and knowledgeable mage. Reaching this point on your own is not easy, Dali said. Mages in the oracle plane generally belong to 2 types. One is those belonging to the 4 God sect or light sect, and they grow gradually relying on the resources within the sect. This kind usually has a relatively fixed growth path, and their growth system is relatively complete, but they become increasingly bound to the sect. The other is a free mage, growing up by self-learning and researching, which is very difficult, but any individual mage with certain achievements is generally very powerful. In Dali's eyes, Duke was clearly such a mage. Dali continued, I can't tell you the core spells within the sect, but I can share some ordinary spells. Duke didn't mind, he was merely interested in understanding the magic system of this world, and if possible, he could gain proficiency. Dali then told Duke of a light system spell named Holy Healing Technique, the effect of which is to heal injuries. During Dali's description, Duke found that the magic system in this plane was indeed different from a wizard's. Wizards usually need to build a magic model and then activate the model with magic power to cast spells. But mages in the oracle plane don't need to construct a magic model. They use their own magic power with specific incantations to mobilize surrounding elemental power to complete the spell casting process. After discovering this difference, Duke began researching the spell incantations. According to Dali, incantations are usually composed of various basic syllables, which have been passed down from a long time ago. Duke tried some out, and found that relying on these incantations could indeed mobilize the surrounding light elemental energy particles. This casting method seems to depend greatly on the caster's talent. If the talent is insufficient, it is difficult to mobilize the surrounding elemental energy particles. The syllables of incantations are essentially somewhat similar to will rune in alchemy. They are relatively special existences. Once Duke understood this, he remained outwardly calm, not revealing the fact that he had no foundation in the syllables of incantations. He merely learned about these indirectly, and Dali never thought of this. She didn't even consider that Duke hadn't mastered the basic syllables of incantations, but continued explaining patiently. Different incantations have different requirements on the caster's spiritual power. If spiritual power is too low, some incantations cannot be used. At this point, Duke understood why the 4 God sect spells were so limited, because the casting method required high elemental affinity talent. It was considered very good if an average person had a high affinity with just one element. People with multiple elemental affinities were extremely rare. Duke also learned about the caster's power system in this plane, which includes mage, magic master, and great mage. Among them, mages are divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level mages, roughly corresponding to the gaseous, liquidation, and crystallization stages of a wizard. As for magic masters and great mages, they are approximately the strength of level 2 and level 3 wizards. This was just Duke's guess. He hadn't encountered someone of the magic master level. Is there anyone or anything more powerful than a great mage? Duke casually asked. Ali frowned, thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, probably not. The only beings more powerful than great mages would be deities. Although she was the holy daughter of the light sect, she still showed great respect towards the other four gods. Several hours later, Duke uttered a few peculiar syllables. The pronunciation was very strange yet extremely accurate. A moment later, countless white energy emerged in his hand, flowing into Dolly's body, making her feel warm and comfortable instantly. Holy Healing Technique. LV1 1/50. Since the Holy Healing Technique didn't have a corresponding magic model, Duke couldn't judge its level based on the complexity of the model. However, Dolly said that Holy Healing Technique could be mastered by apprentice mages, which are similar to wizard apprentices, indicating that Holy Healing Technique is a minor spell. He also understood what Dolly meant by core spells, probably referring to level 1 magic. What could be shared with him were all minor spells. He then consulted Dolly on 2 minor light attribute spells, which were the lighting technique and dispelling technique. As the name suggests, the lighting technique can summon a light source to illuminate the surroundings. As long as magic power is continuously provided, it can be maintained indefinitely. This spell wasn't very useful to Duke. It was simply for reference and research. The dispelling technique, however, was worth learning. It has the effect of dispelling curses. Duke hadn't mastered a similar spell before. This spell was of certain value to him. Before long, dusk arrived, and Duke had to leave. After sundown, non-members of the Light Sect are not allowed to stay within. The Light Sect arranged a hotel for him and would take him to see a shop storefront tomorrow, which was part of the remuneration provided by the Light Sect. Shopfronts in Azure Vault City were not cheap and couldn't be purchased without sufficient connections, acquired entirely through the channels and connections behind the Light Sect. Duke specifically emphasized that he didn't need a prime location. The more secluded, the better. The Light Sect found this odd request a bit puzzling, but complied nonetheless. Duke's goal was to keep a low profile, the best. Stores usually have high foot traffic. Putting his shop in such places would naturally make sales easier, but it would be too ostentatious. His initial target customers were the mages of Azure Vault City, but ultimately his main sales would be to those adventurers. With adventurers, he didn't really need a prime location, as they could quickly spread information about him on online forums and other places. Duke had already learned from Dolly that alchemists were very rare here, especially those who could refine powerful magic potions. The level of potion making on this plane seemed relatively low. The level 1 potion Duke casually produced was already seen as a powerful potion by Dolly and the others. There were no large-scale potion shops in Azure Vault City, only a few well-known alchemists, but they were far inferior to Duke. They could barely manage to refine 1 or 2 types of level 1 potions, and their failure rate was particularly high. Dolly knew some basic magic potion knowledge, and had spoken to Duke about the fundamentals of magic potions. After learning about their refining process and the instruments they used, Duke understood why their potion-making failure rate was high. A research into magic potion materials was not as deep as that of the wizards, and the related tools were incomplete. Their refining methods were relatively primitive. The knowledge of magic potion materials was extensive. Different materials had completely different properties, and slight differences in handling could greatly reduce effects or even produce negative results. These needed systematic learning to master, with a very complex knowledge system. However, the Oracle plane clearly lacked a systematic inheritance of potion making. Still relying on rudimentary oral transmission, where usually a master taught a few students. The wizard plane had organizations like the Magic Potion Association, where research into magic potion was very in-depth. The next day, a shop named Star Embers quietly opened in a small alley in the heart of Azure Vault City. This little alley, location-wise, was actually situated in the city center of Azure Vault City. However, it was just away from the busiest area. Very few people walked this way, and you had to turn a corner to enter this alley, which resulted in a sparse crowd. The storefront of Duke's shop wasn't small, just rather simple, with a fairly large courtyard inside, surrounded by 2 rooms. One room was for living, and the other could be used for storing some sundries. Duke turned this storage room into a temporary magic potion laboratory, and fortunately, his space ring still had a few sets of basic potion refining tools. Though they couldn't compare with the top configurations he once used in the wizard plane, they were much better than the makeshift tools used by the old masters of the Oracle plane. The cauldron's inner wall was smooth like a mirror, inscribed with fine energy conducting runes. The stirring rod was made from the magically inert artwood of a star meteor, and the filter was woven from the finest mithril threads. While these were considered basic tools on the wizard plane, here they were quite exquisite. He spent some time cleaning and organizing, getting this temporary laboratory to at least a usable standard. Then he took out a few bottles of the most ordinary secondary potion from his space ring, such as quick healing potion and basic magic recovery potion. On the wizard plane, these were common items, typically used by wizard apprentices. But here they were the grand opening items of star embers. Duke didn't bother with any fancy display cases, nor did he even make shelves. In the storefront along the street, he casually found a few relatively clean wooden boxes and placed the potion bottles on them. The bottles were the most ordinary transparent glass bottles, the labels handwritten by him, the scrawled words looking like chicken scratch, noting only the name and effects, with no detailed instructions. The entire shop was empty except for those wooden boxes with only an old wooden chair he had moved from the backyard. He himself sat lazily in that chair, leaning against the wall, eyes half closed, as if dozing or lost in thought. The shop's door was wide open. Outside was a quiet alley so still you could almost hear the dust settle. Occasionally, a passerby hurried past the alley's entrance, not even curious enough to glance inside. The air lingered an almost palpable stillness. Only the faint bustle from the distant city center reminded of the city's vitality. Time slowly passed, from morning to high noon, then to late afternoon, with the sun casting long shadows in the alley. The entrance of Star Embers remained desolate, not even a curious stray cat appeared. Duke was in no hurry, he even contemplated whether to replace the chair with a lounge chair. At that moment, footsteps came from the alleyway, not the hurried kind but with some hesitation, eventually turning into this alley. The footsteps stopped at the shop's entrance. Duke slightly lifted his eyelids. Two people stood at the entrance. One was Dolly, whom he had just met yesterday, her face holding a hint of subtle excitement and anticipation. The other was a middle-aged man in a deep blue mage robe, embroidered with the emblem of the city lord's mansion of Azure Vault City, a slitted pupil circled by a stellar ring. The man's expression was solemn, with a slight frown, scrutinizing the shabby shop, finally letting his gaze fall on the casually placed potion bottles on wooden boxes and the seemingly languid young shopkeeper on the chair. His eyes were filled with undisguised doubt, even a touch of disdain. "Holy daughter," the middle-aged mage's voice carried a hint of displeasure. "Is this the master's shop you mentioned?" He deliberately emphasized master, his gaze sweeping over Duke's excessively youthful face. "And these are the powerful magic potions he refined." He looked at the plain bottles, which didn't resemble potent potions at all. Dolly was a little embarrassed but more certain. "Mage Todd, this is the place." "Mr. Duke, this is Mage Todd, the magic potion master of the city lord's mansion of Azure Vault City, who himself is quite knowledgeable about potions." Only then did Duke leisurely sit up straight, his face expressionless as he made a simple self-introduction. The magic potion master Todd standing before him was also a level 1 crystallized wizard, carrying a faint herbal scent. Dolly had used the city lord's mansion's channels to handle Duke's identity information and this shop. Todd was very interested upon hearing that a magic potion master had settled in Azure Vault City, so he specially requested Dolly to introduce them. Dolly was initially reluctant, but couldn't resist Todd's repeated requests, then casually mentioned it to Duke yesterday. Duke thought about it and agreed. After all, living in Azure Vault City, he would eventually have to deal with these people from the city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, the person came the next day, clearly eager to meet him. Todd took this matter very seriously at first, but upon meeting Duke, he felt he had been a bit too serious, because Duke's strength wasn't particularly strong, just at the spiritual power level of a low-ranking mage. Moreover, he was too young. How much experience in magic potion could such a young person accumulate? Most likely, not as much as him. Additionally, the shop was too simple, and these so-called magic potions were just casually displayed, showing no real seriousness towards potion crafting, filled with a sense of randomness. This made Todd think Duke wasn't a meticulous researcher, and attitude determines many things. Since he was already here, he at least had to see the level of the magic potions this person had refined. Todd asked politely, "Mr. Duke, may I take a look at the magic potions you've crafted?" "Of course, go ahead," Duke replied with a smile. then continued sitting in his chair, quite leisurely. Todd then walked to the wooden box and picked up a bottle labeled Basic Magic Recovery Potion. He unplugged the cork, and an extremely pure magic power scent, without any impurities, instantly filled the air, carrying a faint fragrance of grass and wood. Todd Mage's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face's skepticism was instantly replaced by shock. As someone who has long been in contact with potion materials, he had refined countless magic potions. But the potions he usually crafted either had a mix, scent with a burnt smell, were murky in color, or had extremely unstable magic power fluctuations. Yet, the potion before him was as clear as a mountain spring, with an aura so pure it made his heart tremble, and the magic power contained was gentle yet abundant, something he had never seen in his life. He didn't even dare to use his usual simplistic methods of testing, fearing contamination of this potion. Todd carefully poured a tiny drop onto the magic testing crystal plate he carried, a tool often used to roughly reflect the energy purity and stability of potions. The moment the crystal plate came into contact with the potion drop, a gentle and bright blue light steadily illuminated, uniformly pure. Without the slightest flicker or colorful spots, Todd Mage stared intensely at the glow, holding his breath. The best potion he'd ever refined, had only ever made. The crystal plate emit a weak, speckled light, often flickering erratically. How is this possible? Todd Mage's voice quivered with disbelief as he looked sharply at Duke. This purity and stability. Sir, did you really craft this yourself? He instinctively switched to using honorifics. All previous disdain vanished, leaving only a reverence for knowledge. Duke yawned as if the other was merely asking about today's weather. Yes, just crafted casually. Material processing wasn't meticulous, and the purification technique was a bit crude, but it'll do. He was speaking the truth. This was indeed crafted using the most basic technique with the most ordinary materials as practice batch. The Wizard Plains laboratories were far more advanced, unable to refine the highest quality potions, only able to produce above average ones. Crafted casually. It'll do. Although Todd realized this bottle of basic magic recovery potion wouldn't be very high grade, its purity was something he'd never seen before. He didn't know how one could craft a solution with such high purity. Duke found himself puzzled by Todd's excitement and finally sat up slightly straight from his chair. Scratching his head, this is just a plain secondary potion. Mr. Duke. Todd Hoffman, as the chief alchemist of Azure Vault City, humbly request that you allow me to observe your refining process in detail, or even just give me some pointers. Todd said respectfully. He slightly bowed, lowering his posture greatly. At this moment, he was no longer the chief alchemist from the city lord's mansion. In the path of magic potion, he forever held the heart of an apprentice. Duke's comment about the material processing not being meticulous felt like a thorn stuck in his heart. If such a crude technique could reach this level, what would true meticulousness be like? He dared not imagine, but was eager to know. Duke shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I have no obligation to teach you anything. You know, the most expensive thing in the world is knowledge." He was essentially using the advanced magic potion knowledge from the wizard plane to perform a dimensional reduction attack here. Even if it was just the most basic refining process, it was inherited from countless generations. Such profound heritage and accumulation were incomparable to Todd and their shallow alchemist practices. Duke wasn't going to easily impart any knowledge to them, as it was his skill for earning a living for the foreseeable future. Rarity holds value. If abundant, it loses worth. Moreover, he had no relationship with Todd to warrant doing favors. Todd wasn't surprised, but felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing Duke's words. This was normal in the Oracle plane, as magic potion is traditionally passed down through generations. Todd was an outsider, and the techniques Duke held must be knowledge passed within their lineage, so naturally wouldn't be easily taught to outsiders. After thinking about it, he said, "Master Duke, how about this? If I have any questions in the future, can I come and consult you? For a fee?" "Sure, but it depends on the question. I'm not omniscient," Duke said. Todd was excited upon receiving a positive answer, then holding the basic magic recovery potion in his hand, asked, "Can I buy this potion?" "Of course. You can take it away for 300 level 1 magic crystal stones," Duke said casually. In the wizard plane, such a potion would only cost around 20 to 30 level 1 magic stones. He had directly marked it up by over 10 times. This price surely exceeded the potion's inherent value, but rarity adds value, and such a high-purity potion was research worthy for Todd. Todd agreed promptly, "Yes, and may I buy these too?" Duke thought for a moment, then said, "You can buy a maximum of 10 potions, the others have slightly different prices." He didn't want his place to turn into a distribution center. If he didn't limit quantities, Todd would likely buy as many as possible and resell them for a higher price. Duke's limitation on quantity was also to sell at higher prices in the future. He was, after all, only one person and couldn't engage in mass production of magic stones, so he had to set the price higher. To sell at high prices, the quantity couldn't be too large. Now it was just preparation for later after all. What's displayed in the shop were only secondary potions. Todd felt a bit disappointed after hearing that he could only buy 10 potions. If possible, he would buy all the potions here and take them back to study and learn slowly. Duke thought for a moment and said, "I can also sell you more potions, but you need to exchange them with your magic potion recipes." Although he still had quite a few magic potion recipes in his mind, these recipes were not fully mastered yet and could provide him with some free attribute points. Once all these potions were mastered, Duke would no longer have any magic potion skills to practice for proficiency, so he decided to start preparing early to ensure a stable source of free attribute points in the future. Todd pondered for a moment. Magic potion recipes weren't very important to him. Alchemists were already rare, and only alchemists needed these. They were of little value to others. Now that Duke needed magic potion recipes, it was undoubtedly not because Todd's recipes were better, but more likely for research and study. Todd spoke up, "All right. How about exchanging one magic potion recipe for an extra potion?" "Of course, that's a fair deal," Duke replied with a smile. Actually, Todd could choose to have someone else purchase on his behalf, but he was not the type to do that. Moreover, he feared that if Duke found out, he might cease to share any knowledge of magic potion with him, so considering the long term, he decided not to do such things behind Duke's back. Since Duke had set the limit to buying only 10, he planned to follow Duke's rules. People of ability often had some peculiar rules, which was quite normal. Besides, potions of such high purity wouldn't be available in large quantities. Todd realized he had been a bit too greedy, wanting to keep them all for himself. Then Todd said, pulling out a small leather-covered, weather-worn notebook from his pocket and quickly flipping through it. "Let me see which recipes are suitable for trade and not too, sensitive," he murmured to himself as he flipped through the pages. Duke waited patiently, eager to see what the potion recipes of this world were like. As an experienced alchemist, Todd's grasp of recipes, even if relatively basic, could reveal the basics of magic potion study here. Moreover, understanding different recipe ideas was valuable knowledge in itself. Got it. Todd stopped flipping, carefully tearing out 2 pages, then tearing 2 blank pages from the back of the notebook. He picked up a charcoal pencil he always carried with him and began to copy neatly and quickly onto the blank pages. "Master Duke, these are a few recipes I collected and improved during my early years. They are stable in effect, and the materials aren't too unconventional, though they do require some skill," Todd said, handing the freshly copied pages to Duke. Duke received the pages, the ink still wet, carrying a light scent of plants mixed with charcoal. Scanning over them, the pages clearly listed 5 potion recipes: stone skin potion, night vision potion, swift potion, blood boiling potion, and magic activation potion. These 5 were among the most common potions used in the Oracle plane, all at the level of secondary potions. Todd had been very meticulous in his transcription, detailing all the steps clearly. Duke did not examine them closely, he simply put them away, and then Todd purchased 5 more potions. Pleased with these potions, Todd couldn't hide his excitement, showing a high enthusiasm for magic potion studies. What he most wanted were Duke's recipes or the opportunity to observe Duke's potion refining process. However, he knew this was hard to achieve and didn't expect too much. Just obtaining these potions was good enough. At night, the Star Ember's potion shop had already closed, and the small alley outside was unusually quiet. In his makeshift laboratory, Duke studied the potion recipes in his hands. The most important issue now was not how complex the potion recipes were, but identifying what the potion materials in the recipes referred to. Even the same material could have different names in the wizard plane and the oracle plane. needing to be matched one by one. In fact, this was one reason Duke didn't sell his recipes. If he did, Todd likely wouldn't understand what the materials in the recipe were. He couldn't ask Todd what these materials specifically referred to, as he shouldn't appear unfamiliar with basic materials as someone with some expertise in magic potion studies. It would seem a bit unusual. Even if others wouldn't think much of it. It was best not to reveal such doubts. Reviewing the recipes, some materials were identifiable, while others were uncertain. For instance, the night vision potion recipe mentioned nightlight firefly gland, owl eye lens, and shadow grass juice. The first two were clear and well-defined. But shadow grass couldn't be confirmed. Duke wasn't sure. If it referred to the shadow grass he knew or was the name of another herb. Shadow grass. In the wizard plane, do we call it shadow moss or dark moon fern? The blood boiling potion mentions red flame lizard heart powder. Does this red flame lizard refer to a specific subspecies or just an ordinary fire lizard? Duke's fingers gently tapped the transcribed recipe pages, his brow slightly furrowed. The differences in names weren't just about different appellations. They could refer to entirely different plants or biological parts. Getting it wrong could either lead to failed potion crafting or potentially dangerous outcomes. He needed a credible information source that wouldn't raise suspicions. Todd obviously wasn't suitable, asking Todd such basic questions seemed too unusual. As a big city, Azure Vault City surely had stores specializing in magic materials. The next morning, before the Star Embers Potion shop sign was hung up, Duke had already locked the shop door and blended into the slightly chilly morning streets of Azure Vault City. He deliberately slowed his pace, his sharp eyes scanning the rows of store signs lining the street. Anvil and Rune was an alchemy workshop. Secret Magic Scroll specialized in magic scrolls, starlight cloth art. Duke patiently searched, finally spotting an ancient wooden sign at the entrance of a relatively quiet alley filled with the faint smell of herbs and dust. It read, Roots and Dewdrop Herb Shop. Below the sign were several sketches of herbs in various shapes. Duke pushed open the wooden door with a copper bell, a rich and complex scent of plants filling the air, mixed with the earthy smell of soil, the sweet aroma of flowers, the bitterness of roots, and some indescribable peculiar fragrances. The interior of the shop was more spacious than it appeared. From outside, the lighting slightly dim. Along the walls was a row of shelves reaching to the ceiling, densely packed with various glass jars, wooden boxes, leather pouches, filled with dried herbs, exotic seeds, colorful mineral powders, various insect carapaces, and animal organ specimens. Some fresh, earthy plant roots and stems were carefully placed in vine baskets covered with damp cloth. The air seemed to carry a fine layer of dust, that inevitable debris from various dried materials. An elder, hair streaked with gray, wearing thick crystal glasses, stood behind the counter. He delicately scooped shimmering blue powder from an open clay jar using a petite silver spoon, dividing it into smaller crystal bottles. Upon hearing the door open, he didn't lift his head but instead said slowly, "Feel free to look around. Let old Ed know if you need anything." Duke nodded and didn't head to the counter. Instead, he leisurely strolled inside the shop. His gaze was sharp and focused, scanning shelf after shelf, flicking over fresh materials in vine baskets. His nostrils subtly flared to capture slight deviations in the air scent. He stopped in front of a vine basket containing fresh plants. The leaves were slender and deep purple. The roots were uniquely purple-black, damp with soil, exuding a cool, slightly decayed scent. He extended his fingers, gently pinching a leaf, feeling the texture and thickness with his fingertips. He then leaned closer to smell the faint fragrance of the sap seeping from the incision. The basket bore the words, "Shadow Grass," written in Bristol language, essentially the same plant found in the wizard plane, known as shadow moss. And Duke continued examining other magic potion materials, many of which he recognized, just under different names here. He memorized them all. Given his current capability, retaining such a large volume of information in a short time was no problem. Next, Duke reached a shelf housing dried specimens of various small animal organs. His gaze swept over them, quickly locking onto several shriveled, dark red small heart specimens, placed beside jars of same-colored dried, ground powder labeled as Red Ridge Fire Lizard Heart Powder. He picked up one heart specimen, examining the size, structure, and remaining markings closely. No doubt this was an ordinary fire lizard heart, and not the more precious molten giant lizard. While these materials were recognizable, many were processed to a point where identifying their original form was challenging. Upon reaching an area filled with various colors of crystal stone powder, his gaze roved among several shades of yellow. One type was honey yellow, fine and uniform in texture. The other was earth yellow with slightly coarser granules. Duke pointed at the honey yellow powder and casually asked towards the counter, "Mr. Ed, this yellow crystal stone powder seems energetically stable. What uses does it generally?" The elder Ed raised his head, a flicker of surprise flashing behind thick lenses. He set the spoon down, looking at the jar of powder Duke was pointing to. Indeed, yellow crystal stone from the western mine, pure earth vein energy ideal for stabilizers or crafting earth attribute potions. He gestured at the lesser one beside it. That earth yellow one is from the southern pit, not quite as good. He then examined Duke carefully, noting that although Duke didn't recognize yellow crystal stone, his keen perception ability sensed its stable energy. This ability was no ordinary feat, indicating Duke had an exceptional eye. Thus, Duke wandered the shop, chatting occasionally with old Ed. For materials he was unfamiliar with, he gained rough insights, forming some ideas in his mind. He purchased many unfamiliar materials, planning to conduct tests later, likely utilizing them for future magic potion refining. Duke paid with magic crystal stones. Within Azure Vault City, materials related to extraordinary power mostly used magic crystal stone for transactions. This was why he had obtained magic crystal stone from the Light Sect, having long foreseen this point. Outside a few planes in the Endless Plane, precious metals and energy crystal stone were high-end currencies, largely universal. He spent over 1,000 magic crystal stones in total, a quite considerable purchase. He picked up a thick book titled Magic Potion Manual beside the counter, casually asking, "Is this manual for sale? I'd like to study it." Old Ed smiled. "At my age, I often need to reference and record some things. If you're from Azure Vault City, you can borrow it to read. Then return it when done. But if you're just a passing traveler, then..." "I'm new here, opened a small shop on the next street called Star Embers. Usually selling some magic potions," Duke said. Old Ed nodded. "I see. Then we're neighbors. Take it and read. You can come ask if there's anything unclear." At this point, Ed only assumed Duke was a magic pharmacist apprentice. Otherwise, he wouldn't be interested in the magic potion manual. Duke said no more, simply smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Ed. I noticed your spirit state isn't optimal. This is my calming potion to stabilize your spiritual power, reduce mental fatigue with a fine sleep aid effect." Old Ed adjusted his thick crystal glasses, curiously picking up the calming potion, a potion he'd never seen before. His grasp of magic potion was profound, instantly discerning the potion's extraordinary qualities. "Seems Mr. Duke is indeed a skilled alchemist." Ed offered his assessment. Duke replied with a smile, "Not really skilled. I enjoy traveling, searching for novel materials. I'll likely be staying in Azure Vault City for a while." "I see." Ed slightly understood Duke's interest in the magic potion manual. Since Duke hailed from elsewhere, it's normal not to be familiar with local materials. No one can know everything. Duke's calming potion was much adored by Ed, giving him serene sleep with just a few drops. Such sleep quality was a bliss for one of Ed's age. As for whether the calming potion was poisonous, Ed's basic identification methods assured it wasn't. When Duke returned to his shop, he delved into the magic potion manual, mastering all its content within just a day. He categorized the contents, some aligning directly with previously known materials, others belonging to new materials, noting their corresponding features and characteristics. Quickly, 2 months passed. The small magic potion shop, Star Embers, quietly burned like the starfire contained in its name within the lush forest of Azure Vault City, and gradually brightened. Thanks to the incredibly pure, stable, and diverse magic potions crafted by Duke, the name Star Embers began to circulate within specific circles in Azure Vault City. Initially, it was only enthusiasts like Todd, as well as some sharp-smelling low-level adventurers or mercenaries who needed specific high-quality potions. But as its reputation fermented, the information spread out like ripples across a wider area. Some people with higher status started paying attention to this unassuming little shop. For example, the steward of a minor noble responsible for managing some city defense supplies in Azure Vault City heard about the Star Embers blood-boiling potion when purchasing potions to enhance his master's training effects. It not only had remarkable effects, but also far fewer side effects than commonly found on the market. For instance, a manager of a small commerce association was recommended here, while searching for reliable night vision potion and swift potion for the guard team of an upcoming dangerous long-distance trade. Duke's potions, whether it's the common stone skin potion, night vision potion, or the basic magic recovery potion, quick healing potion found here, all exceeded the market average in purity and stability. Duke himself became the most mysterious presence under this reputation. He seemed excessively young, with a calm demeanor and even a touch of aloofness, quite different from the imagined image of an experienced, gray-bearded old alchemist. The Star Ember's shop operated by Duke didn't open every day, entirely depending on his mood, at least that's how outsiders see it. But only he knew, many times he was simply focused on leveling up skills with no time to open for business. Duke even contemplated whether to hire an assistant, but considering the trust issues, he dismissed the idea. After all, he was an interdimensional traveler. It's best not to have too much contact with the natives here in a short period. Night Vision Potion, LV5 Vision Extension Swift Potion, LV5 Speed Magic Activation Potion, LV5 Magic Amplification. In these 2 months, Duke had leveled these 3 secondary potions up to the max, all of which sell quite well in Azure Vault City. His luck wasn't bad. All 3 secondary potions exhibited their corresponding properties, making them especially popular. Duke still implemented a limited sales strategy. In reality, by this point, he was forced to limit sales as his personal production capacity was entirely inadequate to meet everyone's demands. Sometimes he was forced to close shop, actually to refine a batch of potions for running business again. Until now, Duke mainly sold secondary potions. He only released a few level 1 potions, claiming lack of ability to produce more and couldn't guarantee stable level 1 potion output. This was to protect himself from attracting too much attention due to his outstanding magic potion expertise. Secondary potions was still within the normal range. Level 1 potions would definitely provoke thoughts in many people. Duke's level 1 potions mainly targeted player characters, who generally wouldn't think that an NPC's potion crafting skill warrants capturing him to craft exclusively for them. They mostly consider it as encountering a very skilled NPC. As to them, this was merely a game. 2 months' time, enough to change many things. When the first batch of players stepped out of the newbie village, carrying curiosity about the vast world and desire to become stronger, they braved hardships traversing wilderness and low-level magical beast areas, finally reaching Azure Vault City. At least, within this region, Azure Vault City had already become a hub referred to by many players. Those able to come here were generally players who mastered extraordinary power, whether possessing casting ability as a mage, or having fighting spirit as a knight or warrior. Robert wore a full set of white metal armor, carrying a longsword on his back. The aura around him indicated his status as a knight-level power. Displayed above his head was LV10. Robert Jarvis, despite the level showing only 10. This game's leveling wasn't as easy as in other games. God knows how much effort Robert invested. Leveraging his real-life financial power, over 2 months, he acquired many good items from other players. This armor alone cost him hundreds of thousands of federal currency. Robert also discovered seemingly having a great talent for a knight in this account, learning the breathing technique swiftly. He had encountered many other players. Those learned some breathing techniques, but clearly, none progressed as fast as he did. Robert even speculated if the game's character attributes correlated with reality, otherwise what explains such differences. But this thought was quickly dismissed. After all, it's just a game. The journey from Newbie Village to Azure Vault City wasn't easy, requiring crossing too many dangerous maps. Robert and his companions nearly died along the way. This was considering they had certain strength. Players banded together to gradually make it here. Despite banding together, they often faced team wipes during transit, respawning collectively at nearby points. If players' real-life financial situations weren't favorable, they likely wouldn't afford the cost of respawning. Though online featured videos of players reaching Azure Vault City in a single life, executing such was highly challenging, with scenarios constantly changing along the way. Luck likely played a significant factor, just happening to favor that individual to make the journey successfully. Players exerted tremendous effort to travel to Azure Vault City, primarily due to the mage and knight legacies found here. Both Four Gods Sect and Light Sect held mage and knight legacies. A few players had successfully joined these sects, becoming members. Yet the difficulty of joining remains extremely high. According to players who joined, understanding the sect's background and culture is essential for application. Also, during the joining application, managing expressions is crucial. Absolutely no laughing. Treat joining as an exceedingly serious matter. Memorize the sect's doctrine and rules. The opportunity to join arises only once. Many players, after exhausting efforts to the last step, couldn't hold back from laughing. This was enormous disrespect towards the god, leading to immediate expulsion with no future joining opportunities. Many players complained about this game's brutal settings, the low error tolerance, and the NPC memorization being too proficient. Any untimely smile due to nervousness, absurdity, or simply finding the NPCs too serious during the holy ritual will be considered a blasphemy against God, resulting in permanent expulsion. On the forums, posts about the interview laughing disaster are ubiquitous, becoming a recurring topic that players both love and hate. Armand walked out of the grand and solemn white gates of the light sect dejectedly, as if the door had locked away the last bit of his spirit. It seemed he could still hear the cold, emotionless voice of the chief examiner. Such a shallow understanding of the doctrine, even less reverence for God. The light does not welcome blasphemers. Your name will be recorded and never employed again. Just because he forgot a crucial prayer phrase, he annoyingly scratched his hair, having read many of those forum posts on laughing disasters and secretly laughed at others, only to now become a new cautionary tale himself. It wasn't a laughing disaster, it was a forgotten lines disaster. On the surrounding streets, there was a mix of brisk, stern locals and players like him, noticeable with ID and behavior that seemed more outrageous or even a bit comical. This sense of disconnection made him more irritable at this moment, feeling out of place in this serious world. Armand participated in the light sect's rookie recruitment selection, having passed several trials only to stumble at the last step, forgetting a doctrine line during the joining ritual and being disqualified. He walked away from the light sect somewhat dejected, just wanting to find a place to be alone. "Hey, you pitiful thing rejected by the light." A low, hoarse voice suddenly came from the shadows beside him, like the sound of sandpaper rubbing. As Armand passed an alley, a hooded figure in a black robe suddenly emerged from the darkness, startling him. Just as he was feeling a bit annoyed, he looked up and saw the information above this person's head, 3 question marks. Armand's heart started racing uncontrollably. This was definitely a high-level NPC, and appearing in such a way in such a place. A hidden quest. It had to be a hidden quest triggered. His earlier frustration was instantly replaced by immense excitement, even ignoring the obvious sarcasm in the other's words. Armand perked up immediately, realizing he had encountered a very powerful NPC, likely triggering some event. "Who are you?" Armand asked knowingly, cautiously conversing, afraid of missing this quest event. Feed said in a low voice, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that I know who you are, Armand." Failure who was defeated in the face of those cumbersome rules of the light sect, just because you forgot a few dull syllables. Armand's cheeks were a bit hot. The other had precisely hit his sore spot, but the disdain in their words for the rules of the light sect oddly resonated with him. What they care about is how fluently you can recite those platitudes, how devout and humble you appear in front of them. Feed stepped forward silently as if without weight, but they never ask if you have true power, if you have eyes to see the path in the darkness, if you have claws to tear open a path in dire situations. His words were like a cold snake, winding around Armand's mind. Armand instinctively held his breath, staring unblinkingly into the bottomless shadow of the hood. Power. Armand murmured. This was precisely his ultimate goal in coming to Azure Vault City and joining the sect. All players who braved the challenges to reach Azure Vault City came for this purpose. Yes, power, Feed's voice carried a subtle temptation. True power never needs to be begged for in front of statues, nor bound by those rules. It exists in the shadows, in the wisdom and decisions, in the insight into the essence of the world. He stepped forward again, less than 2 meters from Armand. A cold breath enveloped Armand, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end. The light sect rejected you because they foolishly saw only your mistake. Feed's voice lowered further, like a whisper, yet it clearly penetrated Armand's mind. But the Shadow Council sees your untapped potential. We don't care if you can recite those dull prayers. We care if you long to become stronger. If you're willing to pay the price to master the power to change fate, Armand realized, extremely excited in his heart. Hidden class, it must be a hidden class. It was soon sunset. Duke glanced at the sky and then closed the shop door. He went to the backyard to collect the magic potion materials that had been drying. Having recently acquired a batch of fresh materials that needed several days of sun drying before they could be stored. Night gradually fell, and after tidying up the yard, the sky was already filled with stars. Duke clapped his hands, ready to head to the kitchen to make a quick hot meal for dinner. At this moment, a cloud of black mist silently appeared behind him, quickly forming a human shape, holding a sharp dagger aimed at Duke's arm, not targeting any vital points. The process was silent, not even stirring a breeze, with the shining dagger already close. The assassin hiding in the black mist thought he would succeed, when suddenly, a wall made of yellow sand appeared in front of him, blocking his dagger with a metallic clash. Knowing he had failed in the ambush, he turned to escape, only to find countless grains of yellow sand surrounding him tightly. Normally, he would not be caught while in mist form, but this sand was not ordinary. It contained a peculiar and powerful energy that could even restrain his mist form completely. Only then did Duke turn around, thoughtfully stroking his chin and asking, "What brings you here? I don't think I've offended you, have we met?" He refrained from delivering a killing blow to uncover the other's identity, since the person seemingly wasn't here to kill him, given the angle was not lethal. The black mist quickly condensed into a thin man, who kept his mouth tightly shut, saying nothing and trying to escape the sand's grip. The Duke directly infused more magic power into the yellow sand, tightly binding the assassin, making his breathing somewhat difficult. "If you say nothing, I can only personally open your head to see for myself." The Duke said this purely to intimidate the other party, as he actually had no real means of interrogation. Unlike those soul-researching wizards who can directly view the memories within a person's soul to gain information. Upon hearing the Duke's words, a flash of terror passed through the assassin's eyes, followed by an extremely decisive look of ruthlessness. In an instant, black blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, emanating a foul odor. In just a moment, after a few violent heartbeats, the assassin's heart suddenly shattered, leading to an instantaneous death. The Duke didn't even have time to stop what was happening before him, as this assassin must have used some means to choose suicide. Preferred to kill himself rather than reveal any information, giving the Duke no opportunity at all. The Duke was a bit dumbfounded. He was merely making threats, who knew it would scare the assassin into committing suicide. He knew the assassin wasn't afraid of him. Surely there were consequences worse than death, prompting the assassin to opt for death rather than leak information. The Duke was somewhat puzzled as to who was targeting him to have such committed death warriors at their disposal. He didn't relax his vigilance, still binding the assassin with yellow sand, only determining after a thorough check that the assassin was indeed dead. The Duke felt a little confused, as in Azure Vault City, he didn't really have any enemies, and generally kept a low profile without any conflicts with anyone. Who exactly would send such death warriors to deal with him? The assassin had the strength of a first-level knight, though it seemed skewed, with most of it directed towards assassination, while his defensive capabilities were rather weak and frontal combat ability even weaker. He seemed to be specially trained, just cultivated to achieve certain objectives, a mere tool in some people's hands. The Duke, possessing the Sand Guardian talent magic, could nearly be termed as an assassin's nemesis. Unless the assassin's speed was fast enough for Sand Guardian to react in time, but an assassin with such abilities wouldn't need to assassinate, they could directly crush the Duke. The Duke took out a black stone. This was a communication stone from the Oracle Plane, used for short-distance communication. The communication stone is much weaker compared to the Wizard's Mark, with only a 10-kilometer effective communication range, beyond which messages cannot be sent, while the Wizard's Mark allows communication throughout the entire plane, relying on the strong foundation of wizard civilization, enabling everyone to achieve internal plane communication. The Duke used the communication stone to send a message to Dolly. "An assassin has appeared on my end. It's unclear who he is." Although he had been here for 2 months, his understanding of the place was limited. It was quicker to ask the locals about such a problem. After receiving the message, Dolly promptly brought people over, accompanied by Knight Henry and dozens of knights and mages from the Light Sect. The Duke was speechless to see such a large group. It was causing too much commotion. Originally in the night, Such a large gathering was sure to attract attention, as many people were already gathering around to see what was going on, causing the light sect to dispatch so many people. Dolly and Knight Henry entered the Star Ember's shop, while others kept guard around. In the yard, the three were examining the corpse before them, searching for clues. The Duke had already checked. The assassin had nothing on him that could identify him. The clothes were the most ordinary garments with no markings, and the weapons were usual purchasable daggers. The only thing slightly different was that the dagger was poisoned. After testing, the Duke found the poison was a type that paralyzes the whole body, causing brief unconsciousness. It seems the opponent's purpose wasn't to kill him, but to control him. What they intended afterward was unknown. From the start, the assassin's actions were destined to fail, as they knew too little about the Duke's intelligence information. With Sand Guardian, such levels of ambushes couldn't pose even a hint of threat to him. While such means generally are hard for lower-ranking mages to defend against, the Duke wasn't the conventional mage here. Especially given the Duke's strong physical condition, it was uncertain whether the poison could indeed take effect. He had many antitoxic potions in his pouch, and detoxifying such poison was very simple unless the poison could instantly rob him of resistance. Even if he fell unconscious, Sand Guardian would continue to protect the Duke. These were pieces of intelligence unknown to the people behind the assassin. After Dolly completed the inspection, she pondered for a moment, also thinking quickly to find clues. After a while, Holy Daughter Dolly said, "This person is highly likely to be from the Shadow Council." Knight Henry also approved of this speculation, saying, "Indeed, it is the style of the Shadow Council. They have always been like this, like sewer rats, forever living in dark corners." "What is the Shadow Council?" Duke asked. Dolly explained, "The Shadow Council is an opposition to the Four Gods sect and Light sect. If we and the Four Gods sect only secretly battle, the Shadow Council is akin to street rats scorned and hated by everyone. They worship entities that are deemed heretical or vile by the Four Gods and even the Lord of Light, pursuing forbidden powers often accompanied by death, distortion, and madness." Her voice carried undisguised disgust as she pointed to the corpse on the ground with pale fingers. Cultivating death warriors and having them slaughter themselves is a typical method of theirs. They treat life as trivial, their members merely tools to achieve objectives. Once exposed or captured, death is the only option, even considered an honorable ending. Because they believe their souls will be guided by the shadow, dominator or nameless mist they worship, or worse. It's to prevent leaking of the Council's core secrets, thus undergoing soul torture, 1,000 times more terrifying than death. Knight Henry joined in, his tone cold and hard as iron. They hide in the deepest shadows of Azure Vault City or behind some seemingly glamorous places. Their actions are secretive, with unclear aims, but every time their activities surface, they're accompanied by disasters, plagues, or dreadful rituals. Only after Duke's understanding did he realize that both the Four Gods sect and Light sect deeply despise the Shadow Council. No matter their conflicts, it would not be publicly displayed, nor involve ordinary people. The Shadow Council operates in a very ruthless manner, completely disregarding the life and death of ordinary people, often using them as sacrifices to achieve certain purposes. Judging by the fact that he didn't go for the kill on me, it's likely he wants to take me away for some additional purpose. Duke pondered. Dolly said, "It's probably because of your talent in magic potion. There should be no other reason." In the past 2 months, Duke has gained some fame in Azure Vault City. The Shadow Council must have received his information, which is why they targeted him for some reason. Unfortunately, their information is incomplete. They only know that Duke is skilled in magic potion, unaware that his combat strength is also formidable. Duke nodded and said, "It should be because of this reason. I rarely go out, so I don't know when I was first targeted. Their actions are always unpredictable. Mr. Duke, shall I send some people to your shop for security?" "More people would mean more safety," Dolly suggested. Duke shook his head. "Thank you for the offer, but it's unnecessary. Common people can't offer much protection. Most of them aren't as strong as he is. If he can't protect himself, then having more people is meaningless, at best offering only psychological comfort. Moreover, Duke's place is too small and not suitable for too many people. Potion refining and similar activities are relatively private, not ideal to have outsiders present." Dolly and the others soon took away the assassin's corpse to continue the investigation, hoping to find other clues. Duke stayed in his shop, pondering the next steps in his plans. He's unsure what the Shadow Council intends by taking him, but regardless, improving his strength is always the safest choice, adapting to any changes. Duke glanced at the skill tree, and attribute information appeared before him. Free attribute points. 6. He had accumulated 6 free attribute points. During this period, besides maxing out 3 types of secondary potions, he also maxed out 2 secondary spells with light attribute. Holy Healing Technique. LV5 Characteristic. Power of Light, Power of Light. Holy Healing Technique contains extremely pure light power, making it potentially damaging to undead element entities. The Holy Healing Technique was originally a healing spell, but after being maxed out, it developed a new characteristic, Power of Light, turning the spell into an offensive spell against undead element entities. Duke isn't clear about its effectiveness and has no undead element entity to test it on, so he can only leave it for now. Lighting Technique. LV5 Characteristic. Persistent Light Source, Persistent Light Source. Lighting technique requires less magic power and lasts longer. These 2 spells are easy to cast and don't cause much commotion. Duke often casts Holy Healing Technique on himself for practice. The lighting technique is constantly active in the lab. Over the past 2 months, while refining potions, he maxed out these 2 spells as well. Looking at the remaining 6 free attribute points, Duke invested them all in spiritual power. After assigning the points, Duke felt his mind expand significantly, his spiritual power becoming more resilient. With spiritual power reaching this level, he can now take the next step, which is spiritual power liquidation. The most important transition from level 1 gaseous mage to level 1 liquidation mage is compressing gaseous spiritual power into liquid form. This process will take considerable time. Once spiritual power is fully liquidated and reaches 100 points, he will be recognized as a level 1 liquidation mage. Duke's current spiritual power is sufficient to begin this step. After drinking a white mist forest potion, he started his first attempt at compressing his spiritual power. He cleared his mind of all distractions, concentrating deeply into the core of his mind. There lay an infinite, chaotically primordial sea of spirit. This sea wasn't physical, but composed of countless tiny, active, faintly glowing, gaseous spiritual power particles. They drifted freely like cosmic dust, filling the entire conscious space, containing immense energy yet seemed scattered and hard to coalesce. Duke's goal was to compress and condense this diffuse gaseous spiritual power, eventually transforming it into a higher stage of liquid spiritual power. This is the threshold for a level 1 liquidation mage. The qualitative leap from quantity to quality for spiritual power. He carefully marshaled his vast willpower, deploying an invisible gravitational web across the starry void, starting from the peripheries of the spiritual sea. The powerful will, like an invisible giant hand, slowly pressed inward. The originally free-floating gaseous particles instantly felt the pressure, becoming restless and colliding with sharp mental shrieks perceived only on a spiritual level. The intense spiritual sting swept through Duke like an electric current, locking his brow and causing sweat to bead on his forehead. The great net of will continue tightening, forcefully reducing distances between particles, sharply increasing density. Under immense pressure, the particle's spiritual glow began to flicker and merge intensely. In a small corner, a portion of the originally gaseous spiritual power, under Duke's persistent pressure, finally transformed. No longer intangible gas, it metamorphosed into an extremely tiny drop of spiritual liquid, emanating a deep azure shine like liquid mercury. The moment this droplet formed, a wave of far more complex, refined, and powerful spiritual vibrations emanated. It became like a newborn star, small but exuding gravity that compelled surrounding gaseous particles to bow. Duke's mental world felt anchored by a stabilizing force, with the chaotic cosmic dust starting to converge towards the core. Yet, just manifesting this single droplet consumed Duke's vast mental and willpower reserves, bringing waves of spiritual fatigue. Transforming all gaseous spiritual power into liquid form will require a lot of time and a significant degree of willpower. Duke slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, opening his eyes, where a fleeting azure glimmer seemed to emerge. He could distinctly feel that drop of spiritual liquid floating in his consciousness sea, bringing an unprecedented sense of stability and strength. For every wizard, this step is critical and crucial. It cannot be rushed but must proceed steadily. The spiritual power consciousness sea is paramount. It must remain unblemished. For haste leading to damage, they would cause harm that's difficult to remedy. After Duke successfully condensed a drop of liquid spiritual power, he stopped, carefully reviewing the entire process and summarizing some experiences. This drop of liquid spiritual power, once formed, was like a miniature gravitational core in itself. It naturally attracted the surrounding gaseous particles to it. Although this gravitational pull was still very weak and far from being able to compress particles automatically, it provided an anchor point around which subsequent compression could be conducted. Duke realized that perhaps, as the liquid spiritual power increased, the compression process would become increasingly easier. Even if there was enough liquid spiritual power, the compression process of spiritual power could be completed automatically. Moreover, once spiritual power was completely liquefied, any future spiritual power cultivated would also be directly in liquid form. After stabilizing the state of his spiritual power, Duke had a rough grasp of the knack for compressing spiritual power. He did not plan to continue compressing spiritual power today. His spiritual power was too exhausted and needed rest. He must ensure a good self-state when compressing spiritual power. In the morning, Robert logged in early. Last night, while browsing the forum, he saw that players mentioned something happening in Azure Vault City. Her Highness, the Holy Daughter of the Light Sect, personally led a large group of people to a small alley. Due to the strict vigilance there, no one knew what had happened. The Holy Daughter Dolly was already popular among the player community. Her pure and charming maiden figure, coupled with the holy radiance brought by her white long robe, had earned her a large fanbase. Many players even sneaked into the Light Sect just to catch a glimpse of Dolly's appearance. The result, of course, was that they were discovered after barely taking a few steps and then expelled. This time, with the Holy Daughter Dolly taking action personally, it naturally drew a lot of players' attention. Robert keenly realized that something game-related must be happening in that alley. Otherwise, the Light Sect wouldn't make such a big scene. Unfortunately, there were always people from the Light Sect guarding the alley at night, prohibiting anyone's entry. Robert could only come back the next morning. When he arrived near the alley early, he found that the people from the Light Sect had indeed left. He hurriedly entered the alley, carefully observing his surroundings, searching for possible quest clues. The alley was quiet, with only his footsteps echoing on the cobblestone path. He carefully checked the brick seams on the walls, the marks on the ground, and even looked up at the window ledges and clotheslines protruding from the buildings on either side, hoping to find some unusual traces or marks. However, everything seemed so ordinary. While Robert was slowly observing in the alley, the door of an inconspicuous shop suddenly opened, with the signboard reading Star Embers. He watched the old wooden door slowly open, revealing a familiar figure inside. A closer look caused his face to instantly show surprise and delight. Duke, sir. Robert never expected to encounter this mysterious NPC Duke here. Since Duke left 2 months ago, Robert had not seen him again and was regretting that it might be difficult to ever meet him again. During this time, he had been practicing the earth-breathing technique Duke left behind and had successfully become a night-level expert. Robert knew that many people's progress in practicing the breathing technique wasn't as quick as his. He suspected it was because the grade of his breathing technique was relatively high, allowing him to progress so fast. Duke had already sensed Robert's presence from the moment Robert stepped into the alley. He was somewhat surprised that Robert had become a knight so quickly. Less than 2 months in total, right? This person's talent is somewhat terrifying, Duke thought to himself. When Duke became a knight level, he had relied on the skill tree to achieve it in a few months. Robert practically reached this step on talent alone. This was also why Duke chose to come out and see Robert. Since he had talent, he could be nurtured. Come in and sit. Duke said little more, directly turning around and returning to the courtyard, where a pot of hot tea was steaming on a small stove. He casually sat on his deck chair, while Robert stood in front like an obedient student, seemingly waiting for a lecture. Robert thought of many things in an instant. He realized that the Holy Daughter Dolly probably came here yesterday because of this NPC, indicating that there were many unknown secrets behind Duke. Duke, sir, I've become a knight level. Robert reported his strength, thinking it might reflect some of his value, as it was his proudest accomplishment. Duke didn't say a word, merely picked up the teapot, poured 2 cups of tea, took a slight sip himself, and then said, "Knight level, not bad." Upon seeing Duke's expression, Robert immediately felt he had been too proud. How could someone of such stature regard a mere knight level? I've been too arrogant, Robert thought to himself. Your progress is acceptable. Duke finally spoke again, his tone calm. The earth-breathing technique suits you well, but being a knight is just the first crack in the doorway to true power. Yes, Duke, sir, as you have taught, Robert replied. Head bowed with a chill in his heart, knowing his strength meant nothing to Duke. He quietly glanced at the information above Duke's head, with the level still marked as a question mark. Duke's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the lounge chair, producing a rhythmic soft sound, as if contemplating something. Robert held his breath and concentrated, not daring to interrupt. The morning sunlight shone through the gaps in the branches of the old tree in the courtyard, casting mottled shadows on Duke, adding to the sense of mystery. The teapot emitted a soft gurgling sound on the stove, with steam curling into the air. "Do you have business here?" Duke inquired. After hearing this question, Robert immediately explained his reason for coming here, holding nothing back apart from player forum information. "I see, it's nothing significant. It seems a Shadow Council rat sneaked in, and Holy Daughter Dolly came to take a look upon learning of it," Duke casually remarked. Robert listened quietly, yet his heart was stirred. Those few words contained a lot of information. Firstly, there's the Shadow Council, which hasn't been much of a secret among the player community for a while. It seems to be an evil organization where players can join and become Shadow Knights or Shadow Mages. Once you join the Shadow Council, you stand against the Four Gods sect and Light sect, and must not reveal your identity, or you'll invite pursuit from both sects. It's relatively easy for players wanting to join the Shadow Council, as many strategies have already been shared on the forums. Quite a few players, eager to experience the role of villain in the game, even gave up their Four Gods sect identity to turn and join the Shadow Council. However, being part of the Shadow Council isn't that easy, as the game is somewhat too realistic. There is no content filtering in this game, so some players, after joining the Shadow Council, were exposed to many extremely bloody scenes, and the Shadow Council also demanded that they do some harmful things. Initially, since it was just a game, many didn't take it seriously, but due to the game's extreme realism, quite a few players, holding weapons while facing unarmed civilians, found themselves unable to act. In a daze, they felt this was a real world, and the NPC reactions were too realistic, making them hesitant. Some players therefore gave up joining the Shadow Council, and some even developed psychological shadows from these experiences, leading them to quit the game altogether. Yet there are players who were extremely excited, doing these things without any psychological pressure, becoming members of the Shadow Council. Robert learned quite a bit about this on the forums. He inherently couldn't accept the modus operandi of the Shadow Council. To him, there was no need to join this evil faction when there was a bright future ahead, without having to traverse the dark sewers. Moreover, due to the lack of filtering mechanisms in this game, many players have already discovered new modes of play within the game. For instance, Azure Vault City indeed has brothels, and at night, scantily clad women are soliciting business everywhere. Some players, after trying it out, were amazed to find that they could actually experience the entire process, almost as if it were real. These players immediately got addicted, working tirelessly within the game just to experience it at night, without any risk involved. Robert thought, since Duke mentioned that a rat from the Shadow Council sneaked in, it means he is opposed to the Shadow Council, and the Shadow Council even causes trouble. He quickly realized that if he wanted to continue following Duke, he must not have any ties to the Shadow Council, or he would sever this quest chain. It seems this game's faction delineations are subtly defined, and every choice players make will have a significant impact on the future. Robert mused. Robert also noticed another detail in Duke's words, that upon hearing about the matter, Holy Daughter Dolly immediately brought a large group of followers over. What is Holy Daughter Dolly coming over for? It's likely to assist Duke, indicating that Duke's relationship with the Light Sect is not ordinary. At least, his relationship with Holy Daughter Dolly should be good. Robert's mind quickly spun, and as these thoughts flashed by, he became more aware of the immense power behind this mysterious NPC before him. Holy Daughter Dolly is already an absolute top presence within the Light Sect, and given her good relationship with Duke, it indicates Duke also holds a high status. Since Duke is opposed to the Shadow Council, perhaps I could leverage this angle by providing some valuable information. Robert thought. He realized that for the NPCs within the game, the Shadow Council is hidden in the shadows, and thus obtaining effective information should be scarce. But for players, Information on the Shadow Council is easily accessible. Reviewing the game forums reveals plenty, with many players who joined the Shadow Council sharing experiences or complaints. The Shadow Council plans to utilize players because of their undying bodies, but they fail to recognize that players lack any sense of loyalty, nor can they be expected to keep secrets. The Shadow Council probably never imagined something like player forums exists, leading their information to be completely exposed with no secrets left among these players. Players joining the Shadow Council unscrupulously share all sorts of information on the forums. To them, it's just a game. And who would genuinely adhere to the rules of an in-game organization? Lord Duke, I have some information concerning the Shadow Council, Robert said hastily. Oh, let's hear it, Duke replied with interest. Robert nodded and began to explain the information he'd gathered from the forums about the Shadow Council. The Shadow Council is an enormous organization rooted in various locations throughout the entire Oracle Plane, forming a colossal underground faction. There has always been a presence of the Shadow Council in Azure Vault City, though in the past, they were quite discreet with no large-scale operations. This time, they've surfaced mainly to recruit players into the Shadow Council. The Shadow Council had an eye on the players' characteristics, intending to enlist these divinely endowed individuals with undying bodies to work for them. Upon joining the Shadow Council, players are assigned numerous tasks, and completing these tasks is the only way to obtain the extraordinary power promised by the Shadow Council. Recently, many players have been tasked with capturing some civilians, or then transported to a mine far from Azure Vault City. The Shadow Council has discovered a special mineral deposit there, requiring a lot of manpower for mining and smelting. Robert continued without holding back the information he knew. A mineral deposit. Duke keenly picked up on this keyword. What could tempt the Shadow Council wouldn't be ordinary mineral resources, likely magic metal. Duke had also learned a bit during this time. There are numerous kinds of magic metals in the Oracle Plane, though there currently isn't a stable way to acquire them. Buying them wouldn't be feasible, as he needs too much. Duke's yellow sand crystal has only a bit over 30 tons of metallic yellow sand left, requiring a lot of magic metal replenishment. At least 100 tons or so is needed to maintain decent combat power, eliminating the worry of depleting it all at once without reserves. However, that quantity is too vast. It's not the plain wars period now, leaving no means for large-scale acquisition. But the information Robert provided is crucial. If the mining area the Shadow Council is currently exploiting is indeed magic metal, Duke would need to devise a thorough plan. He pondered for a while and then asked, Robert, do you have a way to obtain the ore from that mining area or the refined metal? Duke first needs to confirm the mineral deposit's nature there before making any other plans. Robert thought about it and replied, no problem. I can get it. If he went alone, it would naturally be extremely difficult, but acquiring those ores or metals doesn't require him to go himself. He just needs to use the power of money. Oh, Duke's deep gaze fell on Robert, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Tell me, how do you plan to obtain it? That mining area must be heavily guarded and far from Azure Vault City. Robert grinned, revealing a player's characteristic smile with a touch of slyness. Sir, for us heaven-gifted, acquiring information or items sometimes doesn't require us to do it ourselves, nor do we need to storm the place. We have our channels. Didn't directly mention player forums or player trades, fearing these terms would be blocked by the system, causing Duke to not understand. Robert continued to explain. Although the Shadow Council has recruited quite a few heaven-gifted to work for them, most of these heaven-gifted are motivated by profit and power. As long as the price is right, or they are offered something they desire more, such as better equipment, quest clues, or in-game currency, there will always be someone willing to casually bring out a souvenir, or straightforwardly sell the byproducts of a completed task. Very good. Duke's voice was deep and carried a hint of approval. Robert, your value is continuously being demonstrated. I need to see samples as soon as possible. Both ores and smelted metals are needed. The quantity doesn't need to be large, but you must ensure it comes from the mining area you mentioned. The sooner, the better. This matter has a high priority. Duke paused for a moment, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table, making a slight thudding sound. Additionally, regarding the specific location of that mining area, the guard forces, transport routes, and Why the Shadow Council values this type of metal so much, what is special about it. Dig out as much information as you can. Any detail could be critically important. Understood. Sir Duke. Robert's spirit revitalized. This was evidently an important branch task, and the reward might be incredibly generous. I'll get right on it. As soon as I have news, I'll report to you immediately. Robert bowed and quickly left Duke's room, filled with motivation. As Duke watched Robert leave, this is the advantage of dealing with players even without promising any benefits. They instinctively believe completing a task will earn them a reward, and will strive to accomplish the task as best as possible. Of course, he wouldn't be stingy either. If Robert did well with the tasks, nurturing him further would be a possibility. Trading zone around Azure Vault City, heavily purchase. Shadow Council's mysterious mining area, ore/metal ingot samples. Also buying first-hand intelligence, cash/in-game currency accepted. On the game forum, Robert has already posted a message, starting to purchase related intelligence and task items. Having finally encountered Duke again, he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity and diligently complete the task. Although Duke seemed to be temporarily staying in Azure Vault City and had opened a magic potion shop, such NPCs might leave any time, so he needed to act quickly. 3 days later, Duke had a brass-colored metal in his hands. This metal was smelted in that mining area. Known as silver-backed metal, it's about the size of a fist with a coarse surface, carrying the remnants of quenching marks and minute pores from recent smelting. It's cool to the touch and heavy. This metal appears brass-colored on the surface, but when cut open, it's silvery white inside, and after a period it returns to a brass color. Duke's fingertips gathered a trace of barely detectable magic power, lightly touching a corner of the metal ingot. An extremely faint sound, like cold water dripping into hot oil, rang out. The touched area instantly shed its dull brass hue, briefly revealing an extremely pure, lava-like dark golden sheen. Far more intense energy pulse than previously sensed erupted suddenly, carrying a scorching, raging primitive force that seemed to want to tear everything apart, yet swiftly extinguished by an unseen giant hand, turning back to the lifeless brass color. It is indeed magic metal, and of excellent quality. Duke mused. It was a type of magic metal he had never seen before. His alchemy skills were limited. He still didn't know how to better utilize the properties of silver-backed metal. But Duke didn't need to dwell on these issues. He just needed to obtain enough magic metal and then absorb it. Apart from this piece of silver-backed metal, there were also several pieces of raw ore, evidently extracted from the same mining area. Duke gathered these for sample research. Besides these 2 items, Robert also brought a thick notebook detailing the information he had gathered. He went to great lengths to prepare this material, meticulously writing down every bit personally. After obtaining intelligence from other players, he needed to sift through and organize it himself, and after tidying it up, he wrote it into the notebook. Duke took the notebook and browsed through the information inside completely, finding records of the mining area's location and the distribution of the Shadow Council's defensive forces in great detail. It was evident these intelligence pieces were disseminated by players from within the mining area, or they wouldn't be this detailed. This mining area is called Bayan Mine, where the Shadow Council deployed many personnel, including 2 magic masters on guard. The so-called magic masters are equivalent to second-level wizards. Their strength should not be underestimated. Duke could not rely on his own strength to directly enter the mining area now, nor could he absorb ores there safely. He contemplated for a moment and soon had some ideas. Duke looked at Robert before him and said, "Very good, the task was completed excellently. I see your effort and dedication. I will teach you a truly powerful breathing technique capable of enabling you to cultivate to a first-level knight. This breathing technique is called the light divine breathing technique." He contemplated for a moment, but decided not to impart the meditation technique to Robert, mainly because players are unpredictable. A breathing technique alone wouldn't cause much impact. The light divine breathing technique is an extremely special breathing technique, requiring very high talent from practitioners. It's extraordinarily difficult to cultivate if one's talent isn't high enough. Thus, Duke wasn't afraid of it spreading, as it's inherently a technique that only a few people could cultivate. Whether Robert could cultivate it or not depends on his fate anyway. If the cultivation effect is poor, it has nothing to do with Duke. The light divine breathing technique. "So Duke, are you part of the light sect?" Robert asked. Duke shook his head. "I have no affiliation with the light sect, and this breathing technique is not the same as the one they possess. There's no connection between the two." What Duke taught Robert was only the basic part of the light divine breathing technique, which could only support his cultivation to the great night realm. The high-tier part of the content has not yet been given to him. If Robert's talent is indeed good in the future, and he can quickly master the light divine breathing technique, then the high-tier parts are not impossible to impart to him. However, high-tier breathing technique involves the life seed elementalization, content that is very core to any faction. Duke would not easily let it out unless Robert could make sufficient contributions. He doesn't need players to have high loyalty as long as they can do enough things for him. The divine breathing technique is divided into two parts. What I'm giving you now is just the basic part. If your performance is excellent later on, I might consider granting you the true extraordinary path," Duke said. After Robert briefly browsed the content of the divine breathing technique, he also knew this was just the basic content. After hearing Duke say this, Robert understood that this was about increasing his NPC favorability. Without enough favorability, the subsequent content would not be obtained. A breathing technique that directly reaches the first level. Night is absolutely a top inheritance in the early stages of the game, sufficient to make him stand out among the player community. The inheritance that players who joined factions can get is also very basic, and it is extremely difficult to obtain the subsequent content. At least currently, there seems to be no way. But with Duke, there is a clear path, which is an opportunity for Robert. More importantly, he knows that Duke is also a powerful caster, and these breathing techniques given casually are probably just some scraps from his hand. Robert watched Duke descend from the sky. The secrets behind this NPC must be numerous. He is definitely a crucial role in this game. As long as he continues to serve Duke, there is an opportunity to acquire more quests, trigger deeper game plots, and gain more generous rewards, which is the most important. Robert suppresses the joy in his heart and bows deeply. "Thank you for your grace, my lord. I shall strive with all my might and not let you down. The task in the Bayan mine, you did well. Now there's a small matter I hope you can complete," Duke casually said. "Please say it, Duke. I will certainly complete it." Robert has already positioned himself as Duke's subordinate. Duke pondered for a moment and said, "I need you to release the mine information to the Four Gods sect and Light sect, but be careful not to let anyone know it's you releasing it, and definitely don't involve me." He then discussed it in detail with Robert, particularly emphasizing not letting this information attract too much attention from the Celestades. The player community is the most unstable and uncontrollable. No one knows what they might do. Duke lets Robert release the information. The Four Gods sect and Light sect, after knowing about the mine situation, will definitely deploy people to the mine. If players were to know in advance that the sects are about to take action against the Shadow Council in the mine, they would certainly go to join the fun, as they aren't afraid of dying. This could potentially cause some trouble for Duke's plan. He only needs to enter the mine alone to absorb the silver-backed metal amid the sects fighting with the Shadow Council. That's his goal. If a large number of players enter the mine, they are likely to encounter these players, which would affect his plan to absorb silver-backed metal. These players can't be killed permanently, can't simply be slaughtered, so the number of players in the mine must be minimized. After Robert left the Star Ember's shop, he already had some plans in mind. For him, completing this task is not too difficult. After all, he is not alone. As a well-known game tycoon, Robert has a bunch of buddies, raising a large group of people to play games for him. These people are gaming experts. Whether in technology or experience, they surpass ordinary players significantly. Robert directly logs off and gathers his buddies to start a meeting, crafting a detailed task plan. Such team strategy meetings have been held many times, and they are already very proficient. Both the Four Gods sect and the Light sect caught snippets of information from the streets and alleys of Azure Vault City. This information comes from spies they have placed everywhere, mainly to understand all kinds of stirrings within the city. After compiling this information, they quickly concluded that there's a magic metal mine 100 kilometers from Azure Vault City where the Shadow Council is mining. Recently, many disappearances have occurred in the city, likely related to this mine. Within the Light sect, Knight Henry said, Holy daughter, I will take people to clear out these heretical Shadow Council members and rescue those people. Holy daughter Dolly frowned and said, this information seems like someone intentionally released it. It's somewhat unusual. Exactly, it was deliberately released. Could it be a trap set by the Shadow Council? Knight Henry pondered. Holy daughter Dolly thought for a moment and said, it shouldn't be the Shadow Council, but regardless, we must go, only we need to be prepared. Understood. Knight Henry nodded, and then began organizing personnel. The same scene also occurred within the Four Gods sect. However, they not only went to clear the Shadow Council, but also aimed at that mine. A magic metal mine represents immense wealth, and no one does not want to take this juicy piece. So for the Four Gods sect, no matter if there are schemes behind this information, they will take action. Though Duke stayed in his shop all the time, Robert frequently came to report information to him. This information either came from various places within Azure Vault City or from player forums. With the existence of player forums, information circulation is very fast and can integrate news from all sources. Duke quickly learned about the movements of the Four Gods sect and the Light sect, who are preparing to take action. As for players, they haven't sensed much about this information yet. At best, players within the sect know that the sect is mobilizing personnel, but they don't know what it's for. Mobilizing personnel is a routine activity, and most players don't make connections, still unaware that the sects are set to take action against the Shadow Council in the mine. Players are still peripheral members of the sects and cannot access this core information. By the time they know, it's likely the sect has already reached the mine and clashed with the Shadow Council members. The night was like thick ink, heavily spilling over the rugged mountains of Bayan Mine. The once noisy wind of the day seemed to hold its breath, with only the occasional breeze from the depths of the mine pit carrying the scent of sulfur and rust, whimpering as it swept past jagged rocks, lifting a few dry leaves before they fell back down, adding to the eerie silence. Faint phosphorus fires flickered ghostly between the collapsed mine entrance and abandoned slag heaps, like countless peering eyes. Under the shadow of the towering cliffs on the east side of Bayan Mine, a pure glow dispelled the deep darkness. The holy daughter Dolly stood quietly, her simple white robe unmoving in the night wind, like a saintly jade statue. Her eyes, clear as morning stars, pierced through the night, gazing at the sparsely lit camp below in the mining area. Behind her stood the orderly ranks of the Light Sect knights and mages, totaling several hundred people. Knight Henry, clad in heavy armor, revealed only eyes burning with unwavering battle intent beneath his visor. Meanwhile, on the west side of the mining area, deep within a denser, twisted grove of dead trees, the people of the Four Gods sect lurked like specters, clearly outnumbering the other side with a more dispersed formation. The Four Gods sect had always been like this. They had many more people than the Light sect, but were divided into at least 4 major factions. With internal conflicts extremely fierce, they actually knew the people from the Light sect were coming. Both sides had a tacit understanding to jointly deal with the Shadow Council. As for resolving the matter of this mining area's ownership, once the Shadow Council is dealt with, that would have to wait for later discussions. In the center of the mining area, a makeshift camp built around a large mine entrance, bonfires crackled, illuminating a few numb and weary faces. These were miners forcibly kidnapped, their eyes hollow, their movements mechanical. Few Shadow Council guards, wearing dark leather armor embroidered with twisted shadow symbols on their chests, leaned lazily against the rough wooden fence, speaking in low voices about the day's ore yield or the new girls in town. They hadn't realized at all that the people of the Four Gods sect and the Light sect had already surrounded them in a flanking position. A massive fireball suddenly appeared, illuminating the dark mountains, and it fell into the camp, exploding instantly, turning the whole camp into a sea of flames. Thus the battle began. The people of the Four Gods sect and the Light sect had already charged in by this time. Forcing the unprepared Shadow Council members to engage, they were significantly fewer in number, especially compared to the sect members, but at this point, there was no retreat. The people of the Shadow Council were well aware that if captured, the outcome would be little better than death. Elsewhere, Duke was lurking in a dark corner, draped in a shadow cloak. He watched the massive fireball technique, thinking, the energy intensity of this fireball technique is likely several hundred degrees, probably unleashed by a magic master of the Four Gods sect. By this time, the entire focus of Bayan Mine was on the battlefield, while hidden members of the Shadow Council had already rushed over. Duke, in an unnoticed corner protected by the shadow cloak, utilized the shadow space for rapid movement, quickly arriving at the edge of the other side of the mineral deposits. He casually chose a mine shaft to enter, continuously delving deeper into its depths, the surface battle no longer concerning him. Duke gradually reached the damp, dark depths of the mine, where the distribution of silver-backed metal veins was evident. Wasting no time, he began absorbing the silver-backed metal from the veins. He was familiar with the task and disregarded the terrain, protecting himself with yellow sand before beginning his unrestrained absorption. As time ticked by, Duke voraciously absorbed massive portions of the mineral veins, triggering a collapse with a rumbling noise. The surface must have sensed some movement, but these sounds were drowned in the surface battle, and no one could pay heed to the depths of the mine. Duke had by now become an earth-colored sphere, moving underground, effortlessly absorbing the surrounding silver-backed metal. He knew the surface battle wouldn't last long, so he needed to act swiftly. With Duke's rampant absorption, the terrain below progressively collapsed, gradually impacting the surface. Some areas of the surface had begun to sink, but the surface fighters were too engaged to notice, assuming any anomalies were simply the battle's aftermath. Even if they knew someone was pillaging the veins below, no one could address the issue, as the two sides remained fiercely engaged. The surface battle was gradually subsiding, leaving the Shadow Council members dead or injured. Besides those who fled, some were captured and bound with special magic shackles. The people of the Four Gods sect and the Light sect, though at odds, stood overtly identified, unable to act against one another. The Four Gods sect deployed 4 magic masters, while the Light sect had only one, each side negotiating as they cleared the battlefield. Never expected the Holy Daughter herself to come. It shows how much you value this operation, Wade, the bishop of the Four Gods sect, remarked sarcastically. The Holy Daughter Dolly only cast him a glance, saying, "Eradicating the Shadow Council is everyone's responsibility. Since the Light sect learned of it, we naturally won't stand by." Very nice, but you must remember, this Bayan mine belongs to the Four Gods sect. We appreciate your help in ridding it of heresy, but it's time for you to leave, Bishop Wade said with a gesture of dismissal. Knight Henry retorted coldly, "You really have no shame. This place belongs to the Bristol Kingdom. Since when was it passed to the Four Gods sect? Theoretically, all land belonged to the royal family of the Bristol Kingdom, aside from some private estates. The Four Gods sect indeed had some territories, but this area was not on their books. They were attempting to brazenly seize it, postponing paperwork. Their plan was to occupy the area first, then file the necessary documents, since the royal family to them were mere puppets. Over the years, Bristol Kingdom's royal family had lost control over the kingdom, with the Four Gods sect as the real power wielders, making formalities easy. The Light sect would undoubtedly oppose letting them complete this maneuver smoothly, signaling another covert struggle for power. However, such matters no longer concerned Duke, who, after absorbing over 80 tons of silver-backed metal, used the shadow cloak to quickly distance himself, fleeing 100 miles away. A few days later, the smell of blood at Bayan Mine seemed to have been blown away by the mountain wind. But the traces left and the shock caused were like giant stones thrown into the lake, ripples spreading to several surrounding cities. In taverns, markets, commerce association lounges, and even at the nobles' dances, people were eagerly discussing the feat that had occurred at Bayan Mine. The Four Gods sect and the Light sect was certainly doing their utmost to promote the event, as this effort to eliminate the threat of the Shadow Council would greatly enhance their reputation among the populace, allowing them to recruit more followers. The Four Gods sect and the Light sect were efficiently operating their respective propaganda machines. They spared no effort in promoting this glorious victory, focusing entirely on the united eradication of the Shadow Council's evil stronghold and the rescue of the enslaved innocent civilians. Many civilians rescued from the mine were deeply grateful to the sect and became loyal adherents. As for how the benefits of Bayan Mine were to be distributed, only the high-ranking members within the sects knew. Duke had returned to his small shop, having just finished refining a magic potion, and he lay comfortably in the courtyard, a teapot steaming beside him, likely ready for a hot brew shortly. He probed the state of the yellow sand crystal with his spiritual power, It already contained 120 tons of yellow sand enhanced by magic metal, essentially restoring to its previous state. This amount of magic metal was negligible for the entire mine area, and even if the sect people discovered something unusual, they couldn't link it to him. Robert visited the Star Embers shop again, mainly to purchase some magic potions. Because of his relationship with Duke, he could purchase more magic potions without too many quantity restrictions. Of course, he couldn't buy in bulk, just a bit more than usual. Robert learned of the Bayan mine incident in recent days, and through player channels, he obtained more specific information. Unlike the civilians of Azure Vault City, who only knew the outcome from beginning to end. Being the one who orchestrated the release of information, Robert naturally knew how the Four Gods sect and Light sect obtained the news. His only confusion was why Duke did it, what his purpose was. If it was merely to inform the sect. Given Duke's relationship with the Holy Daughter Dolly, there was no need to go such a roundabout way. He could directly inform the people of the Light sect. Duke must have had a purpose, but Robert thought for a long time without understanding what Duke had achieved with this incident. The whole thing from start to finish seemed unrelated to Duke. He seemed not to have participated, making it somewhat puzzling. These days, many players who joined the Shadow Council were caught, their accounts effectively rendered useless. These players didn't have such strong willpower, even if the pain was reduced, they couldn't bear the punishment methods. This was not only physical pain, but also mental torture. Since the game couldn't completely eliminate pain signals, there was always some sense of pain. Players knew fully well that they couldn't leave prison even if they confessed to anything. Moreover, knowing the sect couldn't kill these God-given people, they wouldn't simply execute them, instead imprisoning them indefinitely. These players had only one choice: to quit the game. Unless they could wait until the day they were rescued. Every login was just imprisonment, the game effectively becoming a prison simulator. Seeing the plight of these imprisoned players, many carefully reconsidered joining the Shadow Council, as it seemed very risky. Robert came to the shop, and seeing Duke not inside, knew Duke was in the backyard. With Duke's spiritual power, he didn't need to constantly guard the shop. His spiritual power could cover the entire shop area. Robert went to the courtyard and respectfully said, "Lord Duke, I'm planning to buy 10 swift potions and 10 magic activation potions." He was essentially preparing these magic potions for members of his team. Nurturing a group wasn't that simple. The magic potions here at Duke's, though a bit more expensive, were indeed of high quality, much better compared to other places. Furthermore, Robert believed that frequent purchases could increase favor or affinity. So he never spared any money here. All right." Duke waved his hand, and a batch of magic potions appeared on the table. Robert, quite familiar with the process, soon placed over 6,000 magic crystal stones on the table, all stored in a large sack. These magic crystal stones were collected with a significant amount of real money from other players. Recently, many players discovered Duke's shop, but as the magic potions sold there could only be purchased with magic crystal stones, and the prices were too high, they had to give up. Others saw Duke's level and speculated there might be some hidden quests, frequently coming to test their luck. Many players even feigned admiration and loyalty. But Duke, having played more games than these players had, dismissed them all. For these unstable players, Duke wouldn't say a word more, nor disclose any of his own information. He required Robert to act likewise. Robert naturally would keep secrets, wishing to be the sole person knowing Duke's matters. "Robert, if you can help me collect enough magic spells, I could give you a special reward," Duke thought and said. His spiritual power had reached 86, not far from 100, and spiritual power compression was ongoing. Duke needed some easy to cast minor magic through grinding these magic to max level to earn free attribute points, increasing spiritual power faster. He still had many magic not at max level, like tornado, fireball technique, etc. However, these magic were too showy, unsuitable for quietly grinding proficiency, unlike minor magic in this world, such as holy healing technique, lighting technique, etc., causing minimal disturbance with quick spell casting. Duke increasingly felt spells were like predefined rules by some group. Newcomers only needed to use them, with low entry difficulty. This allowed casters quicker entry and mastery of magic power. But correspondingly, the convenience of spells also imposed limitations, making mages research into the essence of magic power not deep enough, with insufficient upper limits. Duke has been researching during this time. The spellcasting system is convenient and fast. It imposes high requirements on the caster's talent and elemental affinity. The structure of the spellcasting system dictates that those lacking talent have almost no chance of following this path, even though mastering these spells is not particularly difficult. The wizard's casting system is different. It has some talent requirements, but they are not as high. Even those with lesser talent can gain casting ability through systematic learning and knowledge acquisition. Wizards fundamentally deconstruct the entire casting process, which requires considerable effort, and the learning process takes significant time. However, once a wizard undergoes this series of learning processes, they generally gain a profound understanding of magic and related knowledge, rather than merely using it superficially. Wizards enhance spiritual power through meditation techniques. So how do mages from the Oracle plane achieve it? Duke pondered. Thinking for a moment, he decided to visit the Light Sect and ask Holy Daughter Dolly. She should provide an accurate answer. Robert was still in the yard, and upon hearing Duke's task, he nodded and said, "Rest assured, Duke, I'll gather as many magic spells as possible for you." Magic spells are no longer a novelty among players. Many who acquire spells sell them at high prices. Over a month ago, a single magic spell could sell for hundreds of thousands of federal currency. Now prices have dropped significantly, and only rare and uncommon spells can fetch high prices since most people are already familiar with basic magic spells. These spells aren't consumables that can only be sold once, so the price naturally doesn't stay high when sold frequently. Mastering spells isn't very difficult. Even if the syllables are odd, with some effort, most people can grasp the basics. However, very few can use magic spells to complete spellcasting. Only a select few are considered true mages. Robert has tried casting magic, but hasn't succeeded yet. He can sense the elemental power around him, but he is always a bit lacking. Robert soon left to gather magic spells for Duke. As Duke watched him leave, he also closed the shop and headed towards the Light Sect. He had already informed Holy Daughter Dolly of his visit via the communication stone, and she happened to be available. The guards at the Light Sect's entrance were already familiar with Duke and let him pass without inquiry. Holy Daughter Dolly lived alone in a palace-like place, very spacious, designated for the residence of past holy daughters. When Duke arrived, she had prepared hot tea, fruits, and some snacks. "Please sit, Mr. Duke, and feel free to ask for anything you want," Holy Daughter Dolly said, with several servants nearby. Duke glanced at the full table and said, "This is already enough. I came mainly to inquire about spiritual power growth, wondering if there's any difference between the sect's method and ours." He refrained from directly mentioning meditation, opting for a roundabout inquiry to avoid revealing too much about himself. Holy Daughter Dolly didn't think too much about it and said straightforwardly, "The sect's mages primarily rely on faith in the God of Light, receiving divine blessings to slowly increase spiritual power. But you rely on elemental power perception, which is much slower." Silently, Duke listened, his mind rapidly contemplating the meaning behind Dolly's words. Through Dolly's explanation, he learned that mages outside the Oracle Plane sect perceive elemental power to grow spiritual power. Perceiving elemental power is essentially meditation, but in a very primitive form, requiring high elemental affinity. The scarcity of mages in the Oracle Plane is due to the need for considerable elemental affinity to qualify for the mage extraordinary path. Individuals with lesser talent must choose to join either the Four Gods sect or the Light sect. By joining the sect, they can become believers and, under divine power, more easily perceive elemental power, thus enhancing spiritual power. Strength advancement for mages in the sect is nearly always associated with their faith in the divine, including subsequent promotion paths. The sect's ability to grow in strength and become a significant force in this plane relates to such a method. The decline of the Light sect is attributed to the sudden disappearance of the God of Light, no longer responding to believers' prayers, hindering advancement and making promotions increasingly difficult. Learning this, Duke pondered another question. What exactly are these so-called gods? Are they genuine life entities or consciousness ensembles? Based on known research from the wizard plane, gods fall into these two categories. One is akin to the goddess of light in the wizard plane, not a life entity, but a consciousness ensemble formed from plain will. The other is like the evil god from the other plane, having grown into powerful life entities comparable to gods through self-cultivation. Typically, the former is what most envision as true gods, whereas the latter is merely powerful life forms. Blackhand Morgan from Black Sail might be considered a god. A level 4 divine status existence can be referred to as a god. Considering this, Duke asked, "Have any of you in the Light sect or the Four Gods sect truly seen a god?" Holy Daughter Dolly found the question strange, but sincerely recalled and replied, "Not seen directly, but many have genuinely sensed the divine presence. Sects, bishops, and holy daughters can sense gods," Dolly affirmed. After hearing this, Duke roughly concluded that the four gods and the god of light in this world are likely consciousness ensembles, not powerful life entities arising from cultivation. It seems these gods might simply be consciousness ensembles formed from plain will. Why did the god of light disappear so suddenly? Duke was puzzled. Duke was unsure about what happened to the god of light on the oracle plane. It was quite mysterious for such a sudden disappearance. He also thought about how the Four Gods sect and the Light sect maintained harmony on the surface and even concealed their identities when acting against the Light sect. It is said that there was no inherent conflict between the four gods and the god of light, and they never instigated their followers to clash with those of other gods. Perhaps because they were all born from the will of the plane, they naturally refrained from infighting. "Mr. Duke," Dolly softly called as she observed Duke, lost in thought. "You seem to have a keen interest in deities themselves." Duke returned to his senses, took a sip of tea to mask the fluctuations in his emotions. He realized that his previous inquiry might have been too direct and profound. As an outsider, his zeal in exploring the nature of the gods was too intense, not quite fitting for an ordinary mage's persona. "I apologize, Your Holiness." Duke smiled apologetically. "It's just that hearing about the god of light's upheaval and understanding that the sex mage's power stems from divine favor piqued my curiosity. After all, this is vastly different from how we rogue mages rely on perceiving elements. As you mentioned earlier, outside the sect, mages perceive elemental forces to enhance their spiritual power, which seems inefficient and highly demanding." Dolly nodded, her face showing a hint of helplessness and concern. Indeed, relying on one's natural talent to perceive elements is like groping in the dark, necessitating immense affinity and insight. "Our sect's method, however, is akin to the deity lighting a lamp for us, pointing the way, making perception clear and stable. This is why the sect attracts many followers and cultivates numerous mages. But now," her words halted, and a shadow briefly clouded her bright eyes. "The light no longer responds. That lamp has extinguished. New followers face increased difficulty in perceiving elements, with spiritual growth slowing or even stopping. Eventually, the continuity of the Light sect is worrisome." Duke understood that the wizard system's meditation technique, in some ways, was a highly optimized and more universally applicable methodology for perceiving free energy particles. By constructing specific spiritual pathways and imagery, it significantly lowered the threshold for perception and improved efficiency. This native, talent-reliant method of perception on the oracle plane seemed incredibly inefficient and wasteful to a wizard. Duke was quite interested in the process by which Dolly and these followers perceived the presence of the deity, and perhaps observing it might reveal some insight. He thought for a moment and said, "Your Holiness, would it be possible to observe your prayer process to the deity? Of course, although the deity no longer responds, I still persist in daily prayer and perception." "Please follow me," Dolly said. Dolly stood up, leading Duke through the spacious, bright hallways to a relatively large hall. The place was arranged with utmost simplicity, yet exuded a sense of sanctity. The walls were pure white, embedded with some crystal stones emitting a soft white light, and the floor was laid with elegant carpets. In the center of the room were a dozen low, round cushions for prayer, intended for those with certain status within the Light sect. At the very back of the hall stood a giant statue, visibly a woman's sculpture. Suggesting the god of light on the oracle plane also had a female appearance. As usual, Holy Daughter Dolly half knelt on the foremost cushion, lowering her head, clasping her hands, and closed her eyes to begin her prayer and perception. Duke watched the divine statue of light ahead. As Dolly began her prayer, he could perceive some faint energy transferring from the statue onto Dolly. But the distance was quite far, and without a first-hand experience, he couldn't determine the nature of this energy. About 10 minutes later, Holy Daughter Dolly concluded this brief prayer session. and it seemed she was in a better state, with an increased amount of energy within her. Duke considered this and said, "I wonder if I might be permitted to pray and perceive." He made this seemingly bold request without expecting much, just wishing to personally experience it. To his surprise, Holy Daughter Dolly readily agreed. Of course, the God of Light welcomes all who yearn for illumination. "Thank you." Duke adjusted his demeanor, even straightening his robe, trying to show enough respect. He approached a line of cushions in the front, casually selecting one to sit on, then closed his eyes to try to communicate as best as he could with the divine statue of light before him. Duke was not new to this. He had experience communicating with the statue of the goddess of light on the wizard plane. Whether due to this experience or his high light elemental affinity, he instantly established some connection with the divine statue of light before him. Duke could sense a divine statue of light appearing before him, not a physically sculpted one, but a conglomeration of energy. A magnificent energy emanated from this statue, continuously pouring into his body. This is neither magic power nor spiritual power. What exactly is this? Power of faith? Duke quickly calmed himself. This energy had no adverse effects on him, instead feeling particularly pleasant, so he embraced the energy's transmission silently. During this process, Holy Daughter Dolly watched this scene unfold with disbelief. White mist appeared from the divine statue of light, continuously flowing into Duke, making his entire body seem to glow. Dolly knew what this meant, signifying Duke had an extremely high light attribute affinity and was favored greatly by the God of Light. Even she had never received such divine favor, especially since the God of Light had ceased responding. Such an occurrence had not happened again. For a moment, Dolly even doubted whether the God of Light had returned, but she did not perceive the God of Light's return. The whole process seemed slow, but it only lasted a few minutes before it was over. Duke felt warmth throughout his body, and a new source of white energy, the power of faith, appeared in his mind. He did not understand why the divine statue of light would transmit the power of faith to him, nor did he know how to utilize this power. Generally speaking, only level 4 life capable of coalescing a divine status could utilize the power of faith, which seemed useless for beings below level 4. At least Duke still didn't know how to use the power of faith. He had never conducted related research before. The oracle plane clearly lacked relevant materials, so he had to wait until he returned to the wizard plane to search for some relevant documents, which should yield some results. Just as Duke was puzzled, he suddenly felt the coordinates earring move slightly, as if it wanted to absorb this power of faith. He suddenly had some ideas, guiding the power of faith to flow into the coordinates earring, and the power of faith was instantly absorbed. So that's how it is. Duke understood. He had previously been contemplating what kind of energy the coordinates earring absorbed. If he could figure it out himself, he could recharge it himself, rather than waiting for the energy inside to automatically fill. He had tried to input magic power into it, and also attempted to use some alchemy devices to extract energy from magic stones and infuse it into the coordinates earring, all to no avail, and could not charge the coordinates earring. Unexpectedly, the power of faith he obtained by accident could actually charge the coordinates earring. Duke then continuously guided the power of faith into the coordinates earring, consuming about 2/3 of the power of faith before the earring was fully charged. It seems the rank of this coordinates earring is indeed very high, as it actually requires the power of faith to power it, Duke thought to himself. The power of faith is generally only accessible to level 4 life forms. Ordinary items do not have the qualification to use the power of faith. The coordinates earring, as an item capable of traversing numerous planes in the endless plane, was indeed not simple, and its grading was unknown. The Holy Daughter Dolly had approached at some point. She looked at Duke, seeming somewhat excited, and said, Are you the child of light?" "Child of light, that shouldn't be me." Duke shook his head and quickly denied it. The Holy Daughter Dolly seemed to stick to her judgment and said, "Although the God of Light has left, her last message indicated that a child of light would lead the light sect back on track. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's me." Duke said he didn't want to be too entangled with the light sect. But now it seems it wasn't that simple. Dolly smiled and said, "The signs just now indicate that you indeed are that child of light. Rest assured, we will not ask you to do anything. On the contrary, I will keep this secret and not let the news get out. But if you ever need anything in the future, the light sect will definitely give full support. Although Duke currently seemed not to have higher spiritual power than her, Dolly still believed in the instruction of the God of Light, believing that Duke's future was bound to be extraordinary. Duke recalled hearing Dolly's prayers in that space before and felt that nothing was a coincidence. Perhaps he was just a pawn arranged by someone else. However, his current strength was too weak to even determine if he was on the chessboard. All Duke could do now was to try his best to improve his strength and act according to circumstances for other matters. Since the light sect doesn't require him to do anything, he was too lazy to deny the identity of the child of light. It's also nice to get some benefits for free. As for the matters of the future, let them be future concerns. Anyway, Duke wouldn't do anything beyond his abilities. He glanced at the remaining power of faith in his mind, and then at the huge statue in front of him, saying, "Can I often come here to pray in the future?" Yes, this is your rightful privilege. However, to avoid suspicion, you need to have an identity within the light sect, otherwise it will attract suspicion. Dolly said, without an identity in the light sect, naturally Duke could not visit Dolly in the light sect every day. If someone noticed this, they might think there was something between Duke and the Holy Daughter, causing some trouble. But if he was already a member of the light sect, then praying every day in front of the divine statue of light would be perfectly normal and reasonable. Duke thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Having an identity within the light sect would indeed facilitate his actions in many ways. In the future, although he would inevitably be drawn into affairs of the light sect, it was the only feasible method. Duke still needed to come to pray regularly to gain the power of faith. He could sense that the divine statue did contain the power of faith, but frequent prayers were needed to acquire it. Only during the first prayer could he obtain a large amount of the power of faith, and later it would depend on time accumulation. He hesitated only for a moment before consuming the energy within the coordinates earring to record the coordinates of the oracle plane. For Duke, with the existence of the coordinates earring, returning without recording the coordinates was a great loss. Currently, it seemed this world did not have top-tier combat power. The Four Gods sect was already the top force here, and the strongest was only the Great Mage. Duke thus inferred that the oracle plane was a low plane, without individuals above level 3 life forms. This was good news for him, as it meant future explorations here would have lower risks. Not as perilous as the nightmare plane, where he might die from the natural energy waves of unknown creatures at any moment. Moreover, the oracle plane lacked plane suppression effects, so Duke could unleash all of his strength here. He could completely plan to develop this oracle plane into his backyard as his strength gradually grew, extracting its vast potential resources. Duke did not intend to give the plane coordinates to Black Sail, despite the considerable reward, as it was insignificant compared to the entire plane. The prospect of monopolizing the plane's resources would significantly aid his future development. After recording the coordinates of the oracle plane, Duke infused the remaining power of faith back into the coordinates earring. Once the energy was replenished inside, he could return to the wood elf plane and then from there to the wizard plane. After being away for so long, he was quite concerned about the situation on the wizard plane and needed to see how things had fared. Black Sail should be able to learn that he was still alive, since a trace of his soul was recorded when acquiring the Black Sail badge and could be used to receive a wizard's life status, which was a basic method commonly used by major wizard organizations. As long as Duke was alive, his rights wouldn't be revoked until it was confirmed that he was completely deceased. There have been instances in the past where wizards stranded on other planes spent much time returning to the wizard plane and was still accepted by Black Sail. Duke's only consideration was how to quickly accumulate power of faith once he returned to the wizard plane. The only way Duke can currently acquire the power of faith is through the divine statue of light. There's no way he can just move such a large statue. Otherwise, the people from the light sect would be desperate to stop him, even if he is the so-called child of light. If he returns to the wizard plane and can't find any other method to acquire the power of faith, he'll have to wait another 6 months to return to the oracle plane, which is relatively restrictive. Duke then prayed once more, and after establishing communication with the divine statue of light, he received a sliver of the power of faith. He calculated simply that at this rate, it would take about half a month to fully charge the energy of the coordinates earring again. If he could stay here and pray continuously, the speed would be even faster, but that would seem too suspicious. Duke discovered that it seemed only his prayers would grant him the power of faith, while followers like Dolly provided the statue with power of faith, which was the opposite for him. Regarding Duke being the child of light, only a few within the light sect, including the holy daughter Dolly and a handful of bishops, are aware. These people would never betray the light sect. They wouldn't let any information leak out to prevent the Four Gods sect from targeting Duke, as the child of light is the future of the light sect. As Duke returned from the light sect, he saw Robert standing at the door of his shop, apparently waiting for some time. "Lord Duke, I've collected all the items you wanted," Robert said, busy over the past few days. "Let's talk inside," Duke nodded. Back in the backyard, Robert took out 20 magic spells, all purchased through his connections over the past few days, covering almost every spell players could currently acquire. Duke glanced at them and said, "Well done." These spells were mostly elemental magic spells, all secondary spells, many of which were convenient to cast without causing too much impact. Besides the spells, there was also a shadow breathing technique. This was something that particularly surprised Duke. He didn't expect Robert to obtain this. "Was this acquired from the Shadow Council?" Duke asked. Robert nodded. "Yes, bought from someone divinely gifted in the Shadow Council." Normally, whether the Shadow Council or the sects, their inner breathing techniques are crucial and strictly prohibited from being shared outside. But for players, these rules are virtually non-existent, as almost no player abides by the regulations of a game organization. With this shadow breathing technique, Duke could train it to the maximum level, thereby acquiring a new talent, though it's still uncertain which attribute it would be. It could either be shadow attribute or dark attribute. Either would be an exceptionally rare talent, as even in the wizard plane. If you have this type of talent, the West Coast has only the Crawford clan with a dark attribute talent, and that single talent is enough to make them a major power on the coast, highlighting the potency of such talent. Duke gathered up all the spell and breathing technique content noted on parchment and then said, "Robert, you've done brilliantly, and you deserve a fitting reward." He then took out 2 rings, one being a space ring, and the other a ring with its own small fireball technique, both being secondary demonized items. The space ring was what Duke had obtained from that ship at. See, the space inside was small, just 1 cubic meter. It's of no significant use to him now. It happens to be a suitable task reward for Robert. Such items are rare in the Oracle plane. Magic potion knowledge is very undeveloped in the Oracle plane, and alchemy even less so, making the technology to produce complex alchemical creations like space rings non-existent. Most mages don't carry space items. Only higher-ups in sects like Holy Daughter Dolly may have such alchemical creations, but in very limited quantities. The ring with a small fireball technique is rare too, as the Oracle plane predominantly uses magic scrolls. Magic scrolls are single-use consumables where spells are pre-stored by mages, activated with spiritual power or mana by the user. The cost of a magic scroll isn't low, often surpassing even same-level demonized items, but they're single-use. Moreover, magic scrolls require a certain amount of mana or spiritual power to activate truly, which raises the user threshold. The demonized item handed over by Duke, after fully charged, can be used 3 times consecutively, needing a period for energy accumulation after that to use again. In the Oracle plane, such a ring is extremely rare. Robert took these 2 rings, and corresponding information surfaced before him. Rare space ring, rare small fireball technique ring, 2 blue items and their magic items. There's even a space ring. Robert was very excited, having never seen similar items appear on player forums. Robert promptly checked the space ring, and after exploring with spiritual power, saw an entire enclosed space, which was novel to him. He attempted to place the other small fireball technique ring inside, and it worked with a mere thought, making him quite excited. Robert then also placed some magic crystal stones, notebooks of recorded data inside, and took them out again, enjoying himself immensely. Backpacks were commonplace in previous games, but experiencing a space ring for the first time was very refreshing. Duke glanced at Robert's actions and chuckled, saying, "The space ring can hold other magic items, but can't hold another space ring." Robert nodded, committing that piece of information to memory, feeling he wouldn't get a second space ring anytime soon. He then wore the fireball technique ring with a testing look, but after considering the small yard around him, he held back. Robert certainly didn't want his enthusiasm to accidentally burn the yard down, resulting in his immediate downfall by Duke's hand. rendering his previous efforts wasted and causing favorability to drop directly to 0 or even into the negatives. Duke saw his intent and said quite casually, "No worries, feel free to try it, I'll stop the spell." "Really, Lord Duke?" Robert couldn't resist trying to cast a spell. Seeing Duke's consent, he activated the fireball technique ring with spiritual power, and a head-sized fireball soon appeared before him, hurtling towards the wall. Before the fireball could hit the wall, a screen composed of yellow sand appeared, just in time to block the fireball. The fireball collided with the yellow sand, merely sparking before disappearing, as if absorbed by the sand. Indeed, the Sand Guardian naturally possesses energy absorption characteristics, allowing the small fireball technique's energy to be easily absorbed. Robert wanted to try again, but felt terribly exhausted, spiritually fatigued, hardly able to use the small fireball technique ring again. Duke said once you become a great knight, you should be able to use it a couple more times. Robert knew he lacked spiritual power and couldn't force its use. The game's realism was extraordinary. He felt exhausted in reality and wanted to log off to sleep. Duke didn't keep him here, so Robert logged off at the shop entrance, vanishing instantly. Is this a teleportation or? Duke pondered watching Robert log off, having seen players log off many times. Didn't seem like teleportation, but he didn't understand the vanishing. Unable to conclude anything, he picked up Robert's magic spells and shadow breathing technique to read. With half a month left to fill the coordinates earring's energy, Duke planned to stay in Azure Vault City, farming skill proficiency while praying at the Light Sect to gain power of faith. In the Divine Statue of Light's hall, Duke came alone to pray. Holy Daughter Dolly and the bishop had just left, allowing him extra time to gather power of faith. The vast hall was empty, with him alone meditating before the giant Divine Statue of Light, amplifying the stillness. Duke calmed his spirit, quickly connecting with the statue, receiving the power of faith. He guided the power of faith into his mind for storage. As Duke immersed in absorbing power of faith, an insidious, cold, malicious, and greedy wave like a snake seeped in. The intent came from behind. Duke sensed the chill on his neck, knowing the opponent's deadly intent. He quickly reacted, surrounding himself with floating sand forming a tight shield. Moments later, a bizarre dagger stabbed deep into the sand, penetrating a meter despite magic metal reinforcement. Duke was grateful for his quick response and Sand Guardian's automatic protection, forming a barrier of sand instantly. Otherwise, with such a strike's power, survival seemed unlikely. He turned and saw a short figure in a dark robe, about 1.30 meters tall, exuding cold malice and murderous intent. This must be a top assassin from the Shadow Council. Duke thought, his expression grave. He recognized the aura similar to a previous encounter with an assassin. The assassin's robe covered his head entirely, revealing only a parched mouth, appearing elderly. Seems the intel was wrong. There's someone inside the church. The assassin's voice was aged, raspy, as he swiftly attacked with the dagger again. Duke stood ready, infusing magic power into the surrounding sand, enhancing its defense. The assassin vanished like a ghost, reappearing in Duke's blind spot. This speed, it must equate to level 2 life. Normal level 1 life wouldn't react, Duke mused. Judging by speed, the opponent's strength should equal a second-level knight, far exceeding his own. The assassin circled into Duke's blind spot, striking at the neck side, blocked again by the timely sand. What's happening? The assassin found Duke's reactions bizarre despite his moderate strength. Normal mages couldn't react so quickly, unable to summon magic force instantly. The assassin over years had assassinated many mages, even a great mage, a level 3 life, yet killed by his dagger. Though many factors favored him, he remained proud from it. Unexpectedly encountering Duke, a strange wizard with significant strength difference, unable to defeat quickly. The assassin knew he could break Duke's defense eventually, but he was short on time, planning for a quick decisive action, surprised by this fighter's resistance. The assassin glanced at Duke wrapped in sand, and then at the Divine Statue of Light, contemplating before rushing toward the statue. He threw the dagger, which struck the statue with great force, leaving a hole from which white light seemed to emanate. Though Duke didn't know the purpose, he needed to prevent it, especially seeing something hidden within the statue. Duke hadn't used the spell in a while, casting now, increasing the assassin's gravity tens of times. The high speed, slowed significantly by gravity, now detectable without invisible movements. The assassin slowed while charging the statue, feeling his body unusually heavy. although gravity wasn't an unbearable burden, slowing the speed significantly. Duke's sand reached the statue first, encasing it with walls 7 or 8 meters thick. The hall concealed the statue, replaced by an iron wall of thick sand. The assassin saw the heavy wall, raging internally, realizing the mission's failure. Just meters away, thwarted by Duke's interference, unable to reach the target. Elsewhere, light sect members noticed the disturbance. Heading toward the hall, the assassin saw the situation was unfavorable. Glanced at the Duke wrapped in the ball, turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. He wasn't afraid of the reinforcements, but he couldn't be trapped here. If the delay was prolonged, even he might find it difficult to leave. Though the light sect had declined, its foundation was still strong and couldn't be underestimated. Soon, Knight Henry brought in a large group of people, just in time to witness the moment the assassin disappeared and see the state of the hall. A strange sphere of yellow sand, and suddenly appearing thick walls of yellow sand, it was a dramatic change. The Duke's spiritual power continuously expanded, attentively listening to the surrounding movements, not dismantling the sand fortress immediately to avoid the assassin's potential return. After a while, once Knight Henry and his men had surrounded him, the Duke confirmed the assassin was no longer nearby and finally revealed himself. "Mr. Duke." Knight Henry was somewhat surprised, having believed that the enemy was inside the sphere, only to find it was the Duke. With just a few words, the Duke explained the situation clearly, and Knight Henry, seeing the scene, believed him. The sand covering the divine statue of light had not been removed. The Duke was concerned the assassin might be hiding, ready to seize what was inside once the sand was cleared. He could tell the assassin's true aim wasn't him, but rather to obtain what was inside the statue. The assassin specifically chose a day when both the Holy Daughter and the Bishop were absent, not expecting the Duke to be present. Seeing the Duke's weak strength, the assassin thought he could casually kill him to prevent any trouble in stealing. However, he didn't anticipate the Duke being so troublesome, unable to resolve it quickly. The Duke only dispersed the sand cautiously after the Holy Daughter and Bishop rushed back upon hearing the news, revealing the divine statue of light inside. He didn't completely withdraw the sand to ensure he could protect the statue again with sand at any time. The hole in the center of the statue remained, with white light still emanating from it. Holy Daughter Dolly and the others were extremely angry. Upon seeing this scene, it was a great blasphemy to the God of Light, and they were eager to capture the assassin immediately. Unfortunately, the assassin had long fled into the distance, making it hard for anyone to track him given his speed. A moment later, something floated out from the hole, appearing to be a white box emitting light. After this box floated out, it fell directly into the Duke's hand, bringing him a very warm feeling. "The Light God Court has chosen you." Holy Daughter Dolly was momentarily stunned before looking at the Duke and saying, "Light God Court, what is this?" The Duke was baffled, unaware of the purpose of this object in his hand. Holy Daughter Dolly said, "Remember when we were ambushed by members of the Four Gods sect, they were after this item. The Light God Court is a holy artifact of the Light sect, and we found it in the God of Light's relics, then brought it all the way to Azure Vault City. After I brought back the Light God Court, it automatically fused into the divine statue of light and only reappeared now. A holy artifact of the light believers." The Duke could sense the extraordinary power within this item. Likely an extremely precious treasure. He thought for a moment and asked, "What is this used for?" Dolly shook her head. "We don't know either. We only know it's important to the light sect. As for its specific function, perhaps only you can find out." The Duke didn't expect even the Holy Daughter of the Light sect didn't know, so he could only explore it himself. He closed his eyes, used his spiritual power to probe into it, and soon received a vast amount of information from the Light God Court. In an instant, the Duke processed all this information and understood what this object really was. The Light God Court, in essence, is a plane seed that contains complete plane rules, making it a small plane. However, this plane differs from the usual ones, as life born within the Light God Court naturally possesses a higher affinity for the light attribute. Even by living inside the Light God Court, one's light attribute affinity can be improved over time. After probing it with his spiritual power, the Duke soon saw a space, which was the small world inside the Light God Court. The location was still rudimentary, spanning only a square kilometer. Surrounded by endless seas of clouds, those areas were actually void and contained nothing. The existing small piece of land was barren, without a single blade of grass. However, the Duke could sense the presence of the power of faith in this spatial area, seemingly that all powers of faith from the light believers eventually ended up here. The light God court requires the power of faith to expand the space size here, and immense amounts of power of faith are required. The Duke understood why this was the holy artifact of the light sect, as should it truly develop, would almost be a small world exclusively belonging to the light sect. The life birthed from this world can have a high affinity for the light attribute, providing a constant stream of new power for the light sect, naturally enabling it to grow stronger. The Duke also realized its strategic significance. The light God court could accommodate life within it. When the light God court grows large enough, if millions of troops are within, they could be released into other planes directly, bypassing the need for colossal structures like space fortresses. It would be equivalent to owning a mobile plane, marking its unusual significance. "This thing is for me," the Duke asked after regaining his senses. Dolly said, "The light God court chose you. We have no authority to decide its ownership. It's all by the God of Light's will." Though the Duke had acquired this powerful treasure, he didn't feel entirely at ease. He was all too aware that there's no free lunch in the world, and the God of Light wouldn't provide this without reason. Perhaps there'd be something required of him later. Upholding the principle of seizing an opportunity when presented, he figured he'd store it for now and deal with any troubles that might arise later. He discovered the light God court couldn't be stored in a space ring. Such rings probably couldn't handle items of this magnitude. Fortunately, the light God court could be directly absorbed into the body, making it much more convenient to carry. Presumably, Holy Daughter Dolly had preserved the light God court in this way initially. Having acquired the light God court, the Duke also resolved another issue. Upon returning to the wizard plane later, he wouldn't have to worry about sourcing the power of faith. This incident caused quite a stir within the light sect, but they didn't spread the news outside. The outside world had no idea that someone from the Shadow Council came to the light sect to steal something. After all, it's just one assassin from the Shadow Council for now. If the news got out, there would likely be a constant stream of people coming. Although the light God court inside the idol already had an owner, others wouldn't see it that way and would definitely continue to cause trouble here. The holy artifact left by the God of Light is immensely tempting to anyone. Duke being able to obtain the light God court meant he was recognized by the will of the God of Light, making him the most important figure for the light sect. It can be said that he has invisibly become the future hope of the light sect, holding great influence. Although Duke hasn't wielded any authority yet, if he wanted, he could command the people of the light sect to do his bidding. He didn't do that because his current strength was lacking, and he couldn't act recklessly just because he received the recognition of the God of Light's will. Duke always believed that what external objects provide is illusory, and only his own strength is truly reliable. He found that the power of faith inside the light God court was considerable, fully enough to charge the coordinates earring, meaning he could return to the wood elf plane at any time. But before going back, he had to arrange some matters since he shouldn't return for a while after leaving. Firstly, for the light sect here, he had a private chat with Holy Daughter Dolly. "Mr. Duke, where are you going?" Holy Daughter Dolly said worriedly. Not out of concern for Duke's safety, but rather worried that if Duke left and never returned, the newly kindled hope of the light sect would be gone again. Duke knew what she was worried about and said, "Don't worry, I won't leave forever. I'll just be away for a while but will come back later." He naturally wouldn't say that he was actually from another plane, nor would he inform Dolly where he was going. Dolly was somewhat reassured upon hearing Duke's words. If Duke really intended to leave for good, he wouldn't have had a private chat with her. As for where Duke was going, since he was reluctant to say, Dolly wisely didn't press any further. After talking to Holy Daughter Dolly, Duke called Robert to his shop and said, "Robert, I will be out traveling for a while. I hope you will have grown by the time I return." "Lord Duke, how long would you be gone?" Robert asked, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Duke to stay in Azure Vault City long. These NPCs often appeared and vanished mysteriously. "The time isn't certain. It could be 1 or 2 months. Maybe half a year. You can join the light sect later. I've already talked to Holy Daughter Dolly. If you have trustworthy subordinates, you can recommend them to join too," Duke said. He had already paved the way for Robert, and while he was away, he wouldn't be able to contribute to Robert's growth, so the light sect could cultivate this small group of players for him. Robert and his people could just grow with the help of the light sect, and when they had the strength and influence, they could do more for Duke. This was also another matter Duke wanted to discuss with Robert, which was about forming an organization constructed by players. Getting an NPC to manage players is difficult, but player-managed players are different. Duke instructed Robert to form a gaming guild, which would recruit all sorts of skilled players, and Robert would manage them professionally like a job, paying salaries in reality. Meanwhile, Duke would just give some orders to Robert and wouldn't have much direct contact with other players, hardly even appearing before them. Duke left Robert a batch of secondary potions, of various types, and 10 secondary black sail shields. These secondary black sail shields were leftover stocks from the alchemy factory, useless to Duke and were just lying around in the space ring collecting dust. Now they could be handed to Robert, equipping him and his players. To Robert, these were rare quality magic equipment, and he received 10 pieces at once. He noticed that these secondary black sail shields seemed standardized, indicating that Duke likely had the ability to craft magic items, an ability previously unseen. The secondary black sail shields had good defensive effects against magic, offering decent resistance to most secondary spells, making them extremely useful for the current players. Do your best, Robert. I hope to see a strong team when I return, Duke urged. Robert nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I will strive to develop this force. By the way, my lord, what should we name our guild? Let's call it Star Embers, Duke said after a moment's thought. After their agreement, a player guild named Star Embers was officially formed, its members entirely composed of gifted individuals, becoming another rising force in Azure Vault City. Although the game Oracle didn't have a guild system, it didn't hinder Robert from forming this force, as he had extensive management team experience and many professional managers under him. At least for now, all players joining Star Embers are professional players, indistinguishable from employees, with management completely different from ordinary game guilds. Currently, this guild is still small, with just a few dozen members. To develop into a force useful to Duke, it still has a long way to go. Once Duke arranged everything, he prepared to return to the Wood Elf Plain. He had been away for several months and had no idea how things were there, so he needed to get back quickly to handle matters. As for explaining his sudden appearance, there wasn't much need for a detailed explanation. Simply saying he used some special means to return to the Wood Elf Plain would suffice. Being a wizard comes with various methods, mostly related to personal secrets, so others usually wouldn't inquire unless necessary. Duke was no criminal and wouldn't face any severe punishments or questioning. Strictly speaking, he was implicated due to official duties, and the Black Sail side would likely compensate him. Duke tidied up his shop, having given many refined secondary potions and a small batch of level 1 potions to Robert, allowing him to continue running the magic potion shop while he was away. The sold items would be proportionally shared with Robert as the operating fund for Star Embers. Duke wasn't worried that Robert would pocket the money. From what Duke had learned about Robert in this period, the man was just a wealthy player, unlikely to be tempted by such an amount. If Robert really did embezzle these supplies while Duke was gone, it would mean there was no need to nurture this player further. Upon returning this time, Duke definitely planned to make preparations regarding the slave mark, and would then decide whether it was necessary to take such measures. After all, the human heart is unpredictable, and without the slave mark, one can never fully trust someone. However, it's still uncertain whether the slave mark would be effective on players, and this must be tested to know for sure. After packing up all the equipment in the makeshift laboratory, Duke took one last look out the window and then activated the coordinates earring, targeting the coordinates of the Wood Elf Plain. He was particularly cautious at this moment. If he accidentally went to the Nightmare Plane, it would be dangerous. The space around him rippled, and everything around him twisted like the water's surface, then everything before him turned pitch black. The darkness lasted only a moment, and in the next instant, he felt the refreshing air and some familiar scents. Upon opening his eyes, Duke found himself inside the wooden house in the Wood Elf Plain. He had recorded the coordinates here before, and now he appeared here again. Sweeping his spiritual power through the entire wooden house, Duke found it empty. It seemed Yala was no longer here. According to Black Sail's usual rules, under such circumstances, Yala would generally be sent back to her own island in the Wizard Plain. As long as he hadn't died, These personal belongings would be temporarily safeguarded by Black Sail. Opening the wooden house's door, Duke stepped outside where it was still deserted, indicating that no one had been around here for quite a while. After leaving this place, he went to the medicinal garden nearby and quickly noticed some wood elves at work. These wood elves also noticed him, but they quickly averted their gaze, afraid of offending Duke. They didn't know Duke, just that this person was a distinguished wizard. Walking on sandy ground, Duke then headed directly to Callanan Manor, which was previously managed by Deke. When Deke first created a spatial rift, he was the first to dive in. No one knew what became of him afterward. Duke wanted to learn about the follow-up situation, and Callanan Manor was the fastest way, as Black Sail's wizards was stationed there. As soon as he arrived at the manor, the wizards inside sensed him. A male wizard came out to investigate, glanced at Duke, and neither recognized the other. Most of the wizards in Callanan Manor had gone to Firefly City back then, so the current ones here must have come later. It was normal for them not to know Duke. "Who are you?" Bone asked. Duke directly flashed his Black Sail badge and said, "I'm Duke, the one who ended up on another plane after the incident in Firefly City a few months ago and just found the chance to return." "What? You're Duke?" Bone obviously knew of Duke. He was quite familiar with the list of wizards missing from that incident, particularly impressed by Duke's name. According to Black Sail's reports, a total of 25 wizards went missing or died in the Firefly City incident, but only Duke and Deke's spiritual aura remained unextinguished. This meant that only the two of them were still alive in the incident, though no one knew where they were. This was why Bone reacted so strongly upon hearing Duke's name. He couldn't believe Duke had managed to return on his own. It was unbelievable. "Let's talk inside." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bone led Duke into the manor. Inside, Duke encountered an old acquaintance, Lucas from the 5th Battalion of the 3rd Corps, who was equally surprised to see Duke. After the Firefly City incident, Lucas came here to investigate the reasons behind the event, try to retrieve the missing persons, and temporarily assume Deke's responsibilities. In fact, Lucas took on this task at Grace's request, motivated to come here willingly. His relationship with Grace was quite good, and Grace was helping her student Vivian. Vivian was very anxious when she learned about Duke's situation and had no choice but to ask Grace for help. But Grace didn't have any good solutions either. Duke most likely ended up in another plane, and without specific plane coordinates, there was practically nothing they could do. The only good news was that Duke was still alive, and as long as he was, there was hope. No one expected that Duke would return in just a few months. And he thought it would take him at least 100 years to return, or he might never come back. With Lucas here, Duke's identity was quickly confirmed. He was indeed the missing Duke and not a demon in disguise. Duke and Lucas talked for a long time, with a wizard nearby, recording all sorts of information about what really happened during that event and how they escaped. He described Deke's creation of a spatial rift in detail, but didn't reveal much about the Oracle plane, only mentioning that he returned to the Wood Elf plane through its teleportation magic array. Duke also learned about what happened after he left. The entire Firefly City had vanished, leaving a giant crater behind. After a fierce energy storm emerged, the area was filled with the aura of death, despair, and other negative energies. An evil god's projection cloned from another plane even descended there, continually consuming negative energy and souls, posing a huge threat to nearby life. Later, 3rd Corps Commander Swain personally arrived to deal with this other plane evil god's clone and cleared the lingering negative energy forces. The incident caused significant losses for Black Sail, and to prevent similar events from happening again, Black Sail eradicated all former Wood Elf priestesses, executing them all. Now that Duke had returned, only Deke remained missing. No one knew to which plane he had gone. This second-level wizard really is something. His daring to rush into the spatial rift must mean he had some self-preservation measure. Duke contemplated. Recalling the scene, Duke remembered how swift Deke's actions were, rushing in without the slightest hesitation. No one knew where he ended up. If he was still alive after several months, it meant he had survived the most dangerous initial phase, and most likely could continue living in the other plane for an extended period. Duke conversed with Lucas for a long time before meeting Matthew from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, who was still stationed in the Wood Elf plane. "Mr. Duke, I'm glad you could return." "I'm glad you're all right." Matthew looked thinner, suggesting he had been quite busy recently. As Duke walked and chatted with Matthew, he learned of the difficulties the Giant Rock Commerce Association had been facing recently. To be precise, most of the commerce associations in the Wood Elf Plain were having a tough time. Black Sail had lost Firefly City, and with such a significant loss, they naturally needed compensation from elsewhere. The Giant Rock Commerce Association became a target for Black Sail's actions, as they had been developing a lot of land outside contractual agreements. Black Sail didn't demand the return of these lands, but required payment for land rental, which was no small sum. The Giant Rock Commerce Association had been striving to gather this money, as Black Sail didn't target any particular association, so they only accepted their bad luck. As one of the managers of the medicinal garden here, Matthew was under enormous pressure, needing to compile various data for the vast garden. Nobody anticipated such events, and since they were already at fault, they could only obediently pay up. After all, from a long-term perspective, it would only take a short time to recoup these payments, ending up profitable overall. Duke did not linger in the Wood Elf Plain, returning to the Wizard Plain that same day. His assignment in the Wood Elf Plain was set to finish in a few more months, but due to the Firefly City incident, it ended early. The teleportation array flashed, and Duke returned to the Elizabeth, familiar sensations enveloping him, giving him an unprecedented sense of security from the home plane. After spending time in another plane, returning to the Wizard Plane always brought this feeling, which those constantly in the Wizard Plane would find hard to experience. After reaching the Elizabeth, Duke immediately followed a wizard named Scythe to record some information. The content was roughly similar to what Lucas had asked initially, but Scythe was clearly dissatisfied with Duke's vague descriptions concerning the other plane. "Duke, could you elaborate on the matters of the other plane?" Scythe said impatiently, clearly interested in the other plane Duke visited. "Sorry, I don't have the obligation to divulge that part," Duke replied calmly. He hadn't broken any Black Sail rules and was merely fulfilling his duty by recording. The other plane matters were outside this investigation, so Duke had the right to withhold information. Scythe was a level 2 wizard belonging to the 8th Legion, and felt offended by Duke's direct refusal. "Duke, I'm asking you now, you answer or who knows? You might end up in Black Sail's prison," Scythe said sternly. Duke smirked and stood up, saying, "Then you can send me to prison, I have things to do first." After speaking, he turned and left, ignoring the furious Scythe behind him. Scythe didn't expect Duke to be so reckless, disregarding his threats completely. Magic power surged through Scythe, intending to teach the arrogant young man a lesson, but he was interrupted by a figure at the doorway. Lucas, expressionless, said, "I was just a bit late. Your 8th Legion members have already intruded on our 3rd Legion. In fact, the task of recording information should have been handled by the 3rd Legion, but someone from the 8th Legion was in the Wood Elf Plain, quickly learning of this information. They promptly placed Scythe by the teleportation array to extract information on the other plane from Duke. Lucas was late in returning to the Wizard Plane due to other affairs, and did not expect the 8th Legion to act so swiftly, receiving the information promptly. Information on another plane is extremely valuable and profitable to any Legion, so it was normal for the 8th Legion to covet it. However, their actions were overly invasive, even planning to handle Duke, showing complete disregard for the 3rd Legion's dignity. Upon seeing Lucas, Scythe squinted slightly, saying, "I'm just following protocol. This person's noncompliance warrants a lesson. The 3rd Legion isn't for you to discipline. Step aside and leave now. Also, inform Mr. Robbie that we in the 3rd Legion will remember this," Lucas said coldly. Robbie was a level 3 mage from the 8th Legion and Scythe's direct superior, likely the mastermind behind this arrangement. Lucas then led Duke away, leaving Scythe with an uncertain expression behind them. He knew he couldn't truly confront Lucas, lacking confidence in winning a fight against him. On the way back, Lucas personally escorted Duke onto the ship, just like his earlier guidance into Black Sail. Standing at the bow, he said, "From now on, be cautious of the 8th Legion mages. We've always had strained relations. In fact, internal grudges exist among the 10 legions within Black Sail. You'll gradually come to understand them. Even within the 3rd Legion, relation dynamics between battle groups aren't seamless. Only with Lord Swain's presence has real conflict been avoided. Garfield, the 8th Legion commander, is notorious for ruthless pursuit of goals. Thousands of years ago, He was a renowned black wizard, one of our few mages of the undead element. Most undead element mages on the west coast were in Doomsday Bell, and Garfield had actually been one of those mages. It was only after irreconcilable conflicts with Doomsday Bell that he left, joining Black Sail and becoming a vital force for Black Hand Morgan. Lucas shared much with Duke on the way back, mostly about internal factions within Black Sail. Duke realized that Black Sail, as a massive wizard organization, contained intricate internal alignments requiring caution to avoid pitfalls. He also learned that the 3rd Legion has good relations with the 10th Legion. Surprisingly, they also have amicable relations with the 7th Legion, where Arnold is located. Although Arnold and Swain don't seem to get along very well, they actually cooperate frequently. It's just that Arnold doesn't like Swain's cautious style. Even though he says he doesn't like acting with Swain, Arnold is well aware that a person like him actually needs someone like Swain to clean up his messes. Swain is always able to take into account situations that Arnold hasn't considered, and Arnold just needs to charge forward and defeat the enemy, leaving the rest for Swain to handle. As for the 10th Legion, it was quite normal, since Adric and Swain have a mentor and friend relationship, and the 2 legions have always had a good relationship. After Lucas sent Duke to the deserted island, he politely declined Duke's invitation to come up for a cup of tea, saying, "I have things to take care of. Don't leave Black Sail for the time being. There might be more things to ask you later. Also, apart from us from the 3rd Legion, you can ignore other people seeking you out. Lord Swain is also paying attention to this matter, so you can leave the rest to us." After Lucas finished speaking, he left by boat, as he had many other things to handle. Duke felt much relaxed knowing there was a force he could rely on. Without the 3rd Legion's support, there was no way he could have returned to the island so easily. Lucas never asked about matters of the other plane from start to finish, as it was Duke's own private matter whether to report relevant intelligence or not, entirely left to his discretion. The intelligence on other planes has never been lacking. With astrologers around, many other planes will always be discovered. However, from discovering a plane to deciding to launch a plane-opening war, there's a long way in between, involving the investigation of plane intelligence, determining if the plane has high-value resources, and whether it's worth conquering, etc. A series of investigative evaluations is required before Black Sail decides to initiate a plane war. Conducting a plane war requires a lot of resources, so only with strict evaluation can one know if the plane is worth conquering. However, Duke could be sure that if Black Sail found out about the special nature of the Oracle plane, they would definitely be interested in investigating it. He still hasn't figured out the real situation with the Oracle plane, suspecting there are more complex reasons behind it for the emergence of the player group. After returning from the Oracle plane this time, apart from receiving the 5,000 contribution points for the guarding task, Duke also received an extra 10,000 contribution points as compensation. He now has a total of over 18,000 contribution points, allocated to him by the 3rd Legion as compensation. After all, Duke did not make any mistakes and only encountered such an incident while performing his tasks winding up in another plane. Both emotionally and rationally, Black Sail would provide some compensation and certainly wouldn't pursue accountability or punishment, with no reason to do so. After watching Lucas leave, Duke glanced at his wizard's mark and received messages from Vivian, Harrison, Simon, Merrick, and others. He first sent a message to Vivian, assuring her of his safety. Vivian had to leave many messages in the wizard's mark for him, many of which seemed like self-talk. Vivian quickly replied, "You're finally back. Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine, everything is safe. Just went through some twists and turns," Duke replied. The two chatted for a long time, speaking of ordinary things, but both felt reassured. Vivian still needed some time to advance to an official wizard. During this period, her unsettled emotions due to Duke's matter affected even her meditation. According to the cultivation plan outlined by Grace, she was supposed to be preparing for advancement by now. However, due to unstable emotions, she could not rush the advancement and needed some time to adjust. They weren't in a hurry to advance, but were pursuing the most stable advancement possible. Now that Duke has returned, she could practice with peace of mind and strives to advance to an official wizard soon. Upon Duke's return to the island, Yala, Shari, Nina, and others were very excited. For Yala and other slave creatures, Duke was their everything. If Duke were to meet with an accident and had no relatives, these slave creatures would be managed by Black Sail and sold elsewhere. Yala was well aware that the lives of most slave creatures were miserable, and staying with Duke was very comfortable. Going elsewhere meant an uncertain fate. Shari had been studying on Academy Island. She was now a second-class wizard apprentice, with resources left by Duke. Her cultivation had faced few obstructions. She was now capable of making some simple secondary potions, with much help from Harrison, who often provided her with small amounts of magic potion materials for practice. However, Shari was also unsettled in her heart. Recently, she went through the third-class wizard apprentice examination and witnessed the fierce competition among apprentices. Her passing the examination was entirely due to arrangements by Giant Rock Commerce Association, who watched over her during the examination. Without her connection to Duke, Shari believed she likely would have died in the examination. Now that Duke was back, he set their minds at ease, and they were no longer as worried. After dinner, Duke spent a comforting time with Yala and Nina. It had been a while since they met, and the reunion was enthusiastic, leaving Yala and Nina completely exhausted and weak. Duke, however, was perfectly fine, and after the reunion, he drank a white mist forest potion and headed to the magic laboratory. He planned to experiment there with the effects of curse magic. Duke muttered a few strange syllables quickly, and a small fireball appeared before him, shooting towards the experimental dummy in front. The fireball left some light black scorch marks on the dummy before dissipating. The curse magic from the oracle plane can be used in other planes as well. Seems that these incantations themselves contain some universal rules for the endless plane. Duke was experimenting while pondering, simultaneously recording relevant data. With the magic laboratory now available and all the equipment complete, conducting experiments became much more convenient, unlike on the oracle plane where hands were tied. Meanwhile, his proficiency in curse magic kept increasing. Duke found it convenient and quick to cast these curses, all of which were secondary spells and didn't consume much of his own magic power. This kind of curse magic was perfect for grinding proficiency, bypassing a lot of learning and magic model construction processes ready to be used directly. Duke tried all the secondary magic spells he had mastered in the oracle plane many times, recording a large amount of data. During this process, a message came from the skill tree. Deep Blue Tide meditation technique level increased. Spirit plus 0.1 Deep Blue Tide meditation technique. LV 13, 1/7000. Since he had already drunk a white mist forest potion before doing the experiments, the automatic meditation feature took effect, and the proficiency of the meditation technique continuously increased. For the past few months, Duke had maintained a state of automatic meditation, and the meditation technique leveled up several times. This time it finally reached level 13, and the flower, representing the meditation technique on the skill tree, finally became a fruit. Although not yet fully mature, with the feature of automatic meditation, the proficiency of the meditation technique increased much faster, and it's estimated that it won't take long to reach the maximum level. Duke planned to grind these secondary magic spells to the max level during this period to acquire enough free attribute points. Anyway, Lucas had told him to try not to leave Black Sail during this period, as there might be things requiring his cooperation later. Overall, it wasn't much trouble, most likely. It's to better understand the events that occurred. Considering an entire city and so many wizards were lost in one go, for Black Sail, it's a significant loss, certainly needing a thorough investigation. Early the next morning, Harrison from the Giant Rock Commerce Association came to visit Duke, looking a bit haggard. "Not doing well lately," Duke said as he poured Harrison a cup of tea. Harrison smiled bitterly. Having compensated Black Sail with such a huge amount of money doesn't make things better, but at least we got through the toughest times, and those lands are still retained. Black Sail had found a legitimate reason to take money from these commerce associations, and they could only swallow their grievances. No matter what, they couldn't compare with Black Sail. To be precise, many of these commerce associations survive by relying on Black Sail. Most commerce associations are like this, surviving like vines clinging to major wizard organizations. On the surface, the influence of commerce associations seems significant, but however large, without the strength to conquer a plane, they still need to rely on the wizard organizations. After wizard organizations conquer a plane, these commerce associations can only bow to the wizard organizations if they want a share, and wizard organizations also need these commerce associations to convert resources into benefits. Overall, they complement each other, but the wizard organizations inevitably hold the dominant position. Laxale's actions this time weren't excessive per se, only taking money without reclaiming lands, allowing these commerce associations to earn back later. So what brings you here? Duke didn't believe Harrison was just there for nostalgia. Harrison smiled, glanced around, and whispered, "If you have any special resources from the other plane, you can secretly sell them to our Giant Rock Commerce Association. Rest assured, we'll keep it confidential. No one will know it came from you." Duke smiled slightly upon hearing this. Such words are just talk, believing them would be foolish. There are no walls entirely impermeable, and he believed that if he sold anything from the Oracle plane to Harrison, everyone else would certainly know immediately. Even if Giant Rock Commerce Association strictly kept secrets, such information would leak out. Because members of these commerce associations are a mixed bag, with people from various forces, many have multiple identities, making it impossible to truly keep secrets. Duke had over 80,000 magic crystal stones, all earned from selling magic potions in the Oracle plane. The same magic potions wouldn't fetch such high prices in the wizard plane, but in the Oracle plane, they're premium rare potions, with prices multiplying but still in high demand. Previously, Duke was troubled by production capacity. With his individual ability, unable to match the huge demand from Azure Vault City. The magic potions of others in Azure Vault City paled in comparison to Duke's. Anyone who had seen or used Duke's potions would never want others' concoctions. Duke's magic potions were expensive but had no flaws and no alternatives, unique. He didn't sell a large quantity in Azure Vault City, mainly secondary potions. Primarily because he considered his future needs, he didn't sell extensively. Now, with easier travel between the Wizard Plane and Oracle Plane, he could sell more potions in the future. Duke thought for a moment and said, "I don't really have valuable things to sell." He's not planning to sell those 80,000 magic crystal stones, at least not during this period. Duke estimated quite a few people were secretly monitoring him. Selling magic crystal stones would surely catch the attention of others. Magic crystal stones, as a new type of energy crystal stone, implied Duke might have visited a resource-rich plane, inviting trouble continuously. As for Light God Court, it's even less likely to be sold. It's his core secret. Such treasures, no matter the price others offer, Duke won't sell, nor will he let others know he possesses such an item. Duke was well aware of what a treasure carrying a small world signifies. Harrison apparently didn't believe him, saying, "No worries, you can prioritize selling to us if you have anything in the future. Remember to contact me if you have good stuff." Duke smiled without responding. After chatting for a while, Harrison left. Harrison's visit this time was mainly to probe. Giant Rock Commerce Association was short on cash, hoping Duke had good stuff for them to earn. Unfortunately, Duke didn't plan to cooperate. Duke later chatted with Simon, Merrick, and others, learning about their recent situations. Simon was still a first-class wizard apprentice, with his spiritual power still some distance from 50 points, now silently cultivating and gathering resources for future advancement. As for Merrick, he hadn't yet reached the liquefaction stage, and his spiritual power wasn't even as high as Duke's. Duke also realized that as things progressed, the power of the skill tree became more pronounced. Initially, it wasn't obvious, but later on, improving strength wasn't so easy. For most wizards, it's like this. Their spiritual power increases, making further improvements more difficult. With free attribute points, Duke could ignore these difficulties, steadily advancing. His progress speed didn't seem particularly fast. He wouldn't suddenly soar, but could maintain stable steps for continuous progress. Just this brought him a huge advantage, becoming more apparent in later stages. Most have a talent limit. Upon reaching it, improvements become difficult. But in front of the skill tree, there's no limit. Duke only needed to use free attribute points to break through all limits. In the following month, Duke secluded himself on his deserted island for cultivation, not going anywhere. Wind blade level increased. Free attribute points +1 as a wind blade shot from Duke's hand and struck the experimental dummy ahead. The level of the spell magic wind blade finally reached its maximum level. This was the 15th spell magic to max out in the past month. Since these spells are all secondary spells, they no longer provide spiritual power, but can gain free attribute points. Originally, Robert collected 20 spell magics for Duke, 15 of which have maxed out, leaving 5. There is also a shadow breathing technique that hasn't been practiced yet. Duke focused on these spell magics during this time to quickly obtain enough free attribute points to enhance spiritual power. Because the spiritual power is not far from 100 points, obtaining free attribute points is the most pressing matter at hand. As for the shadow breathing technique, it was already etched in his mind, and he can max it out later when he has time. Free attribute points. 15 Duke allocated all the free attribute points accumulated during this period to spiritual power. Spirit, 86.5 101.5, spiritual power finally reached 100 points, bringing an unprecedented enhancement. At the moment when the last free attribute point melted into the sea of spirit, Duke felt as if his head was struck by a silent thunder, as though he was submerged in an invisible deep sea, bearing immense pressure from all directions. But this pressure was not painful, it was a saturation, an enrichment, an extreme expansion on the verge of a qualitative change. He groaned, his body instinctively tensing, the veins beneath his skin slightly protruded, his eyes gleaming intensely, almost bursting forth. In the depths of his consciousness, the originally vast but scattered gaseous spiritual power nebula seemed to be injected with endless energy particles, surging and expanding violently. Its volume instantly multiplied several times. An unprecedented sense of expansion filled his mind. Duke's most direct feeling was the significant expansion of the scope of his external spiritual power. Almost instinctively, Duke extended this surging spiritual power outwards. Invisible mental ripples spread out from him like a giant stone thrown into a serene lake. Previously, his spiritual power could only cover a distance of more than 40 meters around, but now it directly reached over 100 meters, a sizable increase. Within his spiritual perception, this 100-meter range became unprecedentedly clear, detailed, and meticulous. Every crawling ant in the grass was within his perception. 100 points of spiritual power is already at the level of a liquidation wizard, but as of now, the spiritual power has not fully liquefied, so it cannot yet be called a true level 1 liquidation mage. Duke could quickly enhance spiritual power using free attribute points, but the process of compressing the spiritual power must be done by himself, which is not achieved in a day. He wasn't anxious either, as such a pace of improvement was already quite astonishing. Whoever knew of Duke's rate of advancement would see him as an absolute genius. Of course, Duke knew well that he was no genius, he just worked a little harder than others, and these efforts paid off. He also experienced the benefits of the spell magic system from the Oracle plane, which, though fast, was not conducive to the long-term development of a wizard. But for Duke, this was an excellent tool for farming attribute points. Mastering is fast, casting is quick, and the learning cost is low. It's just a pity that the spell system of the Oracle plane is too outdated, and the number of spell magics is not many, with Robert collecting only 20 spell magics. Surely there are more that haven't been encountered by players, but these spell magics are generally core content of the sects, and it needs some time before players can access them. Both the Four Gods sect and the Light sect held the same attitude towards players. They could be temporarily used but not fully trusted yet, meaning players could not fully access the core. Duke wasn't in a hurry to obtain spell magic at the moment, as he hadn't fully liquefied his spiritual power. Even if he continued to use free attribute points to enhance spiritual power, the increase would still be gaseous, requiring time to compress and liquefy. After completely transitioning into the level of a liquidation wizard, the further growth in spiritual power should be in liquid form, saving some effort. Furthermore, just having returned to Black Sail, there were surely many who secretly observed him, making it risky to enter the Oracle plane now. Nevertheless, Duke had already used the power of faith from the Light God Court to fill the energy of the Coordinates earring, not to return to the Oracle plane, but to prepare an escape route for himself. Previously, the Coordinates earring only had the coordinates of the Nightmare plane, which was too dangerous, even escaping there posed significant risks. But now the Coordinates earring had the coordinates for the Wood Elf plane and the Oracle plane, both relatively less dangerous. If Duke encounters extremely dangerous situations in the future, he could completely teleport to these two planes through the Coordinates earring. He leaned towards going to the Oracle Plane because too many wizards reside in the Wood Elf Plane. Appearing there inexplicably would seem a bit too abnormal, whereas the Oracle Plane was different. Even if he returned there, others would not be too surprised by his sudden return. Duke could also return from the Oracle Plane at any time, contemplating whether to record the coordinates of the Wizard Plane. From his experiences during this time, the coordinates earring seemed free from any inexplicable entanglements, most likely not set up by someone as bait. The Wood Elf Plane and Oracle Plane have remained normal so far, not suffering any unknown invasions. Yet, for safety, Duke still hasn't recorded the coordinates of the Wizard Plane. He planned to observe a while longer, for if he could record the coordinates of the Wizard Plane, it would naturally be more convenient, since each time returning from other planes through the Wood Elf Plane would undoubtedly be noticed by Black Sail. Unless Duke found a reason to visit the Wood Elf Plane each time before going to other planes and used it as a transit point. Such an approach would be too cumbersome and unsuitable for frequent execution. It was just that recording the Wizard Plane coordinates required caution. If there was something fishy about the coordinates earring, Duke couldn't afford to take that responsibility. After weighing his options, he decided not to record the Wizard Plane coordinates. Instead, he considered going to a tourist-type plane in the future, where recording the coordinates would be more appropriate. Numerous forces in the Wizard Planes have various types of planes, many of which have been developed for tourism and entertainment, where many wizards have purchased properties and settled. These planes, like Harbor City, are purely entertainment zones, except the whole plane is like that. Duke's plan was to purchase a property in one of these types of planes, so before going to other planes, he could first visit these to cover his tracks. Because entertainment planes are generally less regulated, unlike the strictness inside major wizard organizations where high security is required. Duke couldn't guarantee whether frequent comings and goings through different planes would be sensed by others. He increasingly realized that while the Black Sail interior was safe enough, it wasn't necessarily discreet enough. This is one reason why there aren't many official wizards inside the Black Sail. Most are actually on other planes performing missions, living, etc. The matter of purchasing properties on other planes isn't urgent for implementation, but is included in subsequent planning. Duke began practicing the shadow breathing technique provided by Robert, a night cultivation method within the Shadow Council. He found that the shadow breathing technique was overall not much different from normal breathing techniques, consisting of a set of movements and a specific breathing rhythm. These aspects are easy for Duke to master at present. However, the shadow breathing technique lacks a secret potion, and to expedite progress, one needs to absorb dark attribute energy. Duke sensed the surrounding free energy particles, finding the dark attribute particles exceptionally scarce, possibly due to his low dark attribute affinity. In fact, dark attribute and light attribute are relative, coexisting yet opposing. Where there is a light attribute, there is certainly a dark attribute, but generally people can't sense it. Currently, Duke isn't capable of absorbing a large amount of dark attribute energy particles directly from the environment, needing external aids to absorb dark attribute energy and thereby speed up his shadow breathing technique practice. Materials with dark attribute energy are also quite rare and generally not cheap. The Shadow Council seems to possess a special resource that helps with shadow breathing technique practice, rewarded to contributing members to motivate them to work for the Council. Naturally, Duke didn't need to rely on the Shadow Council, as the Wizard Planes offered more resource types and richness. He then accessed the Black Sail treasure vault using the Black Sail badge to search for materials with dark attribute energy. Duke's consciousness seemed to enter an endlessly extending virtual space made up of starlight and runes, where endless streams of information flickered like stars. The Black Sail treasure vault isn't a physical warehouse, but a highly integrated, real-time updated resource database and exchange system. The interface is simple yet vast in information, with finely categorized filters on the left: materials, potions, knowledge, witchcraft artifacts, biological materials, special permissions, etc. Each major category further divided into countless subcategories. Duke quickly found materials related to dark attribute energy: shadow pattern grass, shadow stone, night owl stare, bone eroding vine juice. There were many materials containing dark attribute energy. Based on his needs, he filtered through layers and finally settled on shadow stone. Other materials, though containing dark attribute energy, either required cumbersome extraction or were not usable for cultivation. A shadow stone was convenient, containing pure dark attribute energy that required no purification or extraction, free from other energy properties, hence more suitable for direct absorption. Shadow stone wasn't a product of the wizard planes, but came from other planes, with one piece costing 10 black sale contribution points. Duke had no other choice, as Harrison had told him there was no way to acquire shadow stone externally. He spent 300 contribution points, exchanging for 30 shadow stones to test the effect for a while. These 30 shadow stones were soon delivered by dark demons to the deserted island. These cone-shaped stone surfaces weren't as smooth as magic stones, but had numerous thorn-like protrusions. These weren't carved out but automatically resulted from the exposed parts of the shadow stones. Even if the thorns were completely shaved off, they would automatically form again after a while. With the shadow stone in hand, Duke easily absorbed some dark attribute energy from it. Once inside his body, this dark attribute energy, combined with the shadow breathing technique, began circulating within, constantly increasing the shadow breathing technique's proficiency. You have completed a session of shadow breathing technique practice, proficiency plus 112 shadow breathing technique. Level 1, 213/300. The shadow stone significantly aids the shadow breathing technique, even outperforming most breathing technique's secret potions. Duke quickly entered a state of practice, planning to spend this period focusing on raising the breathing technique to its maximum level. Shadow breathing technique level increased, free attribute points plus 1 shadow breathing technique. Level 9, talent, high-level dark attribute affinity. After maxing out the shadow breathing technique, Duke obtained a high-level dark attribute affinity talent. With this talent, he immediately sensed a difference, able to clearly perceive dark attribute energy particles around him. Now possessing the dark attribute talent, Duke also had high affinity talents for 6 attributes: earth, fire, water, wind, light, and dark. He could now be considered perhaps the only wizard in the history of the wizard plane possessing such a range of elemental affinity talents. Other wizards couldn't possibly have so many types of elemental affinity talents. Acquiring 1 or 2 was already an achievement. Duke's spiritual power now reached 100 points, prompting considerations for his next advancement from liquefaction wizard to crystallized wizard. Though the liquefaction stage wasn't fully complete, it didn't impede his planning for the next steps. The key to advancing from liquefaction wizard to crystallized wizard is forming a spiritual power crystal, emblematic of a crystallized wizard. To form a spiritual power crystal, at least 150 points of spiritual power are needed to qualify for condensing it. During this period, Duke was also gathering relevant information, spending some contribution points in the Black Sail Treasure Vault to exchange for some related materials. Within the 3 stages of a level 1 mage, the power gap between a crystallized wizard and the previous 2 stages is immense, almost at a completely different level. Generally speaking, only after reaching the level of a crystallized wizard does one truly possess the strength of a level 1 mage. The threshold of 150 points of spiritual power is a full 100 points higher than the 50-point threshold of a level 1 gaseous mage, making the disparity naturally significant. Once a crystallized wizard possesses a spiritual power crystal, their strength undergoes a qualitative leap, achieving a qualitative change from a quantitative accumulation. A crystallized wizard can almost sweep through most gaseous and liquidation wizards unless it's a special case like Duke. Otherwise, it can generally crush rivals with sheer strength. The process of condensing a spiritual power crystal is crucial and also relates to planning the route for advancing to a level 2 mage. The wizard system is very complex, with numerous different branches, such as elemental mages, bloodline mages, mechanical wizards, undead mages, and so on. In the initial stages, the promotion routes of these different branches are generally similar, but the division becomes more pronounced as one progresses, and the ways of advancement gradually differ. For instance, an elemental mage aiming to advance to level 2 needs to achieve body elementalization. Only after possessing the ability of elementalization can one be called a level 2 elemental mage. The promotion of bloodline mages has always been straightforward, enhancing one's own bloodline strength, while mechanical wizards involve freely switching between flesh and machine, and so forth. In this process, the spiritual power crystal plays an important role, especially for those intending to take the path of an elemental mage. The crystallized wizard stage is crucial. Generally, it's very challenging to condense a spiritual power crystal. Compressing gaseous spiritual power into liquid form is relatively easy, but the difficulty of condensing liquid spiritual power into a solid spiritual power crystal is extremely high. During this process, one often needs to rely on a material known as the crystal core to aid completion. The so-called crystal core is the core of a type of material, containing various different properties and characteristics, helping a wizard better condense liquid spiritual power into a solid crystal. For elemental mages, they usually choose crystal cores with attributes like earth, fire, wind, and water, aiding the subsequent advancement to level 2 elemental mage and providing a good enhancement effect on their elemental magic. Duke felt this process was somewhat similar to the knight's life seed elementalization, yet not quite the same. Firstly, the knight's life seed elementalization only converts the trained fighting spirit into a specific attribute, without the ability to elementalize the body. Meanwhile, the process of a crystallized wizard choosing a crystal core is essentially paving the way for advancement to a level 2 mage. Secondly, the most important point is, wizards can choose multiple crystal cores when condensing a spiritual power crystal, meaning they can choose crystal cores of various different attributes like earth, fire, water, and wind. However, this process is not that simple, requiring extremely strict demands on the wizard's own talent and qualifications. Most people have different affinities for different elements, and choosing the attribute with the highest affinity to advance to a level 2 mage is the most prudent, with a relatively higher success probability. For example, if a wizard has the highest elemental affinity with fire element but low affinity with wind element, then when condensing a spiritual power crystal, they can only choose a fire attribute crystal core, unable to use a wind attribute crystal core, because the difference in their elemental affinity is too great even if they use 2 different attribute crystal cores. The final condensed spiritual power crystal would still be of the fire attribute, and the wind attribute crystal core would have no effect. This is one of the difficulties in condensing a spiritual power crystal, and condensing one requires not only choosing the elemental attribute with the highest affinity, but also ensuring this elemental attribute has a sufficiently high affinity. If the elemental affinity is average, even using a corresponding attribute crystal core, the probability of success would be very low. This also means that even if a wizard has equal affinity for fire and wind attributes, both affinities need to be very high. Merely average affinity for different elements is meaningless, they need to all be very high. This is also why level 2 elemental mages generally only have a single attribute, since possessing one high affinity elemental talent is already very rare, let alone possessing multiple elemental talents simultaneously. When Duke learned about this, he had some ideas in mind. In that case, for me, I can completely prepare crystal cores of 6 different attributes: earth, fire, wind, water, light, and darkness, and then condense the spiritual power crystal. This way I can maximize my own advantages. This is theoretically the optimal solution, and Duke, having such a variety of talents, naturally needs to make full use of this advantage. If he indeed managed to condense a spiritual power crystal containing 6 attributes, it would mean that after Duke advances to level 2 mage, he could elementalize his body into any attribute at will. This would directly eliminate the biggest drawback of elemental mages, which is the singularity of attributes. Elemental mages are very similar to elemental life forms, both having fatal weaknesses and are too easily targeted. Wizards, when capturing elemental life forms, will arrange means to counter elemental life forms with a very high success rate. For instance, targeting a fire elemental life form specifically, arranging a trap where a fire elemental life form cannot exert its strength would suffice. The same goes for elemental mages. Elementalizing the body is indeed powerful, but also easily targeted. If someone specifically targets an elemental mage, pre-arranging all sorts of measures against them, the elemental mage often has no good solutions, because the rival already knows their strongest methods. Being targeted like this is almost like waiting for death. Duke definitely intends to follow the path of an elemental mage, and to prepare for situations later on, he must pave the way during the condensation of the spiritual power crystal. So for him, when advancing to a crystallized wizard, he needs to prepare 6 different attribute crystal cores to have the theoretically strongest power. However, these crystal cores are extremely rare, very difficult to obtain, and not something that can simply be bought with magic stones. Crystal core is merely a generic term, essentially consisting of various extremely rare treasures, casting materials, etc., and takes many forms. For example, some rare and attribute-specific original energies, nurtured in nature or special environments, containing highly concentrated and pure elemental energy sources, generally possessing immense value. The resources spent by wizards on crystal cores far exceed the resources needed for all previous advancements. Duke wanted to collect crystal cores of 6 different attributes. This required not only substantial resources, but also considerable luck to acquire them. The common earth, fire, wind, and water attribute crystal cores were relatively easier to obtain. With enough proficiency, there was a chance to find some in the Black Sail treasure vault. However, it wasn't that easy, as even in the Black Sail treasure vault, these attribute crystal cores weren't always available. It depended on luck. If one were to solely rely on the Black Sail treasure vault, poor luck might mean waiting for many years, generally requiring expansion into other channels and avenues. The reserve of crystal cores was generally quite challenging. Some wizards, having no choice, could only choose crystal cores that weren't their highest elemental affinity. This was often a last resort, usually because they had little remaining lifespan and couldn't afford to wait, thus needing to enhance their strength first. Although Duke was still young and hadn't yet truly reached the liquidation wizard stage, he needed to plan in advance and start preparing. He glanced at the Black Sail treasure vault, and at present, there was only one crystal core, an earth attribute Earth's Heart fragment, valued at 15,000 contribution points. The heart of the earth was buried deep in the core of massive elemental mineral veins, formed over billions of years through geological changes and elemental sedimentation, being a mineral core containing the ultimate essence of the earth element. It might appear in a deep golden hue, a heavy brownish color, or a warm jade-like appearance, and it was said that touching it allowed one to feel the earth's pulse. For wizards with high earth element affinity, the heart of the earth was an excellent crystal core, with earth attribute energy being extremely pure, stable, and gentle, posing almost no risk. Usually, just a fragment of the heart of the earth was sufficient. The entire heart of the earth wasn't something an ordinary person could afford, nor could most wizard clans. With the remaining 18,000 contribution points, Duke didn't hesitate much and directly exchanged them for the earth's heart fragment. Though still a long way from becoming a crystallized wizard, Duke knew he couldn't wait until the brink of advancement to prepare. Now that he could obtain an earth attribute crystal core, he surely should seize it first and then slowly gather the crystal cores of other attributes. Before long, a dark demon arrived at the deserted island with an antiquated brass box, bearing a greatly fawning smile as he handed the box to Duke. Seeing his expression, Duke knew what he wanted and casually tossed a few pieces of smoked deer heart over, making the dark demon grin. Upon opening the box, Duke saw something resembling a golden jade inside, containing an immense amount of pure earth attribute energy. When Duke placed his hand upon it, he indeed felt a heartbeat-like pulse, making the earth's heart fragment seem alive. If Duke were to sell this heart of the earth now, it would likely fetch a high price at an auction. However, Duke certainly wouldn't choose to do that, as Black Sail wouldn't allow it. Duke directly placed this earth's heart fragment into the light god court, which was safer than a space ring. In extreme circumstances, space rings could be damaged, meaning everything inside would become void, with no way to recover it. This is one of the risks of space rings. Many wizards own multiple space rings, dispersing important items across different rings. The saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket, to avoid a scenario where one space ring gets damaged or lost, leading to total loss. The light god court was evidently more reliable than space rings, as ordinary forces couldn't damage such items, making it far more dependable than a space ring. For now, Duke used the light god court as an oversized space ring. 1 square kilometer of land was minuscule on the plane level, but immense for spatial items. Land area within the light god court was currently only 1 square kilometer, but the altitude reached tens of thousands of meters, making it impossible for Duke to fill it in a short time. Moreover, with a constant influx of the power of faith, the land area of the Light God Court was slowly expanding, albeit at a very slow pace. At this rate, Duke felt it would take at least a few thousand years to become a small plane, still far from qualifying as a low plane. Relying on plundering is indeed faster. Duke began to understand why so many evil gods from other planes were so keen on spreading faith in other planes. The power of faith would surely become increasingly crucial and scarce over time. If Duke wished to develop the Light God Court into a true bright divine kingdom, he would need almost limitless power of faith, unsure if he could achieve this in his lifetime. These matters are still too distant for me. Better to focus on the present. Now that I have the dark attribute talent, I must also master some dark attribute magics, which I'm rather lacking in. Duke pondered. Dark attribute magic was relatively rare, requiring high talent, making wizards eligible to study dark attribute magic quite scarce. On the West Coast, only the Crawford clan excelled in this, but as an ancient wizard family, they wouldn't share their secrets with outsiders, as it would expose them to scrutiny. Duke still had to rely on the Black Sail treasure vault to search for related spells. Such information couldn't simply be purchased with magic stones from the outside. He now had only a little over 3,000 contribution points left, feeling somewhat strained. Duke searched the Black Sail treasure vault and found several dark attribute spells, none of which were cheap. He couldn't spend all his remaining 3,000 contribution points on this, needing to choose spells that could have a direct impact at present. Currently, Duke had many offensive and defensive means, so adding more for the sake of it wasn't necessary, or the cost-effectiveness would be too low. Dark attribute magic, essentially a vast category of magic, encompassed most negative energy spells. Finally, in the Black Sail treasure vault, Duke chose a spell called the Eye of Darkness, a supportive type of magic. The Eye of Darkness could summon an eye existing within the shadow space, enabling the detection of undead and invisibility, among others, invisible to the naked eye and imperceptible by spiritual power. With the Eye of Darkness, Duke found it much easier to conduct reconnaissance. Previously, his reconnaissance relied mainly on the activated spirit bird, which, having a physical form, was easily spotted, making it unsuitable for slightly stronger opponents. Eye of Darkness exists within the shadow space, and it is generally difficult to detect unless the other party has specialized means to explore the shadow space. This kind of investigation relying on the shadow space is indeed quite hard to guard against. For instance, right now Duke cannot determine if there is an Eye of Darkness-like existence watching him. Thinking of this, Duke purchased another dark attribute magic spell, which is Shadow Perception. Shadow Perception can enhance a wizard's perception ability of the shadow space. If something exists within the surrounding shadow space, there is a certain probability of sensing it. The shadow space is a special space within the endless plane, also referred to as subspace or inner world in some planes. It is said that the spatial jumping technology of space fortresses and space airships is accomplished with the help of the shadow space. Generally, life within the shadow space cannot directly affect the real space. At most, it can only observe quietly like the Eye of Darkness. However, entering the shadow space actively is different. There are certain risks involved. This is why Duke does not use the shadow cloak frequently, only at crucial moments. Duke spent over 800 contribution points to exchange for these two dark attribute magic spells, leaving him with just over 2,000 contribution points. After obtaining these two spells, he began to study and learn them. The casting system of a wizard is such that mastering each spell requires a great deal of time and effort. Only by thoroughly understanding the spell can one truly master it. Unlike the casting system of the Oracle plane, which is quick and efficient, where mastering a single curse and having enough spiritual power is sufficient to use magic, Duke discovered that these two dark attribute magic spells require a very high level of talent. The prerequisite for mastering these two spells is having a high enough dark attribute affinity. Otherwise, it is impossible to master them. In these two spells, Duke also learned more detailed knowledge about the shadow space, mostly experiences summarized by previous wizards and theories deduced from certain phenomena. The Eye of Darkness spell relies on the power from the shadow space, condensing energy within the shadow space into an eye, through which the wizard can observe and scout. Meanwhile, the shadow perception spell involves extending one's spiritual power into the shadow space to perceive movements within it. Duke spent some time successfully constructing the magic models of these two spells, both having begun to grasp them. Eye of Darkness. Level 1, 1/100 Shadow Perception. Level 1, 1/100 Duke infused magic power into the magic model of the Eye of Darkness, and then a black eye condensed within the shadow space beside him. He could share the vision of the Eye of Darkness, allowing him to see not only the real space, but more detailed aspects of the shadow space. The shadow space appeared very ordinary, almost identical to the real space, except the sky was always gray. This seems to be a characteristic of the shadow space. It is filled with a large amount of dark attribute energy. The scene it presents is essentially just a projection of the real space and may change at any time. This is why some planes refer to the shadow space as the inner world, as it seems like a replica of the real space, but in reality, it is not, and different people may see different scenes. Duke manipulated the Eye of Darkness to move swiftly within the shadow space, quickly seeing scenes from other places. He saw Shari under a tree in the island forest, sitting with her back against the tree, carefully reading a thick magic potion book. He also saw the cat girl, Nina, laboriously practicing with a single-handed sword, her clothes soaked through with sweat. Duke also saw Yala holding and studying a book on spell theory, her other hand constantly accumulating magic power, seemingly attempting something. He continued moving the Eye of Darkness forward, delving deep into the sea to observe the underwater scene. After testing, Duke discovered that the maximum distance he could manipulate was 10 kilometers. Beyond this distance, the Eye of Darkness would gradually lose its signal, only able to be controlled if pulled back in time. For him, the 10-kilometer range was sufficient for detection and exploration purposes. Duke then tested the shadow perception spell and found the surrounding shadow space was temporarily void, with nothing existing except some flowing dark attribute energy. The range of shadow perception was only 30 meters, much smaller than his spiritual power perception range. In ordinary circumstances, extending spiritual power encounters no obstacles, entirely dependent on its strength. The higher the spiritual power, the farther the distance it can extend outward. However, within the shadow space, with dark attribute energy everywhere, expanding one's spiritual power is not easy. Duke dared not recklessly expand his spiritual power within the shadow space, fearing accidentally touching something formidable and inviting trouble. After testing the effects of the two spells, he continued enhancing the proficiency of his curse magic spells, with 5 of them not yet reaching full level. Duke planned to maximize these 5 curse magic spells and then rely on refining magic potions and spells to gain free attribute points. Currently, his spiritual power had just surpassed 100, leaving a long way to the goal of 150 spiritual power points. At the same time, Duke had to consider the matter of advancing to a crystallized wizard once reaching 150 spiritual power points, needing to prepare crystal cores of 5 different attributes. The thought of needing 5 crystal cores gave Duke a headache, and he felt that by the time he was ready to advance to a crystallized wizard, he might still lack enough cores. For now, he had no better method, with his only channels being the Commerce Association and the Black Sail Treasure Vault. Alternatively, he could see if there were opportunities to participate in plane wars where he might obtain such crystal cores on other planes. However, recently there had been no large-scale plane development wars on the Black Sail side, at least not with significant actions involving the 3rd Legion, requiring him to await opportunities. The Beastman plane had just been conquered, its development and exploitation still in the initial construction stage. Since the Beastman plane upgraded to a middle plane, Black Sail placed great importance on it, investing significant human and material resources in construction, meaning new plane wars would likely not start soon. Duke gradually began to experience resource scarcity, and realized why so many wizards are eager to participate in plane wars. As one's strength improves, the demand for resources increases, and most resources aren't easily obtained. In such a situation, going to other planes to plunder resources becomes the fastest way to accumulate and solidify one's foundation. While pondering these issues, Duke was simultaneously working on improving his proficiency in curse magic. During this process, the skill tree transmitted a message, and some changes were happening. Deep Blue Tide meditation technique level increased, spirit plus 0.1, free attribute points plus 1 Deep Blue Tide meditation technique. LV17 talent, trait extraction, trait extraction. You can use energy to ripen trait fruits, obtaining the knowledge and truth contained within them. Duke discovered that while grinding curse magic, his meditation technique unknowingly reached its maximum level and gained a new talent. On the skill tree, the fruit representing the meditation technique matured and fell, turning into pure energy that immersed his entire mind. Some changes also occurred on the attribute panel of the skill tree. Free attribute points. To the attribute panel added an energy trait used for ripening trait fruits. Duke used to grind many skills to their maximum level, and some would develop traits whose activation principles he didn't understand. For example, the automatic meditation trait of the White Mist Forest Potion, which allows one to automatically enter a meditation state upon consumption, seemed quite magical. Duke had no idea of the underlying principles and how this effect was achieved. To generate this trait, it must be the White Mist Forest Potion that he personally refined. Skill traits are such that they either work solely for him or require his personal refinement. But now, with the meditation technique at its maximum level, he gained a talent for trait extraction, allowing Duke to convert these traits into knowledge that others can learn and utilize. Upon gaining this talent, Duke immediately considered using this ability to earn money and acquire Arcane Master points. Arcane Masters are crucial within the wizard community, contributing significantly to the development and advancement of wizard civilization, driving its entire system forward. Becoming an Arcane Master allows access to numerous rare resources and knowledge through Arcane Master channels. To become an Arcane Master, one must earn Arcane Master points, which are exchanged through knowledge. The evaluation standards for Arcane Master levels are very strict, requiring submission of knowledge or theories that contribute significantly, which the Arcane Master Association then assesses, awarding points accordingly. Arcane Master level can only be applied for when a sufficient number of Arcane Master points are accumulated. It's not enough to have enough Arcane Master points alone. One must undergo a review meeting organized by several Arcane Masters, answer questions, and based on these performances, the review committee concludes whether you pass or not. The evaluation rules for Arcane Master levels have stringent standards. Every wizard with the Arcane Master title is an undisputed scholar with profound knowledge. If Duke remembers correctly, the standard for a level 1 Arcanist is 100 Arcane Master points, and upon accumulating 100 points, one can apply for promotion to level 1 Arcanist. He's uncertain how much Arcane Master points the knowledge from these traits can be exchanged for. Duke examined that the required energy points differ for various traits. For instance, the energy absorption trait for the Water Shield technique requires 5 energy points, which doesn't seem like much. However, the automatic meditation trait requires a whole 500 energy points, a vast difference. Energy points are obtained straightforwardly by injecting energy into the skill tree, with various types of energy being applicable. Duke attempted an infusion of magic power, discovering that even when injecting a third of his total magic power, not a single energy point was gained. He realized that obtaining energy points may require higher grade energy, and mere magic power likely needs a massive amount to exchange for a single energy point. Let's try the power of faith. Duke turned his attention to the Light God Court, where a considerable amount of power of faith was stored. The power of faith certainly qualifies as high-grade energy, though its effectiveness is unknown. Subsequently, Duke started absorbing the power of faith from the Light God Court, guiding it to the vicinity of the skill tree in his mind, and injected it into the skill tree. With the infusion of power of faith, the energy points indeed began to rise, although the rate was still not exceedingly fast. The power of faith in the Light God Court wasn't vast, seemingly accumulated only after the Holy Daughter, Dali, brought it back into the statue initially. Duke had consumed quite a bit over time, and the growth rate of power of faith wasn't quick either, resulting in limited inventory now. Ultimately, it's still due to too few devoted light believers in the Oracle plane, causing slow accumulation of power of faith. If more devoted believers could be developed, the power of faith within the Light God Court could increase more rapidly. While Duke could choose to steal or plunder power of faith from other gods, he's obviously not capable of such actions now. Faced with high risks, After injecting most of the power of faith from the light god court, he finally acquired 300 energy points, insufficient to extract the automatic meditation trait. Duke retained enough power of faith to fill the energy of the coordinates earring as required, always ready to ensure it can be refilled immediately. Although 300 energy points are not a lot, it'll suffice. For now, he has no intention of extracting the automatic meditation trait since it's rather powerful. Even if the trait is extracted and the corresponding knowledge obtained, Duke hesitates to sell this knowledge to a commerce association or submit it to the Arcane Master Association. After all, the effects of automatic meditation are too potent for wizards, causing considerable waves if released. Unless absolutely necessary, he intends to enjoy it himself silently to avoid unnecessary trouble. After deliberation, Duke extracted the meditation enhancement trait of the Starlight Meditation Potion, spending 30 energy points. As a popular potion, the Starlight Meditation Potion is favored by wizard apprentices. Duke plans to test the effectiveness of trait extraction with this. After Duke used 30 energy points to extract the trait of the Starlight Meditation Potion, some energy was infused into the corresponding fruit on the skill tree, which then began to sway, teetering precariously. A moment later, the fruit fell and instantly melted, sending ripples across his mind. The fruit transformed into a massive and pure stream of knowledge, rushing into Duke's thoughts. Countless pieces of information flooded his mind, all related to the trait of enhancing meditation. In an instant, Duke seemed to transform into a master who had devoted a lifetime to studying the Starlight Meditation Potion and the essence of meditation. A vast amount of information collided, combined, and settled in his mind. This knowledge was extremely comprehensive, including core principles, precise recipe optimization, and improvements in the refining process, etc. Duke already had a complete set of improvement plans in his mind, and all he needed to do now was to write it down for others to learn and use. The improved Starlight Meditation Potion was already vastly different from the original version. The recipe had been altered significantly and could almost be considered a different magic potion. However, anyone familiar with the Starlight Meditation Potion could see that this was an optimized recipe developed based on the original Starlight Meditation Potion. Duke organized the knowledge he had acquired and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the skill tree. This kind of knowledge would require years of research, experimentation, and contemplation to acquire under normal circumstances. Now, with just the investment of energy points, one could directly obtain the corresponding knowledge. As he moved on to deal with more advanced magic potions and spells in the future, he could utilize the existence of the skill tree to shortcut the process of research, saving a massive amount of time and effort to achieve final results directly. After trying trait extraction of magic potion skills, Duke began to continue attempting trait extraction for spells. He chose the energy absorption trait of the water shield technique, which only cost him 5 energy points, relatively cheap. After Duke spent 5 energy points, the trait fruit of the water shield technique also fell, once again becoming a stream of informational knowledge that entered his mind. This time, the influx of knowledge pertained to the instant micro-level restructuring of water. Elemental energy particle structures, the spell model for the deflection pathway of energy particles, the resonance absorption mechanism of specific frequency energy waves, and how to solidify this energy absorption trait at the moment. The water shield technique was formed through precise spiritual power guidance and fine adjustments. The spell model for the water shield technique had significantly changed, but it still remained within the category of a secondary spell. The original complexity of the water shield technique's spell model was N2, now it had only increased to N4, which was not particularly complex. But now the water shield technique had the energy absorption trait, making it much more powerful compared to the original version. After testing the trait extraction effect of the spell, Duke roughly understood it. Trait extraction of spells still yielded a large amount of related knowledge, optimizing and improving the original spell from start to finish. These optimizations and improvements seem to have been verified by countless tests, modified to be incredibly precise and accurate. After these 2 tests, Duke already had a clear understanding of how to use trait extraction. He glanced at the numerous branches on the skill tree and chose one to perform trait extraction. Duke chose the amplification enhancement trait of the Echoing Whisper Potion, a level 1 potion, which was something he had maxed out during his time on the Wood Elf plane. The echoing whisper potion was quite commonly used among level 1 mages, applicable in experiments, battles, and many other situations. The trait of a level 1 potion obviously required more energy points to extract. The amplification enhancement trait cost a full 100 energy points. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind, and this time the quantity of information was even greater and more complex than before. As a level 1 potion, the echoing whisper potion had a depth of knowledge and difficulty in refining that was several levels higher than secondary potions. The knowledge provided by trait extraction was further improved and optimized on the original basis, involving even more complex theoretical knowledge. After obtaining this knowledge, Duke spent some time completely sorting through the content several times. For him, there was no difficulty in understanding all the knowledge content acquired through trait extraction would directly become his own knowledge without needing further digestion and absorption. However, to deepen his understanding, Duke still chose to continuously review and reflect. His focus was mainly on the aspects in which this newly acquired knowledge was improved, the starting points for learning these improvement and optimization ideas, and the reasons behind conducting such optimizations. While pondering these questions, Duke often drew many inspirations, making his thoughts more expansive. This was equivalent to reverse engineering the process and starting points from the answers, allowing him to learn the ready-made standard answers directly, providing him with a good mindset when encountering similar problems in the future. After acquiring this knowledge, Duke continued to stay in the laboratory, pulling out pieces of parchment to start writing these theoretical knowledge down. He wrote in great detail, covering thought processes, theories, and the entire optimization process very comprehensively. Anyone who saw these materials could confirm that Duke had genuinely thought about and researched to achieve these results. And from the process, one could also witness Duke's excellent research mindset and methods. After writing down these materials, his desk was already piled high with a thick stack of parchment. He planned to partner with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, using the improvement plans for these 2 magic potions, from which he could gain significant benefits. However, before cooperating with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, Duke needed to first go to the Arcane Master Association in Harbor City to submit these materials and see if he could earn some Arcane Master points. Once he passed the Arcane Master Association certification, not only could he obtain Arcane Master points, but he could also receive some certification documents from the Arcane Master Association. Duke would become the owner of this knowledge, with the Arcane Master Association certification representing a high level of authority, free from any doubt from anyone. If he could earn Arcane Master points, he would also be in a more favorable position when negotiating cooperation with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, potentially gaining higher benefits. Because not all knowledge can be certified by the Arcane Master Association, even if it is the same kind of magic potion improvement plan. Not every improvement plan qualifies for Arcane Master points. A magic potion recipe that earns Arcane Master points indicates a high value, making it more valuable to the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Moreover, since the Arcane Master Association has already verified it, the Giant Rock Commerce Association does not need to worry about the quality of this improvement plan. Duke organized 3 thick stacks of parchment. The content inside included Starlight Meditation Potion, Improved Version, Optimization Plan, Water Shield Technique, Energy Absorption Characteristic Version, Magic Model Reconstruction Analysis, and Whispering Echo Potions Magic Amplification Improvement Plan. He carefully placed these 3 documents into a specially crafted leather folder with anti-peep and moisture-proof features, then left Black Sail for Harbor City. The Harbor City branch of the Arcane Master Association was a grand and majestic stone structure, lending classical art structures with rune arrays shimmering with arcane brilliance, highlighting the weight of knowledge and the mystery of power. Beneath the massive archway, wizards dressed in various robes and adorned with different levels of badges were coming and going, with the air filled with the faint scent unique to parchment and ink. Duke adjusted his plain black wizard's robe and walked inside. The hall was spacious, the lofty dome suspended high with gentle light pouring down from the dome embedded with glowing crystals. In the center was a huge circular consultation desk, behind which sat several staff members clad in standard gray robes of the Arcane Master Association. Duke approached a middle-aged female staff member who seemed relatively free. "Hello. May I submit new arcane research results for certification and points application here?" Duke's voice was calm and clear. "Yes, young wizard, sir," the staff member smiled. "If this is your first visit, we'll need to provide some identity verification for registration, then specify the type of research results you're submitting." Duke then presented his black sail badge, which was something that could directly verify his identity. The staff member, upon seeing the black sail emblem, took out a crystal-made device and recorded Duke's identity information before proceeding to register his identity information. Any wizard could register at the Arcane Master Association, and after accumulating 100 Arcane Master points, they could apply to become a Level 1 Arcanist. By passing the Arcane Master Certification meeting, one could become a true Level 1 Arcanist. The Arcane Master Certification meeting was set up to prevent anyone from using someone else's research results to gain Arcane Master points, and then directly become an Arcanist just because they had enough points. Adding a certification meeting phase could prevent such situations to some extent. If the results were not their own research, a few questions at the certification meeting would expose them. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Duke's identity registration was completed, and he received his own Arcane Master badge. The Arcane Master badge bore the emblem of a book, with its cover still bare, signifying that Duke was not yet even a Level 1 Arcanist. If it were a Level 1 Arcanist, there would be a star on the cover, 2 stars for Level 2 Arcanist, and so on. The type of badge Duke held was possessed by many wizards and was not unusual. Having at least 1 star was necessary to be considered a true Arcanist. After confirming the information, the staff member asked, "Mr. Duke, what research results would you like to submit?" 3 results. Duke placed the document bag on the counter. Firstly, a comprehensive improvement plan for the secondary potion, Starlight Meditation Potion, involving core formula optimization and refining process innovation, with significantly enhanced effects, and I believe the improvement is substantial enough to establish a new, superior standard for secondary potions. Secondly, a modified model of the secondary spell Water Shield Technique, which adds and solidifies the energy absorption characteristic, significantly enhancing its defense efficiency. The last one is the Whispering Echo Potion, which I have significantly optimized and improved, greatly enhancing its magic amplification effect. The staff member was momentarily stunned by Duke's account, then began writing continuously on a document, mainly recording the types and directions of these materials. She then wrote 3 seals, each seal containing relevant information for each document, which she affixed to the corresponding document bag. "Mr. Duke, I will submit these materials for review. You can leave your wizard's mark. Once we have the results, our Arcane Master Association will have someone contact you through the wizard's mark," the staff member said. She was not responsible for subsequent contact, but only for registration, and other such tasks. Duke nodded and left his wizard's mark on a blank marking engraving slab. The staff member then placed this slab into a separate document bag, wrote much information on it, and put it together with the other documents. Following this, all Duke needed to do was wait for news. The review process for these research results involves a series of procedures and takes some time, which is variable. Duke wasn't impatient. After completing these tasks, he returned to Black Sail to continue leveling up the mastery of curse magic. Illusion Technique Level Up. Free attribute points +1 Illusion Technique. LV5 Characteristic. Shifting form and position. Shifting form and position. Can swap positions with your illusion at any time. Duke stood in an open area on the deserted island. In front of him was someone identical to himself, an illusion conjured through his curse magic illusion technique. The illusion itself has no physical form, merely appearing identical to the real person. After grinding this secondary spell to maximum level, he gained the shifting form and position characteristic. With a thought, his physical body was already at the position of the illusion, and where he originally stood had now transformed into the illusion. From an external perspective, the process was invisible. All that is seen are 2 individuals facing off, with seemingly nothing happening. The illusion could be manipulated by Duke at will. Unless others specifically deciphered it with their spiritual power, it was difficult to differentiate. However, Duke didn't particularly care about this spell. Its practicality was limited. It was just a means to acquire free attribute points. Upon maxing out illusion technique, the remaining 5 curse magics were also maxed, and the free attribute points accumulated to 7. Meanwhile, Duke's wizard's mark received some news. A wizard named Caroline requested to add his wizard's mark. After approval, the other party messaged, "Mr. Duke, the results of your submitted research at the Arcane Master Association are now available. You may visit the Arcane Master Association to complete the procedures." After conversing with her, Duke discovered that Caroline was a wizard specifically responsible for liaison at the Arcane Master Association. He hadn't expected the results from the Arcane Master Association side to be available in just a few days. Their efficiency was much faster than anticipated, seemingly indicating high work efficiency. Duke then once again left Black Sail for the Arcane Master Association in Harbor City. He once again crossed through the Grand Arch of the Harbor City Arcane Master Association, proceeding familiarly toward the central consultation desk. As he was about to inquire about Caroline's location, a clear and pleasant voice came from his side. A tall and graceful woman was walking out from behind a smooth, mirror-like black marble pillar at the consultation desk. She wore a meticulously tailored robe of the Arcane Master Association, yet unlike the gray robes of ordinary staff, hers was a deep navy blue, exuding a more luxurious quality, with intricate arcane runes outlined in silver thread at the edges. At the collar, she pinned a small but exquisite silver badge, engraved with a half-open book and a crossed quill representing a liaison officer. The robe revealed a breathtaking scene as its hem was lifted by the wind while she walked. The slit design of the robe's hem was bold yet elegant, perfectly revealing her pair of seemingly flawless long legs. They were encased in some kind of black stockings, nearly transparent and glistening faintly, outlining smooth and powerful lines. "I'm Caroline, Liaison Officer for the Arcane Achievement Certification of the Arcane Master Associations, Harbor City Branch." She stopped in front of Duke and nodded slightly, her pale golden eyes calmly gazing at him. Duke hadn't expected Caroline from the Arcane Master Association to be so outstanding in both stature and appearance. He nodded and exchanged some pleasantries with her. Caroline then said, "Mr. Duke, please follow me." She turned and walked into the corridor beside them, the elegant curves of her long legs encased in black stockings emitting crisp footsteps on the marble floor as she walked in high heels. Duke followed behind her and caught a faint, elegant fragrance, subtle and not overpowering. The two then entered a room where Caroline took out several documents, not only the ones Duke had submitted earlier, but also the Arcane Master Association certification results for each research achievement. "Mr. Duke, all 3 of your research achievements have been certified. The water shield technique has received 1 arcane point, the improvement of the Starlight Meditation Potion has received 5 points, and the Echoing Whisper Potion has received 25 points. As Caroline spoke, she placed the documents in front of Duke, all neatly organized. "Thank you for the association's recognition, Liaison Officer Caroline." Duke raised his head and said sincerely. At this moment, Caroline was leaning slightly forward, placing an authorization agreement by Duke's hand. The motion slightly parted the slit of the navy robe, once again revealing the breathtaking lines of those long legs, encased in transparent, gleaming stockings. The rounded knee, the smooth calf, and the rising, powerfully elastic curve were full of allure. "You're welcome, it's what I should do." Caroline sat back down, her posture slightly relaxed. One long leg in the shimmering black stockings naturally crossing over the other, the tip of her high heels subtly lifted, forming a graceful and dynamic curve. The gleam of the stockings formed a stark contrast with her navy robe, making the perfect leg lines appear even more slender and charming in the crossed position. The 3 research achievements Duke submitted had earned a total of 31 arcane points, each thoroughly certified by the Arcane Master Association, with several arcane masters providing opinions. Even the research on the water shield technique had been meticulously reviewed by multiple arcane masters who offered their opinions serious and rigorous. All 3 pieces of documentation had entered the Arcane Master Association's database, designating Duke as the owner of this knowledge. In the event of any intellectual property disputes, these could be used as evidence. No one would oppose the Arcane Master Association or question it. Besides the fact that the Arcane Master Association boasts many powerful wizards, its founder was Albert. Albert is one of the level 6 powerhouses in the wizard plane and the only level 7 arcanist so far. Is also regarded as the most hopeful to step into becoming a level 7 wizard, with many in the wizard plane pinning their hopes on him. As long as Albert advances to level 7 wizard, the entire wizard plane can be elevated to a high plane, from which everyone will benefit. Albert is currently considered the most erudite wizard in the wizard plane, residing in the Central Islands region, where there exists a floating city, also known as the City of Wisdom, Sky City. He holds a world-class mystical artifact, the Book of Truth. Book of Truth is considered the foundation of the Arcane Master Association, storing all documents from the Arcane Master Association of the wizard plane within it. Through the existence of the Book of Truth, Albert can directly possess all knowledge and research achievements from the wizard plane, which is also the foundation allowing him to become a level 7 arcanist. This is one of the reasons why the Arcane Master Association certification is of such high authority. All certified knowledge would be included in the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth can automatically determine whether the knowledge already exists. No one would question the Book of Truth, nor would they question Albert. The 3 research achievements Duke just had certified have directly entered the Book of Truth, becoming a negligible drop in this ocean of knowledge. Getting 31 points this time was already beyond expectations. By submitting a few more research achievements, he could gather up to 100 points, qualifying to apply to become a level 1 arcanist. However, there's no rush for now. Duke also couldn't reveal all these things at once. Submitting them separately would be more suitable. After receiving the documents Caroline provided him, Duke left the Arcane Master Association and subsequently sent a message to Harrison at the Giant Rock Commerce Association. I have 2 improved potion plans here that have been certified by the Arcane Master Association and have earned arcane points. Interested in a discussion? Upon seeing this message, Harrison eagerly replied, "Of course, where are you? I'll come find you." Since Duke was still in Harbor City and hadn't returned to Black Sail, he directly arranged to meet Harrison at a restaurant. Harrison moved quickly and arrived at the restaurant's private room in less than 20 minutes, laughing. "I told you, you're talented, managing to earn arcane points so quickly." As is well known, arcane points aren't easy to obtain, innovative research achievements are needed, and the validation process is stringent. Many wizards, even at the level 2 mage stage, haven't yet earned a single arcane point. Duke's not long in advancing to level 1 mage, and getting points from the Arcane Master Association so quickly shows that his research ability is really strong. This reason is precisely why Harrison has held Duke in high esteem all along. He's known that even during Duke's wizard apprentice stage, he was able to improve magic potions, but he just wasn't willing to sell the formulas. As soon as Harrison sat down, he couldn't wait to ask, "I wonder which 2 types of potion improvement plans you have. Can I take a look?" "The Starlight Meditation Potion and the Echoing Whisper Potion. Here are the certification documents from the Arcane Master Association," Duke said, taking out 2 documents. These documents are authoritative certification certificates issued by the Arcane Master Association, providing an objective evaluation of the improvement plans for the 2 potions. Jointly verified and assessed by the Level 1 potion. Expert Committee of the Association. Members include Level 4 Arcane Master Elan, Level 3 Arcane Master Kayla, etc. This plan is a revolutionary optimization of the Level 1 potion Echoing Whisper. Its theoretical breakthrough is of pioneering significance with an astonishing and stable efficiency improvement. The significant reduction in material cost makes it have a solid foundation for large-scale promotion and application. Harrison carefully read the evaluation given by the Arcane Master Association. The weight of these evaluations was very high, allowing him to have the most intuitive understanding of the value of these 2 plans. After thoroughly reading them several times, he thought for a while, likely in communication with the people from the Commerce Association. Duke did not rush him, calmly drank a cup of tea and waited quietly. After a while, Harrison put down the documents in his hands and said, "Mr. Duke, on behalf of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, I propose to directly buy these 2 potion improvement plans. No, can only be in the form of exclusive licensing. I will not directly sell the recipes." Duke shook his head, refusing even before Harrison could finish his sentence. The Giant Rock Commerce Association, wanting to directly purchase these potion recipes, meant they would also register them with the Arcane Master Association, making these data directly theirs, and Duke would have no further involvement, only earning the buyout fee. Naturally, Duke would not adopt this approach, even if the buyout fee was high, since wizards have long lifespans and slow, steady gains are the way to go. Harrison was not surprised, knowing Duke would say this, so he said, "Our association believes that an exclusive licensing model is acceptable. We hope to obtain the exclusive production rights, sales rights, and promotion rights for these two improved potion recipes and production processes." "That's possible, but the scope and duration need to be defined," Duke said. "The scope naturally includes the entire wizard plane and all other planes where our association has stable trade routes," Harrison quickly replied. "As for the duration, we hope for a sufficiently long period, say 100 years. After all, the initial investments in production equipment modification, raw material supply chain adjustments, and market promotions require significant effort and time." Duke then engaged in a detailed negotiation and discussion with Harrison, with numerous disputes arising over specific terms, leading to further negotiations. Harrison was also constantly communicating with people from the association and continued the negotiations with Duke once he got their feedback. It was only after several hours that both sides finalized the cooperation scheme. The two sides adopted a tiered revenue-sharing model. Based on sales volume, the first 500,000 level 1 magic stones at a share. Ratio of 15%, 500,000 to 2 million at 18%, 2 million to 5 million at 20%, and over 5 million at 25%. In addition, the Giant Rock Commerce Association needed to provide Duke with a prepayment of 1 million level 1 magic stones, which would be offset from future shares. After finalizing the deal with Duke, Harrison promptly delivered the 1 million level 1 magic stones. "By the way, if there's any news about crystal cores, please let me know," Duke suddenly remembered to mention. "Crystal cores? Sure. Is there a specific attribute you're interested in?" Harrison asked. He certainly knew that crystal cores are essential for ascending to a crystallized wizard, but he hadn't expected Duke to start preparing so early. "Any attribute will do," Duke replied. Harrison found it somewhat odd. Usually, wizard would only focus on one or two attributes of crystal cores. Without one specific attribute match, using it for ascension would be a loss, given Duke's young age. Understandably, he shouldn't randomly choose a crystal core of any attribute. However, he didn't ask more and simply noted it down. After finalizing the cooperation with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, Duke returned to the deserted island of Black Sail. He had already maxed out all his curse magic, and temporarily did not plan to return to the Oracle Plane to gain other lesser spells. It hadn't been long since his last departure. Robert likely hadn't collected many new curse magics. Going back would consume a large amount of the power of faith, just for some curse magic, which wasn't worth it. Even if Duke intended to return to the Oracle Plane, he would wait until he acquired a settlement in other planes first. He returned to the Magic Potion Laboratory, intending to max out the Sun Resilience Potion. The Sun Resilience Potion is a heavily used level 1 potion, which has excellent recovery effects for injuries to the body and spiritual power. Duke planned to max it out and then extract its traits, which could also earn him some arcane master points. Max out his proficiency with the Sun Resilience Potion. He also took some orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, aiming to use their materials for free. This way, refining the Sun Resilience Potion wouldn't require him to purchase his materials and could earn some magic stones from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, achieving two goals at once. Sun Resilience Potion level up. Free attribute points plus 1 Sun Resilience Potion. Level 9 trait, Sun Blessing, Sun Blessing. After consuming the Sun Resilience Potion, one gains a continued blessing effect for 6 hours, enhancing physical recovery ability, magic power recovery speed, and easing spiritual power fatigue. Duke rejoiced upon seeing this trait, not expecting a blessing-type trait to appear after maxing out the Sun Resilience Potion. Sun Blessing would allow whoever drinks it to comprehensively enhance recovery capabilities in body, spirit, and magic power. This means even without injury, one could consume the Sun Resilience Potion in advance to gain these blessing effects. Whether for combat, potion refining, or alchemy, the Sun Resilience Potion could be utilized. This kind of potion transcended the mere curative and restorative type, transforming into a potion with enhancement and blessing effect, effectively expanding its market. Looking at the Sun Blessing trait, Duke noticed it required consuming 150 energy points for extraction. He didn't hesitate much, directly spending 150 energy points to extract the Sun Blessing trait, leaving just 15 energy points remaining. Moments later, the fruits of the Sun Blessing fell to the ground, transforming into a stream of knowledge coursing into Duke's mind. The Sun Resilience Potion's trait was significantly more powerful, and the influx of information into Duke's mind was vast, containing a series of knowledge content. To transform the Sun Resilience Potion, a healing-type potion, into one with amplification and blessing effects, the changes naturally are enormous. Not only was there a substantial modification to the formula, but many new crafting processes were also added, which were extremely complex. After Duke organized the knowledge in his mind onto parchment, he ended up writing a stack of parchment, with content more abundant than the previously extracted traits combined. He even felt that the Sun Blessing trait could almost be considered a field of study. Upon reading through these contents, Duke believed that they could even extend into a branch of potion craft, namely the development principles of blessing-type potions, among others. However, it seems that these contents are already present in the wizard plane and are generally quite similar. It's just that Duke hadn't encountered these contents before and wasn't too clear on the specific differences. Generally, potions with blessing effects are of relatively high grade. Even among level 1 potions, only a few have similar effects. The Sun Blessing trait is equivalent to instantly transforming a basic potion with a single function into a potion with a blessing effect. Typically, this process requires a considerable amount of time and effort to research and optimize, and it's not something that can be completed overnight. Duke, thanks to the presence of the skill tree, was able to complete this process in an instant and directly obtain the results. Having compiled these materials, he didn't rush to the Arcane Master Association in Harbor City. After all, only half a month had passed since he submitted 3 research results, and submitting again now seemed a bit too frequent, so he could wait a while longer. In any case, he wouldn't be promoted to level 1 Arcanist in the short term. In the coming period, Duke planned to master another meditation technique, as the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique had already reached its maximum level. In any case, he could improve proficiency through automatic meditation, so he couldn't waste this advantage. Generally, a wizard only needs to practice one meditation technique. Most meditation techniques are fundamentally not too different but may vary in meditation efficiency. Overall, they are quite similar. Obtaining a meditation technique is easy, available through various channels and with countless versions to choose from. Duke spent a considerable amount of time and eventually chose a meditation technique called the Crimson Moon Meditation Technique. After maxing out the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique, he acquired a talent for trait extraction. Curious what other types of meditation techniques might yield, Duke closed his eyes, lay directly on the bed, and then began practicing the Crimson Moon meditation technique. He was already very familiar with this. Mastering a meditation technique was very simple. Moments later, a new branch sprouted on the skill tree, signifying the introduction to the Crimson Moon meditation technique. Crimson Moon meditation technique. Level 1, 1/1000. Unlike the Deep Blue Tide, which felt like submerging into the deep sea, with surging tides washing over the mind, the Crimson Moon brought a more reserved, profound experience. Spiritual perception seemed veiled by a thin red gauze, thoughts becoming calmer and sharper, like observing everything under a silent moonlit night. The flow of spiritual power was no longer like a tidal wave but like a stream under moonlight, tranquil yet carrying an indescribable penetrative force. After introducing himself to the Crimson Moon meditation technique, Duke felt the difference between the two meditation techniques. There was indeed a great distinction during actual meditation, but the final effects were quite similar. He then took out a white mist forest potion, drank it, and specifically glanced at the feedback from the skill tree, finding that the proficiency of the Crimson Moon meditation technique did indeed begin to slowly increase, putting his mind at ease. Duke was concerned that the automatic meditation trait would use the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique for meditation. A test showed it operated with the Crimson Moon meditation technique. Thinking of this, He deliberately used the deep blue tide meditation technique for a meditation session, resulting in the crimson moon meditation technique's proficiency no longer increasing. It seems automatic meditation uses the last operated meditation technique, so this way I can control it actively in the future, Duke pondered. After being introduced to the crimson moon meditation technique, Duke only needed to wait patiently. By relying on the automatic meditation trait, he could eventually max it out, though it would require some time. Next, I can devote more energy to potions. Traits of level 1 potions apparently hold considerable value. Aiding me in gaining arcane master points and earning money, Duke contemplated. Now, Duke only needed to focus on magic potion refining, max out as many potions as possible, extract their traits, and exchange them for arcane master points, thus earning mana stones for himself. Since each level 1 potion required quite some time to max out, careful selection was necessary. Duke naturally selected from the scope of potions with good sales and wide application, as only such potions could sell better and bring higher benefits. Of course, generally, such potions didn't have much room for improvement, as many wizards had thoroughly researched these potions long ago, leaving little space for rapid advancement. But for Duke, this issue didn't exist. By maxing out a potion to obtain its trait, he could directly get a more outstanding version of the potion. There were actually quite a few potions that met Duke's requirements. He ultimately selected the Blood of War, a level 1 potion. When assisting Lady Hela in the past, he had helped refine this potion and had some understanding of the Blood of War. Blood of War is a highly renowned level 1 potion, used extensively by various forces. This potion allows slave creatures to exhibit enhanced strength, with physical power and durability significantly increased, and without the period of weakness typical of body-enhancing potions. The only cost is that Blood of War reduces the user's lifespan. But for slave creatures, this isn't a real disadvantage, as there are few that live out their natural lifespan, making this drawback negligible. Blood of War has reached such maturity in its formulation and refining process that there's hardly any room left for optimization. However, as long as there is a breakthrough improvement in Blood of War, it would quickly dominate the market, yielding immense benefits in return. Those wizard factions engaged in perpetual warfare on other planes absolutely do not economize on these matters. They only care about whether the quality is excellent and worth the investment. Duke spent more than 5,000 level 1 magic stones just to purchase the book on Blood of War. This was a version mastered by the Giant Rock Commerce Association, and it's one that is quite commonly used. The magic potion manual of Blood of War appears to be made of some animal's fur, and when touched, it feels warm, almost as if it's alive. When Duke's fingers rested on it, he could faintly sense an extremely weak, long-interval pulse, like a faint heartbeat buried deep underground. The fur's surface is covered with dark red patterns, resembling dried blood vessels or some mysterious runes, which emit a faint metallic luster under certain light. Alive, Duke was slightly chilled in his heart, and unconsciously used a trace of spiritual power to probe it. As soon as the spiritual power touched the cover, that weak pulsation became momentarily distinct, and the dark red patterns on the cover seemed to come alive, writhing slightly, radiating an ancient primal intent filled with rust and blood. He carefully opened the heavy cover, and the inner pages were equally special, made from a resilient, yellowed thick parchment, feeling gritty to the touch, yet extremely tough. The contents in the manual were not recorded in words but in images. Some depicted grotesque, muscular humanoid creatures bathing in blood on the battlefield, while others showcased various bizarre, ominous magic potion materials. Some images displayed diagrams of internal organs, bones, and the path of energy in a berserk state, with wild lines and a tension as if power were about to explode. After browsing these images with his spiritual power, Duke quickly received the information hidden behind them, containing the principles of Blood of War and its refining process. Each image harbored its complete meaning, carrying a certain amount of information. This was not Duke's first encounter with such a spiritual power information medium. He quickly mastered how to use this magic potion manual, reading its content with spiritual power. He spent 5 days studying this book in order to fully understand its content. Blood of War is indeed a very complex magic potion, at least more complex than any other potion Duke had encountered before. The refining cost of this potion is also very high. with a set of magic potion materials totaling nearly 10,000 level 1 magic stones, including the skull of the level 1 demon, Sound Demon Bird. Just this one material costs over 3,000 magic stones. Because Blood of War urgently requires Sound Demon Bird as magic potion material, many wizards went to hunt this demon for profit, once nearly leading to the extinction of Sound Demon Birds. Later, many wizard factions began to raise Sound Demon Birds exclusively, which gradually increased their numbers and lowered their price. However, they are still not cheap, as the consumption of Blood of War is enormous, with even a small war using up a lot of it. Since Duke was just beginning to learn and hadn't actually mastered the refining of Blood of War, he wasn't able to take orders from the Giant Rock Commerce Association. He spent 100,000 magic stones to purchase over a dozen sets of magic potion material to use as practice materials. If it were before, Duke would definitely have been reluctant to do so, as the learning cost was a bit too high. But now, with over 1,000,000 level 1 magic stones and 10,000 level 2 magic stones on hand, he could afford this expense and risk. Because Duke himself hadn't mastered the refining of Blood of War, Yala and others were unable to assist him in refining the potion. At the very least, he needed to completely master the refining of Blood of War himself before assigning tasks and instructing others on how to assist him in the potion-making process. In the silent laboratory, Duke looked at the various magic potion materials placed before him, sorting through the refining process of Blood of War in his mind over and over again. Once he was sure of himself, he began the first refining of the Blood of War magic potion. Duke used tweezers to hold the skull of the Sound Demon Bird, a palm-sized piece of bone with a peculiar curve and natural holes, appearing in a warm ivory white, but its surface was covered with fine, seemingly naturally formed blood-colored patterns. He carefully placed it into a specially crafted silver cauldron engraved with energy guidance runes. According to the manual's guidance, he needed to use his spiritual power, along with a solvent called soul-condensing grass juice, to carefully awaken the residual primal force of the Sound Demon Bird within the skull and guide it out stably. He took a deep breath, gathering a strand of pure spiritual power at his fingertips, which slowly penetrated into a natural hole on the surface of the skull like the finest probing needle. At the same time, he picked up a crystal dropper in his right hand, filled with soul-condensing grass juice that looked like liquid emerald. When the spiritual power made contact with the hole, there came an extremely faint, distant humming from within the skull, seemingly from a distant void. Duke's spirit was lifted, knowing he was on the right track. He held his breath, focusing his energy to inject his spiritual power into it, carefully exploring and communicating with the dormant force. Simultaneously, a drop of soul-condensing grass juice fell precisely on the edge of the hole. The instant the juice touched the skull, it emitted a slight popping sound, like cold water touching hot oil. A visible stream of energy tinged with faint blood color rose from the hole in the skull, exuding a sharp and manic rhythm. This was indeed the primal force of the Sound Demon Bird, encompassing the berserk characteristic of manipulating sound waves and inducing chaos it had during its life. Duke's spiritual power acted like the most skillful reins, attempting to wrap and soothe this turbulent energy stream, guiding it to swirl within the rune-engraved cauldron according to the predetermined trajectory. This process consumed immense mental energy, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The energy stream alternated between being docile and violently clashing against his spiritual power constraints, emitting silent shrieks. Steady, guide. Duke silently recited the key points conveyed by the manual images, his spiritual power flooding out like a tide, firmly suppressing the energy stream's rampage. After a strenuous struggle, the blood-colored energy stream was finally tamed initially, forming a slowly rotating energy vortex under the guidance of the silver cauldron's runes, emitting a faint yet dangerous red glow. Time passed by slowly, and the energy fluctuations in the laboratory intensified. Liquid within the cauldron had transformed into a viscous, dark red substance resembling molten lava, with its surface constantly bubbling and bursting, emitting a scorching aura and a rusty scent of blood. The energy vortex violently rotated and clashed within the viscous liquid, producing a dull gurgling sound, like a caged, ferocious beast roaring. Suddenly, it was as if a bomb had exploded inside the cauldron. A blinding blood-red light mixed with raging blue arcs burst from the mouth of the cauldron, and a shockwave mixed with the ultimate smell of blood, sulfur, charred remains, rust, and destructive thunder instantly swept across the entire lab. The sturdy lab table made a sound of being overwhelmed. The surrounding bottles and jars shook violently, and several glass containers nearby shattered with a bang. A wave of energy spread out, sufficient to harm weaker lives. Duke naturally was not affected. Yellow sand appeared automatically to block the spreading energy wave and the fragments from the exploding lab equipment for him. The special silver cauldron's surface was covered with scorched marks and tiny cracks, with most parts already shattered and unusable. Inside the cauldron remained only some smoldering, charcoal-like residue, emitting a peculiar smell of burnt and bloody mix. The expensive magic potion materials, worth nearly 10,000 level 1 magic stones, completely vanished in the attempt. Failure is normal, and Duke didn't expect to succeed on the first try. Blood of War is incredibly complex, with many violent energy surges during the refining process. Even a slight oversight could cause the entire refining process to fail. Moreover, without sufficient refining experience, one could easily make mistakes on small details. He slowly closed his eyes, and every detail of the first refining, every energy wave, every mind impact, replayed and analyzed rapidly in his mind. Again, Duke was not discouraged, but began preparing for the next refining attempt. Blood of War, level 1, 1/30 in front of Duke. Inside a brand new silver cauldron lay the blood-red solution, emitting a pungent smell. Although it looked unappealing, this was indeed the successfully refined Blood of War magic potion. In the past few days, Duke had failed 4 times in a row, and only succeeded in refining Blood of War on the 5th attempt. He hadn't rested these days and had been immersed in the lab, now feeling a bit of mental fatigue, taking a breath involuntarily. This batch of Blood of War by Duke can be divided into many portions, each worth over tens of thousands of magic stones. In practical application, each portion of Blood of War is further diluted, then distributed to those slave creatures to use. This way, even weaker slave creatures can consume Blood of War without facing the consequence of exploding due to its overly powerful energy. After dividing the Blood of War into test tubes and cleaning the lab, Duke finally took a rare break. The refining of Blood of War is more time-consuming than other magic potions, so the growth in proficiency will necessarily be slow. Yet Duke plans to invest some time in this, as mastering Blood of War to its highest level and acquiring its traits will yield huge rewards. Of course, there is a risk, as the trait outcome might not be favorable, thus not providing substantial benefits. Nonetheless, it must be tried, otherwise the advantage of having the skill tree would be wasted. Even if the trait lacks significant commercial value, Duke can still gain a wealth of knowledge feedback through the trait extraction ability, making it worthwhile. Each trait extraction absorbs vast amounts of information from the deconstructed traits. Such is invaluable wealth. Duke didn't rush into continuing the Blood of War refining, instead taking out a piece of parchment to review the entire refining process, jotting down some points requiring attention. He comprehensively reviewed the entire refining flow, fully aware of every detail that requires attention at each stage. In the following days, Duke used up the remaining 5 sets of Blood of War magic potion materials, successfully 4 times and failing once. He packed all of the Blood of War and prepared to sell them to the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Currently, these Blood of War are only of ordinary quality, though they can be sold according to market price. After contacting Harrison, the other party was quite surprised. "You've mastered the refining of Blood of War so quickly." Harrison was aware of how troublesome it is to refine such a magic potion, posing a significant challenge to most alchemists. In fact, not many level 1 mages can refine Blood of War. Typically, only those like Lady Hella, with very high talent, can master its refining proficiently. Generally, alchemists face high failure rates when refining Blood of War and are likely to incur losses due to the high cost of trial and error. Many are reluctant to spend money trying, leading to fewer alchemists mastering Blood of War. After selling this batch of Blood of War, Duke earned over 500,000 level 1 magic stones from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, pulling in a profit over 400,000. Primarily, the failure rate is excessive. Out of 10 materials, only 5 succeeded. However, with the improvement in proficiency, subsequent refinement becomes increasingly familiar, naturally boosting success rates. after handling this batch of blood of war. Duke then took out the research results on Sun Resilience Potion and headed once again to the Arcane Master Association in Harbor City. He contacted Caroline of Arcane Master Association in advance. Upon arrival, she was already waiting at the door. The Arcane Master Association places great importance on Arcane Masters, and currently, only Caroline is responsible for liaising with Duke. Once Duke's Arcane Master level rises, there will even be an entire team to serve him, and in need of resources, he won't even have to lift a finger, just letting the Arcane Master Association know. Mages have an unimaginable pursuit of knowledge and truth, and they maintain utmost respect for scholars. Duke followed Caroline into the Arcane Master Association, presenting his research results. This stack of parchment is evidently more complex than previous content, revealing its complexity. Caroline earnestly took these materials, asked Duke a few questions, then recorded the corresponding information on the dossier containing the materials. The material will then be submitted for review. Duke only needs to wait. Currently, Duke still needs to personally deliver materials. After becoming a level 1 Arcanist, he won't need to run on his own, as Caroline would indeed take care of it for him. Mr. Duke, I'll process the review progress of this material for you. Striving to complete it and provide you with a result as swiftly as possible, Caroline said quite professionally. Thank you, Miss Caroline, Duke nodded in response. This time, the review period by the Arcane Master Association took a bit longer. It wasn't until 5 days later that Duke was informed of the results. His revision plan for the Sun Resilience Potion received high praise, earning him a full 50 Arcane Master Points. The fact that a level 1 potion revision plan earned 50 Arcane Points speaks volumes about the value of this improvement plan. Duke's Arcane Points have accumulated to 81 points, not far from the 100 Arcane Points mark. In fact, his speed is considered quite fast, as most level 1 Arcanists take many years to reach this step. Duke also knows well that out of the 3 research results he submitted, only the water shield technique wouldn't take much time. All the magic potion research results require a lot of time and effort. When he held the document provided by the Arcane Master Association, even Harrison was somewhat shocked, realizing that he had underestimated the research capability of this young man before him. Harrison clearly understands what 50 Arcane Master Points mean, and after learning about this, he directly discussed it with the senior management of the Giant Rock Commerce Association for quite some time. They are no longer just focused on this particular revision plan for the Sun Resilience Potion, but have set their sights on Duke himself. They need to consider how to retain Duke, as such talent will surely become a major asset for the Commerce Association in the future. In a high-end restaurant in Harbor City, Harrison booked a private room to meet with Duke. This time, he wasn't alone. Eugene, the chief of the Harbor City branch of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, also joined him. Eugene was an elderly man dressed in a deep blue velvet robe, with a serious demeanor and penetrating gaze, considered an important figure within the Giant Rock Commerce Association. After Harrison made introductions, Eugene went straight to the point. Mr. Duke, the Commerce Association's upper management places great importance on the talent you've displayed. We believe your future achievements will not be confined to just being a level 1 Arcanist. Therefore, the Commerce Association hopes to establish a more in-depth and stable long-term cooperative relationship with you. He paused, then presented the Giant Rock Commerce Association's sincerity. We are willing to offer you a long-term exclusive cooperation agreement. The Commerce Association will provide you with top-level resource support, including a private laboratory equipped with the highest quality experimental equipment located in the core area of the Flower Sea Plain, and a fixed annual salary far exceeding your current income. The specific figures can be discussed further. All the knowledge bases and rare materials within the Commerce Association that you are authorized to access will be available to you with priority. Meanwhile, the revenue share for all your research results sold through the Commerce Association channels will be raised to an unprecedented level. Hereafter, any research resources related to magic potion, a Giant Rock Commerce Association can provide to you for free. The only requirement is that your future research results need to be collaborated on with our Giant Rock Commerce Association. This is almost the highest level of treatment the Giant Rock Commerce Association can offer to a non-core direct line wizard, providing nearly all research resources needed for magic potion studies, with the aim of binding Duke firmly to the Commerce Association's endeavors. Harrison looked at Duke, waiting for his response. He believed that faced with such an enticing offer, it would be hard for any level 1 mage to refuse. However, Duke's expression remained calm and composed. He picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and then slowly began to speak, his voice clear and composed. The conditions offered by your Commerce Association are indeed very sincere. However, regarding the exclusive agreement, I must decline. Duke put down the teacup and looked directly at Eugene. What I pursue is truth, the boundary of knowledge. Binding myself within the exclusive framework of one association is not my intention. It would restrict my opportunities for free exchange and cooperation with other entities, other commerce associations, which runs counter to my path of exploring the truth. Of course, Duke shifted the conversation with a more pragmatic tone. I understand the Commerce Association's concerns and expectations. I also deeply value the good cooperative relationship currently established with the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Therefore, I propose an alternative solution. Firstly, I can continue to grant the exclusive sales rights for the improved version of the Sun Resilience potion to the Giant Rock Commerce Association, with specific durations and revenue shares to be discussed. Secondly, I am willing to sign a priority cooperation agreement with the Giant Rock Commerce Association. In the future, for all the research results I wish to commercialize, the Giant Rock Commerce Association will have the first priority negotiation right and first option to purchase. Under the same conditions, I will prioritize choosing to work with your Commerce Association. Duke's thoughts were very clear, rejecting complete binding while retaining the maximum degree of freedom and choice, yet granting the Giant Rock Commerce Association the most crucial commercial priority rights. He didn't need a fixed annual salary. Even if it were tempting, he paid it no heed. Compared to the immediate benefits, Duke cared more about long-term freedom of choice rather than being entirely bound to the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Eugene gave Duke a serious look, thought for a moment, then said, "All right, the Commerce Association will still grant you maximum access permissions. If you need any resources, you can directly contact Harrison, and they will be sold to you at the lowest price." His meaning was also simple. If the exclusive long-term cooperation agreement was signed, these needed resources would be free. But since Duke was unwilling to sign, the maximum access remained open, but these resources would require Duke to spend his own money to purchase. The parties discussed further at length and finally signed a priority cooperation agreement, preserving Duke's freedom of choice to the greatest extent. Duke then asked, "What's the situation with the Flower Sea Plain you just mentioned? I'd like to know more." Harrison volunteered. The Flower Sea Plain is a low plain inhabited by plant-based intelligent life forms that are not very aggressive. The Silver Hand easily took over this plain, and due to the pleasant climate, it has been developed into a recreational plain. The Flower Sea Plain's inhabitants are plant life forms, and the climate is very suitable for their living and growth, also being very habitable for humans. In addition, the entire place is a world of plants, with good air quality and beautiful scenery. Since the Silver Hand took over this plain, they have largely preserved the plain's original appearance and developed it into a tourism-focused plain. Many wizards choose to buy a property there as a place for leisure living. The laboratory mentioned by the Giant Rock Commerce Association is located in the Flower Sea Plain, and currently, the real estate prices there are not affordable. Duke originally planned to purchase a new residence in the other plane to make his comings and goings in other planes more discreet. Eugene, after a moment of thought, said, "Mr. Duke, if you are interested, I can take the liberty to sell that laboratory to you at a low price and deduct the cost from future revenue shares." The laboratory Eugene mentioned is not just a laboratory but a whole estate villa worth millions of magic stones. Moreover, that was the price from before. It could now sell for an even higher price. Duke certainly cannot afford it now, not even at the old price. The Giant Rock Commerce Association needn't charge him directly, they can just deduct it from subsequent earnings. The 3 magic potions that Duke is collaborating on with the Giant Rock Commerce Association will definitely generate considerable income in the future. and given enough time, there will be no shortage of funds. Duke has already received some documents provided by Harrison, including signed collaboration agreements and property deeds for the Flower Seaplane. He holds a diamond-shaped black crystal in his hand, which is the key to that property, with his spiritual power imprint left inside. The Flower Seaplane is a subsidiary plane under the Silver Hand, and it's usually accessed through teleportation magic arrays in several cities of the Silver Hand. Harrison accompanies him to the Dusk City of the Silver Hand, which was Duke's first city upon arriving on the West Coast. When Duke steps into this place again, it is completely different from before. At that time, he was a great knight who hadn't yet mastered the meditation technique, and now he is nearing the status of a level 1 liquidation mage. The first time he came here, he was in Grace's carriage, and he only had a fleeting glance at the city through the car window, but this time, he strolls leisurely through the city. The teleportation site to planes in Dusk City is just ahead. There are several teleportation arrays to subsidiary planes of the Silver Hand. Harrison explains while walking. Dusk City is also a city inclined toward entertainment and commerce, one of the wealth sources for the Silver Hand. Duke follows Harrison into a magnificent, towering building named Helxin Land, where identification checks are required to enter. The Giant Rock Commerce Association has already arranged everything for Duke, so he doesn't have to worry about these procedures. Within Helxin Land, security is evidently tight as Duke enters. He feels multiple waves of spiritual power sweeping past him, all exceptionally strong, likely not from ordinary wizards. He offers no resistance and relaxes, letting the waves of spiritual power sweep over him. The inspectors, apparently finding nothing unusual, cease further scans with spiritual power. The teleportation array to the Flower Seaplane is in a spacious room with a ceiling resembling a slowly rotating nebula. Before entering the teleportation array, a wizard of the Silver Hand dressed in a white robe conducts another identity check on Duke and his company. After confirming there are no issues, they activate the teleportation array, sending the group of 7 to the Flower Seaplane. The slight dizziness from teleportation has not completely faded when a rich, immersive sweetness rushes into Duke's nose. This fragrance is not a singular flower scent, but is a fusion of thousands of different aromas, clear like morning dew, rich like honey, deep like the forest floor after rain, and mingled with a strange life force's indescribable aroma. It envelops each newcomer in a warm, moist veil. When Duke opens his eyes, the sight before him is unlike any unique scenery he has ever seen. He stands on a platform naturally formed by giant, smooth green vines, around which bloom spectacular wheel-sized flowers with petals like gradient purple crystals, gently trembling, scattering shimmering pollen. Beyond the platform lies a vast, boundless, explosively colorful sea of flowers. In the distance, towering into the clouds, are the sky-colored flowers with their emerald pillar-like stems, and atop them, not leaves, but flowers resembling inverted glass bowls with a diameter of several meters, filled with moon-white glowing nectar, like lighthouses in the sky, illuminating the slightly dark world below. Slightly lower are the undulating layers of blooming meadows. These are not mere grasses, but diverse and vividly colored low-flowering plants. Together, they weave a magnificent, glittering carpet that extends to the horizon. Looking up, the dome is not the sky, but a canopy of numerous unimaginably large leaves overlapping and intertwined, emitting a gentle green light. Sunlight filters through the veins and gaps in the leaves, transforming into hazy beams skewing through the floating pollen mist, forming a sacred and serene path of light. In the beams, tiny spore creatures, as small as dust with long luminous trails, dance lightly. Duke even sees in the distance a few strangely shaped trees, moving their roots extremely slowly, with umbrella-like large fleshy crowns underneath which hang numerous aerial roots, now like giant turtle limbs, inching toward more light, leaving wide groove-like tracks in the soft, mossy ground behind them. "Welcome to the Flower Seaplane, Mr. Duke." Harrison smiles. Seeing Duke's astonished expression, he doesn't find it strange. Anyone just arriving at the Flower Seaplane would be awed by such a peculiar and beautiful spectacle. The Flower Seaplane has a rich variety of plant life and is one of Silver Hand's significant plant treasure troves, as well as an important source of magic potion materials. For a wizard, it's a great place for leisure and vacation, and even better for meditation practice and rejuvenating the mind and body. Like the Wood Elf Plane, the Flower Seaplane has a highly concentrated energy particle density, making it very suitable for casters to cultivate. After Duke touches down, he follows Harrison onto a winding path paved with giant petals, suspended over the neon meadow, heading deep into the flower sea towards his estate. Every step feels like stepping into a flowing oil painting created by nature's wildest imagination. The scenery here is indeed beautiful. Any angle provides a perfect view. No wonder so many wizards choose to settle or travel here. Duke's estate is situated in a sea of flowers, surrounded by open space with no other buildings, granting him exclusive access to this sea of flowers. No wonder someone would pay tens of millions of magic stones for this estate. Harrison mentioned this while chatting with him on the road. Previously, someone wanted to purchase this estate from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, but they weren't short on funds and didn't sell it, initially keeping it to await better offers. Due to cooperation with Duke, they simply transferred this estate to him, calculated at prices from years ago. Harrison guided Duke around the manor to familiarize him with the surroundings. The manor housed several buildings, each serving a different purpose. The architecture here was also quite distinctive, appearing as gigantic trees and flowers, magnified many times over. Duke's residence was a massive tree, comprising 5 floors, each with generous space. The exterior trees were not ordinary trees, but the trunks of plant life unique to the flower sea plane, which served as excellent casting materials. Using these trunks, the Silver Hand could better arrange spatial witch arrays, crafting rooms with vast internal space and stability in spatial structure. This manor, named Dream Manor, was just over 10 kilometers from the nearest city, Glan Forest, making travel convenient. Duke was quite satisfied with the location, serenely quiet, with no other residents around, ensuring privacy. The only drawback was the lack of Black Sail's internal security, making it less secure than the deserted island. However, it offered more freedom in exchange. Harrison said, "Glan Forest is not far from here. It's the main gathering place for wizards nearby and a resource trading center. Our Giant Rock Commerce Association has a sizable branch there, managed by an experienced steward. I'll take you there to meet him and recognize the route now. In the future, if you need any special materials, handle chores, or require the association's assistance, you can directly approach him. Additionally, there will be an auction in Glan Forest in 3 days, where crystal cores are said to be available. You might want to prepare to participate." Harrison had been keeping an eye out for crystal cores for Duke, and it just so happened that there was an upcoming auction in Glan Forest with potential listings. It said there might be crystal cores, but the information is not entirely confirmed and needs verification at the time. This is a common tactic in auctions. Details of the items for auction are often withheld or released sparingly to attract more participants. About half an hour later, a unique city built around several unimaginably huge trees came into view. The silhouette of Glan Forest. The city's architecture harmoniously integrated giant trees, vines, and enormous flowers, with tree houses, aerial walkways, and plazas formed from giant petals, all embodying the rhythm and harmony of life. The Giant Rock Commerce Association's branch here was a massive wooden house, apparently carved out from a giant vine, featuring rooms with intricate hollow carvings, a rather unique architectural style. Horn, the manager of the Giant Rock Commerce Association here, appeared to be an astutely sharp middle-aged wizard. He warmly and respectfully welcomed Duke, an important partner of the association, detailed the branch's business scope, and exchanged wizard's marks with Duke for future contact. The flower seaplane naturally had a wizard mark tower, enabling normal use of wizard marks here. For wizards of the wizard plane, wizard mark towers were essential infrastructure. Without them, many inconveniences arose. Since the Silver Hand aimed to develop this place as a tourist-oriented plane, it naturally didn't skimp on infrastructure to attract as many wizards as possible. Harrison took Duke for a tour around Glan Forest and dined together at a restaurant before leaving. He had numerous tasks to attend to and not much time to stay in the flower sea plane. For any matters later, Duke could consult Horn. Upon returning to Dream Manor, Duke checked the safety measures. Dream Manor was equipped with 3 witch arrays, 1 level 2 array and 2 level 1 arrays, all of the defensive kind. Generally, unless a level 3 wizard intervenes, the witch array's defenses cannot be easily breached. The crystal Duke possessed allowed him to control these arrays, and he was quite satisfied with the array's effectiveness in providing basic security. Nevertheless, one cannot let their guard down or overly rely on the witch array's defensive capabilities, as there are numerous ways to breach them. Forceful breaching is only the least efficient approach. The aspect Duke was most pleased with in Dream Manor was the magic potion laboratory, furnished with top-grade equipment and perfectly designed for conducting magic potion experiments. He proceeded to conduct a thorough check of the entire Dream Manor, even employing the Eye of Darkness to detect any hidden anomalies. Upon inspection, he found nothing suspicious, as the Giant Rock Commerce Association would likely avoid creating risks in such cooperative ventures. After verifying everything was in order, Duke activated the coordinates earring and recorded the coordinates of the Flower Seaplane. Going forward, this would serve as Duke's transit station, arriving here before venturing to other planes and returning to this plane afterwards. While this approach was somewhat cumbersome, it offered more concealment than being within Black Sail. After all, it involved cross-dimensional activities, which might not be noticed for a time, but frequently doing so posed a risk of attracting attention. After recording the coordinates of the Flower Seaplane, Duke promptly absorbed the power of faith from the Light God Cord, using it to fully charge the coordinates earring. He needed to ensure the coordinates earring was always fully powered for immediate use to travel to recorded planes. The coordinates earring could be a last resort means of escape in extreme danger. Initially planning to return after recording the planes coordinates, the upcoming auction prompted him to stay and participate. Presently, he had over 2 million level 1 magic stones and 12,000 level 2 magic stones, with an additional 1 million level 1 magic stones from the recently acquired Sun Resilience Potion, a prepayment from Giant Rock Commerce Association. It was uncertain whether these magic stones would suffice to acquire a crystal core. Typically they should, unless it was a particularly rare crystal core. However, should the auction attract equally needy wizards, the price might escalate. Duke planned to secure a crystal core if possible. This was not an area to be frugal, considering the serendipitous nature of acquiring crystal cores and the aim to amass more. Currently, he required 6 different attribute crystal cores, having only 1 earth attribute core, leaving him 5 short of his goal. 3 days later, at the center of Glan Forest, inside the Jade Heart Auction House. This auction house itself is a work of art. It is constructed within the internal space of a starlight ancient tree with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. The gigantic tree's core has been skillfully hollowed out and expanded, forming a spiral ascending amphitheater like auction hall. The dome is made of the ancient tree's natural leaves, emitting a gentle starlight, with light filtering down through layers of leaf pulp, as though being under a serene starry sky. The air is filled with the unique woody fragrance of the ancient tree and a refreshing aroma that helps one focus their spirit. The auction house is packed, all kinds of wizards occupy the tiered seats, some with formidable auras. The box seats are concealed behind the vines and massive luminous flowers that encircle the tree wall, with only faint shadows visible, exuding mystery and prestige. Duke, accompanied by Horn, the steward of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, sat in a decent regular seat reserved for the association. It was quite close to the auction stage, allowing a clear view of the items on display. Those sitting further back on the steps might only see the auction items the size of ants. The auctioneer was an elegant female wizard with a voice as melodious as a flowing spring. She wore a red gown and stood on an auction stage, made of giant luminous mushrooms, delivering her welcoming address. Sitting on a chair made from green leaves, Duke felt very comfortable. The chair appeared quite peculiar. Horn sat beside him. Although Duke had said there was no need for Horn to accompany him as he didn't want to take up his time, Horn insisted on attending the auction with him. The auctioneer's name was Zoe. Her spring-like voice echoed under the starlight flowing dome, elegant and captivating. Zoe first thanked the distinguished guests for attending, praised the connection between the Jade Heart Auction House and the Starlight Ancient Tree, briefly introduced the highlights and rules of the auction. Her voice seemed to have a peculiar rhythm, clearly reaching everyone's ears, even those seated at the highest seats, thanks to the skillful use of amplification magic. This amplification magic delivered the voice to every guest's ear without being harsh or noisy, with a very gentle and perfectly balanced force. Now let's welcome today's first auction item. Zoe smiled as an attendant in a gown, woven from green vines, stepped onto the mushroom stage with a tray covered in dark green velvet. With a graceful wave, she lifted the velvet cloth. On the tray lay a fist-sized, irregularly shaped amber, quietly resting. Uniquely, this amber wasn't the usual golden color, but a deep emerald, seemingly imbued with the vitality of the forest. Inside the amber, a drop of thick honey-like emerald liquid, emitting a faint fluorescence, was clearly visible. Around the liquid, strands of green energy flowed like living things. Sourced from the depths of Gland Forest, this tree spirit condensed due from the core of a millennia-old tree can extend life by 50 years. Note it is only effective for life levels below level 3, Zoe introduced. Horn raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Didn't expect the first item to be tree spirit condensed dew. The output of this stuff is extremely rare. Silverhand using this, as the opener suggests that there are quite a few good things today. Tree spirit condensed dew. Duke murmured thoughtfully. This was a rare material he hadn't previously known about, unexpectedly having life-extending properties, something very uncommon. Though it only affects life levels below level 3, that's not really a drawback. To most people, this limitation is nearly irrelevant. The ineffectiveness of tree spirit condensed dew on life levels above level 3 is entirely due to the high life level, which is beyond the influence of the dew. Starting bid at 50,000 level 1 magic stones. Zoe had just announced the price when someone immediately bid. Behind the mushroom stage was a mirror-like screen, where the number soon jumped to 80,000, indicating a bid had been placed. Duke glanced at the translucent, jade-like leaf in his hand. This leaf, carved like jade, was the bidding device. By inputting a price into it with spiritual power, one could participate in bidding. Each leaf is bound to personal identity information, so there's no need to worry about fraudulent bidding. After all, this is a subplane of the Silver Hand, with the entire plane under their control. If anyone causes trouble here, escaping from the plane would be very difficult unless they have something like Duke's coordinates earring. Duke watched as the stage's price soared, quickly reaching over 800,000 level 1 magic stones in the blink of an eye. It seems such life-extending items are popular, especially for those wizards close to the end of their lifespan and not yet advanced, making tree spirit condensed dew even more significant. 50 years may not be long for a wizard, but those additional years could provide the chance to ascend to a higher level, as many are just one step away from advancement. For these wizards, tree spirit condensed dew is an item they must acquire when available, as it relates to both life and advancement. If not for the limitation of one-time use for the dew, preventing any effect from subsequent consumption, the price would be even higher. Duke had only recently advanced to level 1 mage, with over 400 years of lifespan remaining, so he didn't need this item. In this short time, the price of tree spirit condensed dew had already broken through to 1.5 million. Level 1 magic stones. At this point, the numerical display in the mirror slowed down, and each increase wasn't very large. For most wizards, such a price was becoming somewhat unbearable. Zoe, seeing the price remain at 1.7 million magic stones for a while, brought out a small hourglass and placed it on the small table in front of her, saying, "From now, an hourglass time. If no guest continues to bid, the bidding for this tree spirit condensed dew will end." The subsequent moment was short and silent, with the auction hall filled with low murmurs, many curious about who had purchased the item. However, due to the special bidding method, they couldn't know the bidder's identity, or even whether the person was seated in the tiered hall or in an upper box. Ultimately, this tree spirit condensed dew was sold for 1.7 million level 1 magic stones. Duke couldn't help but marvel, these wizards truly have wealth, but most wizards who reach the Flower Sea plane do have some disposable income. Truly impoverished wizards rarely appear here, unless they're working to sustain their magical practices. On stage, Zoe's smile remains graceful and charming as she lightly claps her hands, signaling the attendants to present the next lot. The attendant in the green vine gown walks up to the glowing mushroom platform again, this time holding a round basin carved from some kind of warm white jade, filled with clear liquid, above which a dream-like flower floats. It's not a real flower. It is composed of countless extremely fine, nearly transparent threads of energy, emitting a soft white light, intertwined and spiraling into a layered, slowly rotating complex structure between substance and illusion. In the center of the petal-like structure, A faint yet pure milky white light core quietly floats, emitting a strange wave that calms the mind, making thoughts clear. Merely gazing upon it seems to smooth out distractions, making spiritual power exceptionally active and orderly. Esteemed guests, the next lot is a treasure for nurturing spiritual power, the essence of the dream weaver's cocoon, Zoe softly said. Hardly had her voice fallen when the audience erupted in uncontrollable murmurs of surprise. Clearly, this name represents high value among the wizarding community. Zoe continues her introduction, her voice clearly reaching everyone's ears. The dream weaver's cocoon is the last pure spiritual source thread that the legendary weaving dream butterfly, a peculiar spiritual creature inhabiting certain special planes, spits out before its transformation. Extremely rare and unattainable. Indeed, the one before you is the essence core, containing the most refined spiritual source power. Duke looks at the flower thinking, didn't expect it to be this thing. He had previously read about the dream weaver's cocoon in some materials, knowing it doesn't exist in the wizard plane, but only in some extremely special planes. This thing can significantly nurture and enhance the user's spiritual power, with a gentle and lasting effect, notably helpful in breaking through spiritual power bottlenecks. The dream weaver's cocoon can also sort out chaotic spiritual power, purifying spiritual pollution and traumas caused by cultivation, combat, or certain negative magics. For most wizards, this thing is exceptionally useful. There's a high demand among them. The starting bid for the dream weaver's cocoon is 30,000 level 1 magic stones, a rather low initial price, with little chance of being acquired at this amount. Indeed, as soon as Zoe announces the starting price, the numbers in the mirror begin to rapidly increase. 100,000, 150,000, 275,000. This price seems to suggest a wizard has staked his entire fortune, directly offering 275,000. To him, as long as he can acquire it, it's a gain. After all, magic stones can be earned again, but missing out on this item means it's gone. It's just unfortunate that the 275,000 price indeed seems high, yet in this assembly there is no shortage of wealthy wizards. This price didn't even last a second before it was pushed to 300,000. Duke watches the soaring prices and immediately dismisses the idea of bidding. Originally intending to participate, the situation proves he doesn't even have the qualifications. Duke has over 200,000 level 1 magic stones and another 10,000 level 2 magic stones, equating to somewhat more than 300,000 level 1 magic stones in total. Such a flower's price is already his entire net worth, and he still needs to save for bidding on the crystal core. He can't afford to spend too many magic stones on other items. Duke even considers borrowing a bit from Horn, since he perceives that even 300,000 level 1 magic stones might be insufficient. However, the demand for crystal core shouldn't be as high as for the dream weaver's cocoon, as it's only essential for liquidation wizards, and it still depends on whether the attributes are suitable. When it's truly time for the auction, the price might not be very high. While Duke is pondering, the price for dream weaver's cocoon has already surged past 500,000. Moreover, the price continues to climb, showing no signs of slowing. So many wealthy people. Duke once again feels the enormous disparity in wealth, originally thinking he had some money, but now realizing he's still but a pauper. His collaboration with the Giant Rock Commerce Association has only just begun. It will be a long time before he can receive returns. Moreover, those returns still need to subtract 200,000 magic stones along with the money for Dream Manor, meaning it will take a long time before he sees any actual money. The bidding for the Dream Weaver's cocoon continues for a while, with extremely fierce competition. By the end, there are still 2 or 3 individuals persistently bidding. Finally, the price for the Dream Weaver's cocoon settled at 11 million level 1 magic stones. Witnessing this price, Duke is somewhat taken aback, being unprepared for such a high price. It seems these wizards will spare no expense to enhance themselves. However, on reflection, it makes sense. Wizards have long lifespans and wealth is of little value to them, except when it can be transformed into resources. Otherwise, sitting idle, it's just a pile of stones, devoid of any practical meaning. 11 million level 1 magic stones converts to only 110,000 level 2 magic stones, which is nothing for some long-established, wealthy entities. From Duke's perspective, the price naturally seems high. The auction then continues, occasionally presenting some excellent lots. Most of the time, Duke merely plays the role of a spectator, treating it as an experience. During this period, he indeed encounters numerous rare items, many of which he had never heard of before. Such things are not found in books. Usually only those who frequently travel across various planes might encounter them. A few hours later, the auction has reached the halfway mark, with many lots auctioned. There have also been times for leisure and entertainment, with some beauties performing on stage. Zoe once more returns to the stage, smiling. Esteemed guests, the next lot is the extremely rare and excellent deep-sea heart. It isn't the usual elemental crystal, but rather naturally nurtured and condensed from the source power of vast water elements in particular environments. The water elemental origin contained within is pure, magnificent. Of course, it can also be classified as another type of item, that being the water attribute crystal core, an unmissable treasure for wizards pursuing the water elemental mage route. It's here. Duke's spirit lifted as he finally awaited the arrival of the crystal core he needed. It was water attribute. Crystal cores are a type of collective term. Even among water attribute crystal cores, there are many forms of expression. As long as something meets the conditions, it can be called a crystal core, and some crystal cores are even living entities. The starting price for the Deep Sea Heart is 30,000 level 1 magic stones, suggesting its ceiling price shouldn't be too high. But it mainly depends on how many people need this thing. The price fluctuations could be significant. Duke understood this well. He couldn't determine if the magic stones he had would be enough. Soon the numbers in the mirror on stage began to jump, reaching 100,000 magic stones. Immediately after, the numbers continued to move, coming to 150,000. Many wizards bidding for the Deep Sea Heart didn't actually need it themselves. Mostly, they bought it for reserve, either providing it for their own forces or for their descendants and such. In the auction house with so many wizards, the probability of encountering a liquidation wizard who needs a water attribute crystal core is quite low, with not many people. Duke didn't rush to bid initially, but waited until the price rose more slowly before he started bidding. He held the green leaf and used his spiritual power to give a bid of 650,000. The original price was 500,000, and he added 150,000 at once, causing a temporary halt in price movement. From this, Duke inferred that very few people truly needed this item, at least. The previous bidders didn't really urgently need it. It should be just over 1 million at most. Duke speculated in his heart. Having experienced many auction items before, he had a rough idea of the final price of auction items. After a few more slow movements in the price, Duke temporarily stabilized at 800,000. Zoe already took out the hourglass, and it seemed likely to end up in Duke's hands. However, at this time, the numbers on the mirror suddenly soared to 1,800,000. This scene prompted some exclamations in the venue. 1,800,000 wasn't considered a very high price in today's auction. But this was a direct jump from 800,000 to 1,800,000, with the bidder adding 1 million at once. This was obviously a bit unreasonable. The Deep Sea Heart clearly couldn't fetch such a high price, at least not now. The fact that the opponent could raise the price by 1 million at once also proved that they weren't lacking money, and it's impossible they didn't bid earlier and suddenly did now. Even if they were short of money and went to raise funds, they wouldn't have increased the price so much at once. Duke frowned, sensing something unusual, but couldn't figure out why. Nonetheless, he still needed to bid. These crystal cores are rare opportunities. If missed today, who knows when they'll appear again. Duke thought for a moment and raised the price to 2 million. As soon as he bid, the Deep Sea Heart's price jumped to 3 million, with the opponent again increasing by 1 million. Duke smiled helplessly, realizing this person was determined to secure the Deep Sea Heart. He had just over 3 million level 1 magic stones in total, making continued competition impossible, forcing him to give up. Horn saw Duke's bidding process and said, "Mr. Duke, I can represent the Commerce Association and lend you 2 million. Duke thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll give it another try." The maximum he could accept was 5 million. If the price exceeded that, he wouldn't bid even if the Giant Rock Commerce Association could lend him more money. Duke then raised the bid to 3,500,000, and unsurprisingly, the opponent raised it to 4,500,000 without hesitation. Duke knew it was probably hopeless, but attempted a bid of 5 million, which was his maximum acceptable price. As expected, the price jumped to 6 million. Giving Duke no chance, Duke simply gave up, accepting that this item wasn't destined for him and further investment wasn't worth it. The price of 6 million had already surpassed the intrinsic value of the deep-sea heart. Even for wizards who truly needed it, this price was too high. After the price of the deep-sea heart settled down, the auction continued, with many people discussing who had bid such a high price for the deep-sea heart. Some speculated it was an ancient wizard clan, buying the crystal core for their descendants, hence sparing no expense. For these ancient wizard clans, 6 million level 1 magic stones indeed weren't considered a significant investment. Duke continued as a spectator, completing the whole auction session without bidding on anything else. He did see many enticing items, but since most weren't immediately useful, he refrained from bidding. The available funds in his hands weren't abundant, so he needed to spend wisely. After the auction ended, it was already late at night, as it had lasted the entire day. Duke and Horn left the Jade Heart together, just reaching the exit when they saw a familiar figure, who also looked over, seemingly waiting for him deliberately. When Duke saw this person, he suddenly remembered who it was, the one whose egg he shattered with rock spike Bell. Bell was a descendant of the Crawford clan, an ancient wizard clan with a dark attribute bloodline. Since that match in the wizard arena, Duke hadn't seen this person again and unexpectedly met them here. From the aura emanating from Bell, the person should now be a crystallized wizard. This kind of advancement speed was extremely terrifying, but wizards with bloodline inheritance generally advance differently than ordinary wizards, defying conventional reasoning. For wizards with bloodline powers, they can often unlock the powers stored in their bloodline through methodical training. They don't need to exert much effort to gain far more powerful strength than ordinary wizards, which is the potency of bloodline power. Back then, when Duke was a second-class wizard apprentice, Bell was just a first-class wizard apprentice, with not much of a lead. But now Duke hadn't even completed the liquidation process, while Bell had already become a crystallized wizard. The gap was considerable. It was known that Duke had a skill tree that enabled him to advance swiftly, yet Bell left him far behind. This certainly proves the prosperity of these ancient wizard clans wasn't without reason. Such bloodline power is indeed formidable.